telling you, the breakout's the only situation.
All right, Chief Hall, looks like we might be ready to go. If you want to turn on your video and your audio, we will proceed with the City of Fresno Police Department budget presentation. Chief, you have the floor. Chief, you just got to unmute yourself and then start over. We didn't hear any of it.
Let the public in.
All right, how's that?
Perfect, we can hear you.
Great. Well, good afternoon, Council President, Council members. My name is Chief Andrew Hall with the Fresno Police Department. And I'm going to give you a quick overview of the Police Department and its functions. I'd like to start with kind of giving you just a 30,000-foot level of crime in our city. Currently, violent crime year to date is down 12% in our city, and property crimes are down 7%. There are some disturbing trends that we're starting to see, however, and they include shooting incidents. This is where somebody's either shot or a property or a house is hit with a bullet. Those incidents are up 33%. This is really been most noticeable since the start of the COVID pandemic. 45 to 50% of these shootings involve gang members. Robberies are up about 10% in our city, and stabbings are up about 11%. And although homicides are down by about a third compared to last year at this time, 25% of those homicides occurred within the last 10 days. We've had 4 murders in the last 10 days in our city. Let's go to the next slide. This is an overview of our org chart. It's all under the direction of the Chief of Police. We have 4 divisions, each commanded by a deputy chief. We have the Administrative Division under Deputy Chief Lydia Carrasco, the Support Division under the command of Deputy Chief Mike Reed, the Patrol Division under the command of Phil Cooley, and the Investigation Division under the command of Pat Farmer. We are currently authorized 1,145 positions, 1,145. Of those, 826 are sworn police officers. We have 309 civilian staff and 10 academy trainees. We currently are experiencing 92 vacancies in the Fresno Police Department. 27 of these vacancies are sworn police officers, and 5 of those vacancies are academy cadet vacancies. We also have an additional 45 civilian vacancies at the police department. I'll go through them real quick because I know one of the council members was asking. 10 of those are dispatchers, 7 of those are records personnel, 2 of them are in the training unit. 1 is in our IT department. We have 2 vacancies with our community service officers. We have 3 vacancies in our property evidence technicians. We have 1 crime analyst vacancy, 2 background investigator vacancies, and 17 cadet vacancy positions. A lot of our non-sworn staff vacancies are created when we converted positions. I believe we converted 30 temporary positions to full-time equivalent, and we're in the process of hiring those 16 positions when the freeze was established.
How many vacancies sworn did you say, Chief?
27 sworn vacancies currently.
Thank you.
We also, in addition to that, we have 15 frozen positions which we cannot fill in our budget. Those frozen positions include 10 cadet positions and 5 community service officer positions. So this brings our actual complement of personnel to 799 sworn police officers and 254 civilian personnel. Now I want you to keep in mind that 10 years ago, we had 849 police officers policing the city of Fresno and over 450 civilian staff. In addition to that, we have positions that are outside of the general fund. These are positions that are paid for by a different agency or different department. And I don't have a lot of control of those because they're not under my control. They are paid for by an outside agency. So they become under the control of those agencies. And we heard the FAC give their presentation and kind of talked about the 12 positions that they have assigned to them. They report directly to that FAC, and that's their priority. So if FAC does call, they get priority service with those officers. And these officers are 66 of these officers inside the Fresno Police Department that are outside of our general fund. This includes school resource officers, FACS officers, AB 109 probation, funding sanitation officers, cold case investigators for sexual assaults, housing authority, and the ABC grants. We also have 6 civilian staff members who are funded outside of our general fund. These include 1 from the ABC probation grant funding, 4 at our regional training center, and 1 gang violence prevention personnel. To make it even more difficult to police this city, we have 66 sworn police officers who are out on long-term injuries. Now, these are injuries that they sustained either on duty or off duty. Some are recovering from illnesses such as cancer, but they are not available to assign at this time. We also have 13 civilian staff who are on long-term absences. This brings our total sworn available staffing currently at 671 employees. And this doesn't include annual vacation, doesn't include sick leave, family leave, or other personal time off. To keep that in perspective, our available staff, unrestricted staff assigned to the Fresno Police Department, if we were at full staffing, would be 1.4 police officers per 1,000 unrestricted officers in the city of Fresno. This compares to the national average of 2.2 officers per 1,000. And that's consistent with the state of California as well for large cities. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is, we're going to go by each division right now. I'm going to allow the deputy chiefs of each division and their accomplishments. So we'll start with Deputy Chief Lydia Carrasco under the administrative support or administrative division.
Deputy Chief, and allow me to interrupt you just for the public notice. We will be taking public comment after the Chief Hall's presentation, and then we will return it to council questions after the public comment. Thank you, Chief.
I am muted. Can you hear me?
Yes, you come out clear. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. My name is Lydia Carrasco, Deputy Chief over the Administrative Division, and I'm going to go over the functions of all of the units and bureaus in the Administrative Division. Currently, there are 6 bureaus or units in the Administrative Division. I'm going to start with the Internal Affairs Bureau. That consists of 9 personnel total, 1 lieutenant, 5 sergeants, 1 officer, and 2 non-sworn members, support staff. And their responsibilities, and this list is not all inclusive. What I've done is prepared a list of the essential duties that are performed by each unit and bureau. Their primary responsibility is to conduct internal affairs investigations. They're responsible for preparing the early alerts, and that is a program that we have that identifies officers that have multiple incidents, whether it's internal affairs investigations, force incidents, collisions, pursuits that are found to be outside of policy, that identify an officer that there could be potential concerns with, and it's designed to be a system to allow intervention before the officer becomes an issue for the department. They also review all risk claims received by the city in reference to claims against the Fresno Police Department. The staff is responsible for compiling internal affairs statistics and preparing quarterly reports on those statistics. They liaison with the city attorney's office as well as outside law enforcement agencies. They assist in the processing and production of information subject to Public Records Act request pursuant to Senate Bill 1421 or Assembly Bill 748 relative to confidential documents. They review and track all informal complaints and inquiries. They liaison with outside counsel, whether that's attorneys representing the department on cases.
Libby, could you speak up just a little bit?
Or dealing with attorneys representing officers on cases. We also liaison with the Office of Independent Review. They manage the department's Blue Team. The Blue Team is a program used to track all receipt of complaints that are received, as well as uses of force by department members, as well as tracking IAs and internal affairs investigations in the IA Pro program that tracks every single internal affairs investigation. They also conduct training for new sergeants in conducting internal affairs investigations, as well as presenting to new officers and new officer orientation. So that covers the IA Bureau. Moving on to the Policy and Procedure Unit. That unit is made up of one sergeant, and his responsibility is to maintain and update department policy, which is an ongoing project. Use of Power DMS, which is the program the department uses to put out the training policies to all department members. And we not only put out department policy, but also officers or all employees are required to sign off for policy that they've received and some training that they've received related to pursuits, the CLEP system, et cetera. We liaison with Lexipol. Lexipol is the company we contract with that gives us our department policy for the entire police department. They're recognized nationally for putting out a department policy to law enforcement agencies nationwide. He reviews use of force reports and prepares reports that are forwarded to the Department of Justice. He prepares quarterly and annual use of force reports. He liaisons with the city's ADA compliance officer to ensure the department is ADA compliant. Conducts audits of the police department when necessary to ensure ADA compliance. He assists the Department of Justice in conducting audits for our juvenile custody facilities here at the police department. And then he also conducts training for new sergeants on the above. The next unit is the body camera unit. That is made up of one sergeant and 3 officers. And the responsibility of that unit is we have the UAV coordinator. UAV is the drone, unmanned aerial vehicle coordinator. They're responsible for maintaining and updating the department's 556 body-worn cameras and associated equipment that's issued, the docking stations, the mounting equipment. They're responsible for updating the body-worn camera-related department policies. They conduct audits for equipment function and body-worn camera use to make sure our police officers are in fact using their cameras when they're supposed to. They liaison with the DA concerning video evidence or the filing of cases on an as-needed basis. They ensure when they're doing audits that body-worn camera video is properly labeled. Whenever an officer activates their body-worn camera, they're required to label it as such. They're also responsible for the entire department's cell phones, and those are the phones that are issued to department members that have phones or tablets. They conduct video redaction on some PRA requests that are made of the department. And they're also responsible for the inventory and replacement of the department's handheld radios that are issued to department personnel. Moving on to the Personnel Bureau. This consists of 14 personnel total, 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 8 officers, and 3 support. Their responsibility is the recruitment and hiring of personnel to include the background investigation, polygraph exam, medical, and the psych for sworn personnel. They oversee the field training program, new recruits that are hired, the cadet program. They attend recruiting events, specifically trying to seek underrepresented demographics for our police department. They were attending 4 to 6 recruiting events until the COVID pandemic. Everyone started canceling their events, so we haven't been to an event since late March. They liaison with the city's personnel department and the city attorney's office regarding hiring, separation, employment actions. They oversee the workers' compensation program to include participating in the interactive process for employees, providing reasonable accommodations, and ensuring ADA compliance. They track all of the department's long-term absences. They liaison with risk management regarding employee and workplace safety, drug testing, work comp issues, as well as the issuance of work permits. They plan and coordinate department swearing-in ceremonies, promotional ceremonies, and major commendation ceremonies. They oversee the department's corporal testing and selection process. Corporals are the field training officers in the field that train new recruits. And they liaison with labor groups regarding personnel matters relative to MOU issues. They issue concealed weapons permits to retired officers. We also have a concealed weapons permit coordinator for the city of Fresno that processes all applicants in the city of Fresno seeking a concealed weapons permit. They liaison with post regarding the annual post audit at one of our departments, as well as making multiple inquiries to ensure that the department is within post compliance. They process post certification applications. They track the probationary status of all probationary employees in the department. They review all requests for acting, limited, or provisional appointments in the department. Process requests for reclassification of positions. They act as a resource for supervisors and managers on dealing with personnel issues in the department. They also liaison with Fresno City College and COS police academies, as these are the academies where we send cadets to attend the police academy. The next unit is the training section. That consists of 16 total personnel, 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, 10 officers, and 3 non-sworn support staff. The training section provides training for all of the personnel, as well as personnel from 47 outside agencies throughout the state. They train approximately 2,600 students per year. They're responsible for maintaining compliance with the post-training mandates, ensuring all of our department personnel are trained to comply with the post mandates. They also conduct the trimester range training and annual range qualifications for police officers. They liaison with 20 outside agencies who currently use our regional training center for training. Those agencies include the Air National Guard, Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, ATF, Department of Corrections, Clovis PD, DEA, IRS, Probation, Secret Service, to name a few. We present train the trainer courses to outside agencies. We currently maintain certification on 58 post-certified courses across the law enforcement statewide. And that's really important because what that means is that it allows our department to send our employees to post-mandated training at our own regional training center, preventing the need to send them to out-of-town training courses at the department's expense. They maintain training records for all police department employees. They liaison with post on post standards and trends, certification of courses, compliance issues. They process training requests for employees needing to attend training. They process billing to outside agencies who use the facility or who attend training. They maintain the 78-acre training facility grounds, equipment maintenance, and we recently received a certification for a 3-day firearms transition course as we transition to a new firearm. I'm going to move on to the Fiscal Affairs Bureau. That consists of 7 non-sworn support staff, 1 administrative manager, 1 senior account auditor, 4 account auditor 2, and 1 accounting tech. Their responsibilities are to create and manage the department's budget, manage accounts payable and receivable, process payroll for 1,145 employees, resolve employee inquiries regarding payroll, leave balances, etc., track all department contracts, negotiate the contract and oversee and liaison with the department's janitorial service provider, as well as liaison with several other service providers as relates to facilities maintenance. Moving on to the grants unit. That unit is made up of 2 support personnel, business manager and an MA2. Their responsibility is to manage the department's 17 grants totaling $6.7 million. They prepare quarterly reports on all of those grants to present to the grant providers to ensure compliance with the terms of the grants. They liaison with those grant funding agencies. And then the business manager is the designated Granicus coordinator that reviews every council item for project and content. Moving on to the employee services unit, that consists of 1 officer. He's the department's designated wellness coordinator. He liaisons with the companion officer program and the Fresno Police chaplaincy program in providing support services to all of the police department's employees, both sworn and non-sworn. He responds 24/7 to critical incidents involving our employees to provide services to employees, and that's regardless of whether the employee is on duty or off duty. He plans and coordinates critical incident debriefings. He plans and coordinates department training on topics related to employee wellness. He also frequently assists outside law enforcement agencies in starting employee wellness programs. And he conducts training presentations on officer wellness to new officers as well as to outside agencies. He's also the designated infectious control officer, and deals with employees who are exposed to infectious diseases when they're on duty, for example, a needle stick. He also assists and provides services to all of our employees who've been exposed to COVID virus. That concludes the administrative report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Carrasco. I'd like to now ask Deputy Chief Mike Reed to come up and give the council an overview of the support division.
Good afternoon.
Can you start the next slide, please? No, you were on it. We're on support division. Perfect. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Deputy
good afternoon.
Reed, if I may interrupt you, if you can just ask your folks to limit the background noise. We kind of hear all the paper shuffling and can't hear you guys clearly when you present. So try and freeze as you talk.
So noted. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Council President, members of council, and staff. My name is Mike Reed. I am the Deputy Chief in charge of the Support Division, and the Support Division has about 16 different units in 3 different sections or bureaus. So I'm going to give you a high-level overview of what that entails. I'm also going to give you some of the work product for 2019, so please feel free to ask me any questions during this. The Support Division, the 3 main legs of it, as you see in the org chart, are the Communications and Data Analysis Bureau. That's under Captain Gross, the Traffic Safety and Support Services section, which is Lieutenant Brogdon, and the Special Response section, which is Lieutenant Rowe. So I have commanders for each. There are a total of 328 FTEs in this division. Just as a comparison, I believe Fresno Fire had around 346 full-time equivalents, so roughly the same size. Of those, the sworn are 113 FTEs, and the civilians are 215. In addition, under my division, I also have collateral duty responsibilities. You see that in the org chart as our emergency response teams. I have a total of 151 people that have collateral duties, which means they have a primary assignment, and when a special need comes up, then we come in and bring those folks together. I also have volunteers under my division, and those fall into 3 typical categories. The first one is reserve officers. We have 20 reserve officers, which are voluntary non-paid positions. We also have 44 citizens on police. Those are people that go through a pretty rigorous training and volunteer for us. And the last ones are 20 volunteers in policing. So the total number of individuals under this command and the support division is 563. So I'm going to give you a little bit about each one. Again, please feel free to ask questions. First thing we're going to talk about is the communications section. This has 1 lieutenant that manages that, 6 supervisors, and 99 authorized positions. We're currently carrying 10 vacancies in that area. A communications section is responsible for all the 911 calls that come into our agency, as well as the 621-7000 non-emergency. So as a comparison, last year for 2019, we had about 387,000 emergency calls that came into our dispatch center, and we had about 533,000 non-emergency calls. They're also handled through that. Our goal is really set by the state. It's really to try to get to 95% of those emergency calls within a 15-second period. Depending on the call volume, we range from the high 70s to about 90% of that efficiency, but we're always striving to hit to that 95%. The state, on a regular basis, comes through and looks at our call volume and then makes a determination about how many individuals we should have. What they looked at, and it's called the ECAT system, is the state suggested that we had 43 additional people in our dispatch center. That's complaint takers or dispatchers. So just to go through the basics, a call comes in, a complaint taker takes the information by telephone. That gets electronically switched to a dispatcher who gives that information to the officer by MDS, which is computer, and by radio. The higher the priority, the quicker those calls come out. So our calls are prioritized as they come through that system. The next one we're going to talk about is the information and technology section. That has 1 civilian manager, 1 supervisor, and 9 staff. And to put it in perspective, they take care of the 1,250 different computers we have in our agencies. Some of those are desktops. About 340 are MDSs, which are in our patrol cars, but they take care of all those things. Last year, they handled about 4,000 calls for service that came through our Information Services Bureau. So they're very, very busy. There's 3 basic types of employees in there. There's a programmer analyst, there's a database administrator, and there's a computer system specialist. All 3 of those combine to make sure our various systems in the Fresno Police Department work correctly. The crime scene investigation section, that has 1 manager, 3 supervisors, and 16 crime scene investigators in there. What they do is they go out to scenes, and they have 2-fold purpose. One is off-site, one is on-site. The off-site is they'll respond to a crime, and they'll collect evidence for us, and they do that quite a bit. The other one is they'll process people, fingerprints and photographs here internally for our agency, and they do that for a variety of reasons. There's a lot of people under some penal codes that have to come in and register. For instance, 290 registrants, which are sex offenders. So they'll update those photographs and fingerprints on a regular basis, along with other folks that have to register. Last year, the crime scene investigation unit responded to 6,450 crime scenes in Fresno. They were able to process about 2,500 cases at headquarters, which means they took the evidence and came back here and dusted it for prints or other things. They were able to identify about 600 bad guys with fingerprints from those cases they did at headquarters. And they also processed 12,500 arrests that came through headquarters before they go to Fresno County Jail. So that's quite a bit of work. The next one is the records section. That's 1 manager, 3 supervisors, and 47 technicians, clerks or transcriptionists. And basically, we have, in large part, a paperless system, but other agencies don't. So our record section is vital to what we do, and it's also the face of the public. A lot of people come to Fresno PD and their headquarters pre-COVID, of course, to get police reports for a variety of different reasons. That's one thing that they do as a public counting. The other thing the records does that's vital is they put immediate information into our state teletype system. That system allows other agencies, law enforcement specific, to look for maybe people that are wanted or cars that are wanted in Fresno crime. So that's kind of an important thing. The other thing that we do there is statistical collection. We have some requirements where we have to report our crime stats and a variety of other statistical information to federal and state partners. They are responsible for taking those stats in based on our RMS system, which is our records management system. They look at those and they make sure that they're in the right format to get those to state and federal partners. Another thing that we do through our records section is our CLO-PLO, which is our court liaison and prosecution liaison office. What they do is they manage all the subpoenas that come into the Fresno Police Department from cases that officers have been on. So they manage the flow of the court system and make sure we get where we need to be on time. They also put together packages for the district attorney's office and get them over there when we are going to make an arrest or when there is an arrest made and the package is forwarded them for prosecution. So that's an important part of what they do there. Last year they went through 21,440 different subpoenas and they managed that for our agency, which is a monumental task. The records section itself processed over 92,000 reports for the Fresno Police Department. And in addition, a very important function that they have is PRAs, or Public Records Request Acts. Last year, they processed 14,606 different PRAs. So that's quite a bit of work. Okay. If you like, I can go through each one of the functions of our emergency response teams. Those are the blue colored blocks in there. The first one is Mobile Command Center, and these are all ancillary duties. So I want you to understand that our officers have primary responsibilities, maybe in investigations, maybe in patrol. But when the need arises and we get a critical call, that's when they come in and do these secondary services. So the Mobile Command Center has three different components. First one is communications. Second one is going to be our negotiators. Our negotiators use that quite a bit to facilitate conversations with people and try to get them to walk out of calls that we have. The other part is it allows for us to develop responses to these different calls that we get. So the MCC is very important. The second one is the Explosive Ordnance Disposal Unit. That is actually one lieutenant, two supervisors, and three bomb techs. It's one of only a few. There's only 468 certified bomb units in the nation. We have one of those. And what they do is they go out when there's a suspicious device. They go out in large events to make sure there are no explosives in those areas to make it safe. But they also render safe anything that we find that's suspicious. So in 2019, we had about 16 different responses with our EOD team. The year before that, it was 32, so it fluctuates quite a bit. That's an extensive amount of training to get to be on the EOD team here. The next one we use quite a bit more. It's a crisis negotiation team. And that's basically a left hand of SWAT. And what we do is we always bring out some specially trained people. They're negotiators, and they go out, and what they tend to do is find a peaceful resolution. We're vastly very successful at negotiating people outside of these critical incidents. A lot of times they're barricaded suspects. Sometimes they're suicidal suspects. As an example, last year in 2019, we had about 51 call-outs with our crisis negotiation team. 33 were barricaded suspects, and 18 were suicidal suspects. And we were able to get a peaceful resolution on every one of those calls. So that's an important aspect of what we do in Fresno PD. The last one you've seen maybe a little bit recently, which is our mobile field force. What we do is we train on large-scale disturbances, demonstrations, and riots. And what we have as an ancillary responsibility is some extra equipment, some extra training that we give these people in order so that we have a layer of safety after an event. And luckily in Fresno, we haven't had one, but we're trained to react to those should we have one. And that is a group of just about 83 officers, 5 sergeants, and 1 commander. And the last one is for the emergency response is SWAT, Special Weapons and Tactics. That's 1 commander, 1 assistant commander, 4 sergeants, which are team leaders, 25 officers, and we also have 6 support staff that work the SWAT bus. And what they do is anytime there's a high-risk incident, we send out SWAT to make sure that we have enough equipment to handle it as safely as possible. We also have some special training with them. And again, they work hand in hand with our crisis negotiation team. So nobody works in a vacuum at Fresno PD. Last year in 2019, we had 12 call-outs for SWAT, and that could be calls that came in from the field or high-risk search warrants that were written. The year before that, we had just about 15. So it's right in that 15 to 12 range. So if there's no questions, I will move to the traffic safety section.
Deputy Chief Reed, there'll be a lot of questions, but we're going to take them after we get through your presentation.
Certainly.
Thank you.
The traffic safety section is represented in the middle of that organizational chart up there. It really is comprised of a couple of things. One, the traffic safety section, which involves our motors that you see every day. It also involves our investigators behind the scene and some things that we do with trying to make sure Fresno is as safe as possible relative to traffic issues. So I'll go through those very, very quickly. Our traffic safety section is 1 supervisor, 10 officers, and 1 civilian. I'll briefly describe their responsibilities. The collision reconstruction unit is a group of 3, basically top engineers. They go out and they use high-tech equipment in order to look at fatal collisions and get the best information available. They download information from cars, which is very technical, and they also are called out on a regular basis with our homicide unit whenever there's a violent crime that occurs in a car. So they have multiple uses. Last year, they went out to, and typical of a year, but last year they go from 30 to 55 fatalities that occur in the city of Fresno. But they also go out to another 60 to 85 calls, depending on the needs and the violent crime that comes down. So that's 3 detectives in our collision reconstruction unit. The next one is 3 detectives in our hit and run unit. These folks go out when somebody has left the scene of a collision, typically when there's injury and sometimes death. They're highly trained. Last year they responded to 1,500 different cases over the course of the year, and they make some very high profile arrests from those folks and bring people to justice that left the scene of an injury, accident, or a fatality. The next one is the grant DUI program. We have about $700,000 currently in office traffic safety grants. Those are grants that are given, it's passed through Fed money to the state. We apply for those competitive grants and we get those. That allows us to do additional operations. Some of those operations are click and ticket, for instance. We want to make sure we don't have distracted drivers. We do pedestrian operations to make sure people are following the crosswalk. So we do a number of different things to make sure that we have a higher level of traffic safety in Fresno. One of the things that they also do is they administer a very, very effective program. It's called Decisions for Life. So if somebody in the city of Fresno is convicted of for instance, driving under the influence, one of the things that they do is they're sentenced to an educational program, which is run through the city of Fresno. Our police department takes the lead on that with these 2 officers. They go out, they set up a classroom setting, and then as people go through it, part of it is looking at the stark reality of what happens when you drive under the influence. Last year, I mean, the success itself is amazing. We talk about recidivism rates, which is repeat offenders. Last year, of the 1,877 students that went through the DFL program, those are community members, City of Fresno people. Only 27 repeat offenders out of that. That is a 1% recidivism rate. You don't see that anywhere else. It's a very effective program that really reduces the number of DUI incidents in the city of Fresno. The next unit in our traffic safety section is the tow unit. We have 1 officer and 1 civilian tow coordinator that oversees the 30 different tow companies in Fresno. They're contracted with the city of Fresno under our exclusive tow agreement. Last year, 15,988 tows occurred in the city of Fresno, and so they managed every one of those vehicles. They want to make sure that they go in right and that they're released at the earliest possible time. and that's what our tow coordinators do. In addition, we took in 344 evidence tows. Those are vehicles that were either used in the commission of a crime or part of a crime that we could extract some evidence off of. So they manage that. And lastly, as they go through and they do inspections of those 30 tow companies to make sure they comply with the requirements of those contracts. Under our traffic safety section, we also have an ABC unit. That is a person, it's a detective that's funded to the tune of about $100,000 from alcohol beverage control. It's a state commitment. So what they do is they go out and they make sure that people are complying with their conditional use permits, that people are complying with their ABC permits, and to make sure that if there is any enforcement action that needs to be taken, that person takes it. And they work in concert with ABC. So it's a force multiplier. We get 2 or 3 bodies from ABC for the one detective that we put in today. We've had that grant now for the last 7 years, and it used to be competitive, and now they just give it to us because we do such an effective job. We also have 1 phlebotomist. What we found out many years ago was that the hospitals were going to charge us $275 per person to do a legal blood draw. If you added all that up with what we did last year, that'd be about $130,000. What we found out is there's an efficiency by hiring somebody that's a full-time phlebotomist into our agency. And they not only do our blood draws, but they also do blood draws for California Highway Patrol. So they've been able to do, probably save us in the area of around $100,000 by using this approach. It also gives our people the ability to get back in the field quickly because we have them on site, so it makes sense. Last year they did a total of 549 blood draws. 349 were ours. The rest belonged to CHP. And traffic enforcement unit, I'll just briefly go over that. We have 4 squads of motors. We have 2 day squads of motors with 1 sergeant each, and those are 9 plus 1. And then at night, we have our nighttime traffic unit, which is 10 officers plus 1 sergeant. So last year, they responded to 3,100 different traffic collisions, 854 injury collisions, 44 deaths, unfortunately. They did 17 DUI checkpoints, 26 saturation operations, and 4 pedestrian bicycle operations in the city of Fresno. And what they did was, the biggest number was that they were able to take 2,488 DUI suspects off the streets, which means those folks didn't end up in collisions, killing some of the family members who we have in this community. So that's an important statistic. They also wrote 41,000 different traffic citations. So that again is just ensuring that we have traffic safety in Fresno, because you're more likely to be hurt by a vehicle in Fresno than you are with a gun. So we want to make sure that we do that as efficiently as possible. The last one, traffic safety section, is our Skywatch operation. Skywatch operation is basically 1 sergeant, 3 sworn pilots, 3 TFOs or tactical flight officers, and 2 civilian mechanics. Last year, they logged 1,661 flight hours, responded to 3,598 police calls for service with an average response time of 38 seconds. I think that goes unnoticed sometimes, that is a very, very fast way to get eyes over a critical incident and then feed that information back to patrol officers that are responding. From their air observations, they made 192 arrests, and they took over 22 high-speed pursuits that were occurring in the city of Fresno. What that means is we don't have officers with lights and sirens following a bad guy. We're able to do that safely with the helicopter. They also took 145 calls for allied agencies. So that is the traffic safety section. I will go on to our last one, which is really kind of a special response section. And what we do is we have a variety of different functions in this section. There's a lot of people who work behind the scenes to make this one work, but some of it's very high profile, some of it's not, so you may not know about it. The first one we're going to talk about is the K-9 unit. That's 1 sergeant, 13 officers, and 1 laborer. The K-9 units respond to critical incidents where they're needed in the field. So it's a patrol resource that we use quite a bit. What we do is we quantify the activity of these K-9s. They do a variety of things, from apprehending fleeing criminals, to article searches, to helping with missing persons, to alarm calls, things of that nature. Last year, in 2019, we went through 1,725 different calls where the K-9s were involved in. Of those, we only had 21 applications where the dog was actually used. That is a significant statistic. That means 1.2% of the time, the dogs that are used are what they're called alerting to where the person is, and that person gives up as opposed to a bite. That's a significant stat that we're very, very proud of. The other thing is, this is also part of our community policing strategy, is our canines go out and do a number of different demonstrations, over 100 a year, where they go to schools, they go to events, and kids get to come up and meet the dogs, and they get to interact with the animals and make sure that they're not nervous about that. But it builds confidence with the community. As a matter of fact, all but about $26,000 of general fund money is raised through these events and donations to the unit, so we can buy new dogs or we can buy vests for dogs, things of that nature. The next one is a collateral responsibility. It's a mounted patrol unit. We use the same sergeant that is with the canine unit, and we have 6 people that currently are certified to ride. 3 of those are reserves, 3 are volunteers. What they do is, and it's a great unit to see, they go out and they do community policing events. So you'll see them up at River Park during Christmas time. You'll see them down at parades. You'll see them at the big Fresno Fair. There's a lot of interaction with those forces. So it's a non-enforcement activity. It's all funded through donations from the public, and it is a very, very important thing. Last year we had 2 people assigned full-time to that. Given a perfect world, we'd keep those folks there because they did an amazing job. We just don't have the funding right now. We had to move them back into patrol. But the mounted unit is a collateral duty, and it's one that we're very fond of for PD. The next one is the property and evidence control section. What we do is, after we collect evidence, we are responsible to keep it in a secure facility until such time as it goes to court. That's what our property and evidence control section does. We have 1 sergeant, 12 technicians, and 1 senior admin clerk. In 2019, they took in 35,840 items of evidence, and they were able to purge, which means release through a court process, 22,751. So as you can tell, we're trying to get more balance in that. It'd be nice to have 1 in, 1 out. We work very hard with detectives and the court process. Unfortunately, it's been slowed down a little bit with COVID and the lack of court resources. But once we get back full steam, we're going to try to make sure that we have that balance back in there. The next one was the THAX unit that falls under special response section. The THAX unit was discussed before as 2 sergeants and 10 officers. Some of the stats that you heard earlier from Greg Barfield was about 835,000 people ride THAX or BRT each month. And what we see is during the course of a year, about 50,000 calls for service. Last year, we made 350 arrests out of that, 7 felonies, and the rest, 282 were misdemeanors. That is basically a crime rate of 2.3% of the calls resulted in the arrest of somebody. So that's very minimal. The last one I'd like to talk to you a little bit about is the crisis intervention team. Crisis intervention team is kind of a novel construct in California. What we did was we partnered with Fresno County Behavioral Health, and what they did was they said, let's look at how we provide crisis or mental health services in the field. And this is our homeless population. It's also people that call in our 911 system. So there's a little bit of a twofold approach to this. And what we do is we take a specially trained person that goes with a mental health care professional from Fresno County Behavioral Health, and they respond to calls for service in the field. So it's a licensed certified social worker many times. It's subcontracted sometimes through Kingsview, and they provide mental health workers of different varying abilities to this project. But we respond to our 911 calls and calls from the field that are mental health related. So last year there was a total of 8,270 responses that we had. 2,912 were mental health calls for service that CIT handled directly, and the other ones they did 5,300 with patrol in order to allow patrol resources to go back into the field, handle calls for service, while we provided CIT services for those folks. In addition, we've given a 40-hour class of crisis intervention training, which which is really intensive mental health training, to 417 officers. That equates to about 16,700 hours of additional training that we give our patrol officers and detectives to make sure that they have the most current information on crisis intervention. It's a de-escalation technique. It's very important to what we do here. And it allows us to handle nearly 1 million calls that we get every year in the most interactive way possible. So that is all the information I have. What I'd like to do right now is introduce Deputy Chief Phil Cooley, who's in charge of our patrol division.
Thank you, Mike.
Deputy Chiefs, welcome to the meeting. And we just ask whoever is Darth Vader and reading on the mic to back off just a little bit, because we can hear all the background noise. But thank you for being patient with this whole new platform. Go ahead, Deputy Chief, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'd just like to follow up. We work out of a 40, 50-year-old building, and the vents are rather loud in these offices. So that's what you're hearing, background noise from the vent.
Perfect. We'll put on the list to get your brand new building, Chief. Thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. That would be great.
We'll wait for Councilmember Bedingfield to make the motion, though.
Good afternoon, Council President Arias, Madam City Manager Kwan, and the other distinguished council members. Thank you for allowing me to share my division with you. My name is Phil Cooley, and I am in charge of the Patrol Division. And my division consists of the 5 policing districts, which most of you are familiar with, as well as the Patrol Administration portion of my district, of my division, I should say. We patrol over 112 square miles of the city of Fresno within these 5 policing districts. And under my division, there's a total of 485 personnel, which falls under my tutelage, I should say. The Patrol Division is committed to prompt responses to life-threatening crimes in progress and thorough, detailed preliminary criminal investigations. We respond to more than 1,200 calls to servers per day. Our proactive resources also are dedicated to crime prevention through deployment, specifically targeting gangs, drug offenders, and parole violators. Crime prevention is also addressed by providing target hardening strategies to businesses, schools, and individuals through our community meetings. As is often said, patrol is the backbone of our organization. Each district in our city averages about 86 personnel per district. One of the things I want to stress, which a lot of people do not realize, is that our staffing levels have been pretty much the same over the last 5 to 10 years. For instance, here it is shortly after 2 o'clock, and for each district, there's approximately only 12 officers that is patrolling each of the respective districts at this particular time. At 4 o'clock, we will lose 7 officers, but we will pick up 6 from our swing officers allotment. So on the average, we may have 35 people patrolling the city of Fresno each day. As Deputy Chief Mike Reed indicated earlier about our staffing ratio, we're behind the 8 ball tremendously. The Chief mentioned earlier in his opening statement the number of personnel that are out with long-term absences or not being able to get a full complement of the actual officers that we totally need for the city our size. In my division, we also have 3 special response teams which only patrol the southern portions of our city. The north end districts do not have that allotted resource. We have 1 downtown policing district which consists of 1 sergeant and 5 officers. And we graciously thank Councilmember Soria and Councilmember Capriolio for allowing us to add additional bike units to the respective districts. And just to touch on some of the things based on handling calls to services, we also have the abilities to help give back to our communities through a variety of community partnerships that have been established throughout the year and those before. If I can just touch on a few events from each of the different districts so you can have an understanding of what some of these officers accomplished while still handling calls for service. In Southwest Fresno last year, the officers were able to create a mentoring program with the Fresno Unified Schools District in which each elementary school had a partnering officer that helped tutor and mentor those kids after school. They also started a leadership police academy at Gaston Middle School. At the time, Captain Salazar, who was in Southwest, brought back the good times at Frank H. when he partnered with the Parks Department. All of our districts deal with, perform coffee with a cop in all of the respective districts. We all attend numerous neighborhood watch meetings, but more importantly, we continue to build these partnerships in the various districts. In the Southeast Policing District, we were able to establish our first Hmong Residence Police Academy, which was about 6 weeks, and over 100 Hmong community members attended this particular meeting. We also partnered with the Boys and Girls Club, the Senior Citizens Village with their pasta dinners. We also have our Hispanic Residence Police Academy. And of course, all of our districts participate in the Bringing Broken Neighborhoods Back to Life. We have turkey giveaways during Thanksgiving. We also provide toy drives, and we also have Santa's Village in most of our various police districts. Because of COVID-19, we were able to participate in numerous of these community events, which we love and we look forward to in building that bridge and our partnership amongst our different districts. In the Northwest District, one of the items of note is that the National Hockey League donated equipment to our youth hockey team, the Fresno Force, by providing them with the necessary equipment. And that was a tremendous success in helping, once again, build that partnership with the kids in the Northwest Policing District. I can continue on, but I'm going to move on to some of the other administrative duties that I handle in my division. It was mentioned earlier, we talked about the Homeless Task Force. The Homeless Task Force consists of 1 sergeant and 5 officers. And just to give you a few different side notes, in 2019, the Homeless Task Force responded or came in contact with 8,186 homeless individuals. They cleared 6,500 camps. And out of that, only 1.6% of the homeless individuals accepted services that were offered. The facts department.
What percentage was that? Sorry.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
The percentage?
It was 1.6%. We also have 3 officers which are dedicated to the sanitation division, and they help targeted the recycle thefts that occur within the city. Under my administration, we have the school resource officers as well as the school neighborhood resource officers, and they have done a tremendous job building partnerships and mentoring some of these children and students within the various high schools and middle schools throughout our city. And last but not least, one of the unsung positions in my bureau is our duty office. And they're almost like a 24 nonstop, where they are the first responders when we have critical incidents, and they send out several calls to all of the staff. But more importantly, they approve nearly 10,000 e-reports that come through our department. Because oftentimes many of the members will submit their report via email, and these officers around the clock will continue to submit these reports and have these reports processed. That's an overview of my division here in the Patrol Division, and I'm going to pass this information on to Deputy Chief Farmer for the Investigative Division.
Thank you, Deputy Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Phil. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, and City Manager. My name is Deputy Chief Pat Farmer, and I'll be giving an overview of the Investigations Division. Currently, the division is comprised of 1 deputy chief, 1 captain, 17 sergeants, 117 detectives, 11 graffiti technicians, 5 crime analysts, 1 manager, 1 senior secretary, 1 PAR coordinator, and PAR stands for Prostitution Abatement and Rehabilitation, 1 senior admin clerk, and 1 forensic analyst. So the division has 4 bureaus, the first being the Street Violence Bureau, the second, the Family Justice Bureau, the third, the Special Investigations Bureau, and then the fourth, the Magic Bureau. I'm going to start off with the Family Justice Bureau, which consists of the following units: sexual assault, domestic violence, child abuse, missing persons, elder abuse, and financial crimes. The sexual assault unit, the first one I'll cover, has 2 sergeants and 16 detectives. 3 of those 16 detectives are funded by the SAKI grant, which stands for Sexual Assault Kit Initiative, which is a state-funded grant that we received, and is totally 100% funding those officers. We also have 1 detective assigned to the ICAC unit, which stands for Internet Crimes Against Children, partially funded by Homeland Security, that works the majority of our child pornography cases. We also have 1 non-sworn crime analyst. The mission of sex crimes is to conduct professional investigations into allegations of sexual assault. In 2019, the unit handled and investigated 92 rapes, in addition to child molest, indecent exposures, sexual battery, and child pornography cases. They also are tasked with registering and monitoring approximately 2,500 sexual offenders for compliance. The next unit in the Family Justice Bureau is the Domestic Violence Unit, which has 1 sergeant and 9 detectives, and their mission is to investigate all domestic violence cases occurring within the city of Fresno. And we also partner with the Marjorie Mesa Center with 4 grant-funded advocates to help women and children find shelter at the Marjorie Mesa Center. In 2019, the Domestic Violence Unit handled 7,497 cases, and 1,229 women and children were provided housing, assistance with restraining orders, crisis counseling, and the unit also provided training to 160 officers at the Fresno Police Department. Next in the Family Justice is the Child Abuse Unit, which has 1 sergeant and 4 detectives. Their mission is to investigate child abuse, child neglect, infant death, and child endangerment cases. Their stats for 2019, they investigated 950 cases of child abuse within the city of Fresno. Next, we have the Missing Persons Unit, which has 2 detectives assigned to that unit. They investigate all runaways, missing persons, child stealing, and any case with possible foul play or a medical walk away from a facility. The unit handled 3,650 cases in 2019. That's a big caseload for 2 detectives, but they do the best they can with the amount of bodies in that unit. And next, we have the Elder Abuse Unit, which is also staffed with 2 detectives. Their mission is to investigate elder abuse, dependent adult neglect, and financial abuse of our senior citizens. In 2019, they handled 500 cases for the year. And then the last unit in the Family Justice is the Financial Crimes Unit, which is staffed with 1 sergeant and 7 detectives. 1 of those detectives is part of the FBI Financial Crimes Task Force, and 1 non-sworn data forensic analyst who examines all of our computers and phones that need to be analyzed. The mission of financial crimes is to investigate all check and ATM fraud, counterfeit currency, embezzlement, forgery, identity theft, internet fraud, and theft by false pretenses. In 2019, the unit handled 550 pieces of forensic evidence, mainly being phones and computers, processed 261 investigations that had a significant financial loss, and in total handled 4,200 cases for the year. So the total personnel for the Family Justice Bureau is 1 lieutenant, 5 sergeants, and 40 detectives. Next, I'm going to go over the Special Investigations Bureau, That consists of our major narcotics, and including our HIDA, which stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, our Vice Intelligence Unit, and our CCAT, which is Career Criminal Auto Theft Team. First of all, our major narcotics and HIDA has 1 sergeant and 10 detectives. 1 of those detectives assigned to HIDA and 2 on the DEA task force. Their mission is to impact large-scale narcotic sales within the city of Fresno and to prevent drugs being delivered to smaller and mid-level drug dealers, which impact neighborhood quality of life and crime. In 2019, the Major Narcotics Unit recovered 40 kilos of heroin, 30 kilos of cocaine, 68,200 fentanyl pills, 12 pounds of powdered fentanyl, 433 pounds of marijuana, 13,500 THC vape cartridges, and 70 firearms, in addition to 32 arrests. Next, the Vice Intelligence Unit has 1 sergeant and 7 detectives. 1 of those 7 is assigned to the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. And we also have the 1 non-sworn Prostitution Abatement Rehabilitation Coordinator. Their mission is to investigate and reduce human trafficking. They also manage all the massage parlors in the city of Fresno, gaming, both legal and illegal gaming. They monitor and conduct investigations on organized crime, investigate threats against public officials and officers. In 2019, they handled 162 human trafficking investigations. They rescued 130, mainly females, from human trafficking that were either brought to a nonprofit such as Breaking the Chains or Molly's House. They conducted 76 undercover operations that resulted in 224 prostitution-related arrests, with 133 of those being John arrests. They also arrested 94 subjects that were operating prostitution illegally in massage parlors. The Vice Unit also manages and conducts all the backgrounds and monitoring of the Club 1 card room here in the city of Fresno. And the last unit in the Special Investigations Bureau is our Career Criminal Auto Theft Team, also known as CCAT, which has 1 sergeant and 7 detectives and 1 non-sworn crime analyst. Their mission is to reduce auto theft in the city of Fresno by arresting career criminals who are sometimes gang members and habitual drug users that are either on probation or parole for auto theft. In 2019, our CCAT unit made 237 auto theft arrests, 62 who were gang members, recovered 577 stolen vehicles, and 130 of those vehicles were rolling stolen. They also took down 44 chop shops where vehicles were being parted out, and recovered 18 firearms. So in total for the Special Investigations Bureau, they have 1 lieutenant, 3 sergeants, 24 detectives, 1 PAR coordinator, and 1 crime analyst. Next, the Street Violence Bureau consists of the following units: night detectives, Street Violence Tactical Team, homicide, robbery, and felony assault. The night detective unit has 1 sergeant and 7 detectives with the mission of responding to assist patrol on all serious felony crimes. They prepare the crime scenes on all homicides, attempt homicides, officer-involved shootings, and in-custody deaths. They also interview suspects at all of these type of crime scenes. The night detectives are also responsible for NIBIN, which stands for the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, that we receive through ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. And the night detective unit in 2019 was able to test fire 675 firearms, and many of these firearms we were able to match to multiple shootings and homicides within the city of Fresno and other agencies. Next, we have the Street Violence Tactical Team with 1 sergeant and 6 detectives. 1 of those is assigned to the U.S. Marshals Task Force. Their mission is to conduct plainclothes undercover surveillance and to arrest violent criminals within the city of Fresno. In 2019, they conducted 200 investigations, made 111 felony arrests, served 114 search warrants, conducted 309 surveillance operations, and seized 40 firearms. Next, the Homicide Unit, which has 2 sergeants and 10 detectives. Their mission is to investigate all street violence, to include murders, suspicious death, in-custody deaths, and officer-involved shootings. In 2019, they handled 45 murders with a 77% clearance rate and 100% filing rate with the district attorney's office. We know it's important for these detectives to do their best to solve these crimes within the first 48 hours, and so they get called out quite a bit for any one of those type of crime scenes. Next, we have the robbery unit with 1 sergeant and 5 detectives. Their mission is to investigate all commercial and strong-arm robberies, home invasions, and carjackings within the city of Fresno. In 2019, they handled over 900 cases and solved 17 series where multiple businesses were being hit by serial robbers. They had a 93% clearance rate, which is very impressive for the robbery unit, handling that many cases. Next, we have the felony assault with 1 sergeant and 10 detectives. One of those detectives is assigned to our extradition unit that is partnered with the Fresno County Sheriff's Department that travel throughout the United States for subjects that have fled Fresno, and they bring them back to Fresno to hold them accountable for their various crimes. We also have 2 non-sworn crime analysts. Their mission in felony assault is to investigate all shootings, stabbings, assault with a deadly weapon. It could be anything from a hammer, a screwdriver, a baseball bat against a person, leaving serious injuries. In 2019, they handled 650 cases, wrote 450 search warrants, and recovered 82 firearms. So the total complement for the Street Violence Bureau is 1 lieutenant, 6 sergeants, and 38 detectives. The last bureau in the Investigations Division is MAGIC, which is the Multi-Agency Gang Enforcement Consortium. And the MAGIC consists of the MAGIC Tactical and Investigations Team, Adult Compliance, also known as ACT, as well as the Violence Intervention and Community Services. The MAGIC Tactical and Investigations has 2 sergeants and 13 detectives. 3 of those detectives are funded by AB 109 money, and their mission is to reduce violence within the city of Fresno by partnering with multiple local, state, and federal agencies to stop and disrupt gang violence. In 2019, 510 gang members were arrested for various crimes to include murder, shooting, stabbings, possession of illegal weapons, and narcotics possession. The MAGIC unit recovered 351 firearms from gang members last year. We also have the Adult Compliance Team, which is totally funded with state AB 109 money, 1 sergeant and 3 detectives. They work with the probation department and other allied agencies with the task of conducting compliance check on subjects who are on probation who would have otherwise been incarcerated prior to AB 109. The 2019 stats are 2,789 probation contact searches, 414 arrests. They recovered 72 firearms and authored 36 search warrants. And the next unit is the graffiti unit that has 1 manager and 7 graffiti abatement technicians. Their mission is to make the city of Fresno safe and clean by removing graffiti within 24 hours of receiving the call for service. In 2019, they received 26,957 calls for service and removed 1,760,950 square feet of graffiti in the city of Fresno. They do a phenomenal job, and their response time is usually within 24 hours the graffiti's gone. And the last unit in and under the MAGIC umbrella is the Violence Intervention and Community Services unit, which has 1 community coordinator and 1 admin clerk. The mission of that unit is to provide outreach and services to individuals who desire to leave the gang lifestyle and in order to reduce violent crime occurring within our community. In 2019, 120 gang members were provided services that wanted to get out of the gang lifestyle, and services that were provided to them were things such as anger management, drug and alcohol abuse counseling, tattoo removal, job placement, life skills, and many more. There was 340 participants who had tattoos removed for a total of 4,496 square inches of tattoos removed, mainly gang tattoos that had a value of $325,000. In turn, these participants provided 697 hours of community service to the city of Fresno. And last, I'd like to mention that the same coordinator that does all of the outreach to help stop the gang lifestyle, Maggie Navarro, she also is very involved in the Hispanic Residence Academy. And since she's been doing that, 197 participants have participated in Hispanic Residence Academy to learn about the police department and to have translation provided so they could hear about what the police department does to help build those community partnerships. And that is a summary of the Investigations Bureau. I'd like to now turn it back over to Renee Wadihira, business manager.
And we'll go to the next slide now. We'll give you a brief overview of our budget, and we'll conclude and then go into questions. Camera on?
Oh, you gotta open
It is open.
Can you see me?
Are you able to see?
it.
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. We're looking at the final slide. I'm Renee Wadihira. I'm the Fiscal Affairs Manager for the Police Department. Our final slide is an overview of our general fund budget. It's our FY20 amended budget, and it is $184,896,900. And it funds the various programs that you've just heard about. Primarily, it's made of personnel costs that represents 84% of our budget, totaling $151,533,900. Costs include salaries, fringe, overtime, guaranteed leave, premium pay, pension obligation bonds, and workers' compensation. Included is our overtime budget of $3,457,500. And we expect to end the year within our budget for overtime. The last time we were inside our budget on overtime was in FY12. I expect there will be an additional $1,035,800 of salary savings by year end. Non-personnel costs make up 4% of our budget and total $7 million.
Can I interrupt you? Can you repeat that last number again for us to cut off a little? The salary savings.
The salary savings, I expect $1,035,800 of salary savings by year end, compared to our amended budget as you see it on the screen. Non-personnel costs make up 4% of our budget and total $7,424,000, and we expect to fully expend that budget. Our non-PERS costs pay for things like building leases and utility costs for 10 of our sites, service contracts, primarily software, the body-worn camera contract, our Glock gun purchase, the shot spotter contract, blood draw analysis and toxicology from our motor unit, outside legal services, evidence tow storage, training and hiring costs, just to name a few. Next are the internal service funds, or our internal service fund budget. It's $21,626,100 and represents 12% of our budget. The charges represent, they represent charges for service by other city departments, including information services for computers and network charges, communications, which is for phones, fleet services, which are vehicle purchases and maintenance, facilities costs, and property and liability insurance charges. I estimate there will be a savings of about $388,600 in that category. Lastly, you'll see the contingency line or category. It's $4,312,900. Basically, this represents money that has been swept out of our personnel budget. It's salary savings. It's been swept into contingency so that to protect it, and it will be used to balance the city's overall general fund budget. Overall, I believe that we will end the year with $5,737,300 in savings that will be used to balance the general fund. And sirs, this completes our presentation.
Yeah, you can go ahead and close out the slide. You know, I would just like to conclude that you've seen our officers do their presentation. You may have noticed this band across our badges. I want to explain what that represents. Last week, Officer Damon Gottsweiler was killed. He's a deputy sheriff in Santa Cruz County. He was ambushed and murdered in the county. He'll be buried on Wednesday. He is survived by a wife, a young child, and an unborn baby who he'll never get to meet. So I understand we mourn the loss of life throughout our country. We only wear this for officers who are killed in the state of California. Because if we mourned every officer's life that were killed, we'd never take this off. So I just want you to consider that as we move forward, while we won't be able to march, we do mourn in our own way for the loss of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Police Chief Hall. And we're with you in mourning the loss of the officer's life. And our thoughts are with his family. Is there anything else you'd like to add to your presentation before we go to public comment?
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. We're going to go to public comment first, and then we'll return to the Council for any questions and comments. Those who want to speak, please identify yourselves when we unmute you, and we will allow you 3 minutes to address the Council. And be warned, if you are inappropriate, we will mute and remove you and refer you to the police department for follow-up. So with that, we'll go to TJ Shelton. You're the first one up. Please identify yourself and address the Council. Mr. Shelton.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, my name's Terry Brent Shelton Jr. I'm a 4th generation electrician. This is my only 2nd time ever sitting in on a council meeting. I was on the one earlier too. You know, with all of the technical difficulties, and I appreciate the heroism that is probably behind much people who go into law enforcement. Same thing with firefighters, except I think they've got a cleaner name today than police department, fire department. And I think that Esmeralda and Miguel and some of the other people, sorry, I don't know most of your names, where they want to focus on like involving the community and mental health into first responders. When you guys respond to like suicide calls, could we not divert that someplace else? People trust firefighters more. We're talking about you guys' budget, and personally, honestly, no offense to any of you gentlemen, from my perspective on this ball called Earth, I would rather see more allocated to firemen training people to do this than policemen training people to do this, because we have a technical difficulty that is a mental health crisis in this nation. And I don't want to eat up too much of your time, but I feel for the officer who died. I understand the band on badge, and I understand there are many good people in police enforcement and that we do need police enforcement, but I do think that some of the money that is allocated to you guys, if we can't figure out a place in the budget to come up with some funding for some local community organizations and oversight, maybe interacting with IA, part of your crisis intervention aimed.
We lost Mr. Shelton. The next person up is Lisa Flores. You will be unmuted. Lisa Flores, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Andy, first thing, please wear a mask, because every time I see you in public.
Oh, that was me. I did it on accident. That's all who got here.
Ms. Flores, are you still there? Ms. Flores?
Yes. Yes.
Are you still there? Go ahead. Please address your comments to myself. Let's keep it about the police budget, please.
Okay, well, the police budget. First, let me say I am a daughter of a retired sergeant. So I come from the family of the blue. And I just want to say, reviewing the budget, it is very bloated. I personally would like to see a cut of $14.8 million to the budget. As I went through your budget today, I noticed things that kind of don't belong in our community, like your ammunition from 120 to almost $300,000. Really? We need that many bullets in Fresno? And I also would like to know, how come workman's comp has escalated so much? And what is it with the chemical and gas, line item 56114? Why do we need that in Fresno? Why are we getting so militaristic? I don't see the reason why the police budget is 53%.
Thank you,
Your
Ms.
own admission. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. All right, next person up is Ivanka Saunders. You're being unmuted. You have 3 minutes to address the council. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Ivanka Saunders with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and we work with community members throughout the Central Valley, including the city of Fresno. We work along with a lot of our partner organizations such as BHC, Fresno Barrios Unidos, and Family Faith in the Valley, Fresno. And we've submitted a letter addressed to all you council members listing the priorities that community members have stated to us that must be funded through this upcoming budget. Some of those priorities I've already mentioned last week: the housing programs, truck rerouting, funding the Advanced Peace Program, including increased public works and services and increased funding for parks and recreation. We just want to reiterate that we support the demands of the Fresno State Chapter's NAACP. We have such an incredible opportunity right now to reimagine public safety, not just for Fresno, but as a model for all of the other cities. Furthermore, the creation of the Commission for Police Reform must take steps of real public engagement. This commission to be truly transparent and transformative. We would hope to see that the commission's meetings are public, held either on Zoom or after COVID in accessible public spaces, that the meetings need to be shared with the public with a notice at least once 1 week before the meeting takes place, translation services, and the commission's work should be time bound with that proposal out by 90 days so that the momentum can be sustained in the implementation phase and not just become a status quo. We thank you for taking these initial steps, and we look forward to working with you all as always. Thank you.
Thank you. Give us 1 second here. We're looking at for some folks. The next person will be Ashley Rojas. You'll go next. And then after that, go ahead, Ashley, you have the floor.
Hello, Council. Thank you, President Arias. My name is Ashley Rojas. I am a D1 resident, 5th generation Fresnan, and the Executive Director of Fresno Barrios Unidos. We know that budget speaks to values, and we want to know fundamentally, do you believe that Fresno, that our community has the capacity to heal, recover, and thrive? Or do you believe that we will forever be a community that requires militarized police to keep us in order? Our current investment strategy has failed to yield the return on investments desired. Our current investment strategy will continue to fail because it fundamentally does not address the basic needs of our community. We fail to invest in the socio-cultural environment, the physical and built environment, and the economic environment of our community. This systemic and historic divestment in our community leaves us with pervasive individual and community level trauma, resulting in intergenerational poverty, long-term unemployment, limited employment, deterioration of environments, unhealthy and often dangerous public spaces with crumbling built environments, disconnected and damaged social relationships and social networks, and the elevation of destructive, dislocating social norms. We need now investments into our community more than ever, with the resulting impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent economic crisis. Our community is in urgent need of reimagining safety so that we can invest in our community. This means equitable opportunities, economic empowerment and workforce development. This means increased community wealth and resources, creating safer places throughout our community, housing, quality transportation, and reclaiming and improving public spaces, rebuilding social relationships, strengthening social norms, and encouraging healthy behaviors. We're talking about community-based public health that is trauma-informed and culturally centered. There are opportunities to immediately reimagine safety by reallocating public relation dollars that the Fresno Police Department currently uses to coerce relationships with community. And if they want to invest in building positive community relations, they would turn inward and improve their practices to mitigate harm caused to our community. There are also opportunities to get rid of the cannabis specialized unit, considering cannabis is a legal substance in the state of California and in the city of Fresno. There are also opportunities to demilitarize the police department. Comments were made earlier about tear gas and the levels of bullets. That does not even name the highly militarized vehicles and transportation that the police department has. There are lots of opportunities to cut the bloat from the police department and reinvest in our communities, and I urge you to consider this comment.
Thank you, Ashley. The next person up is Assembly Member Dr. Joaquin Arambula. You have the floor. You can address the council.
Good afternoon, Council President Arias and Fresno City Council members. I'm a longtime resident of the city of Fresno, and as a state assembly member, I represent 41% of the city. I welcome and support the local and national discussion regarding America's history of racism, inequity, and police brutality against African Americans and other minorities. Because police misconduct is often related to larger systemic social issues, I believe that local, state, and national elected leaders have a responsibility to help us heal. For my part, I am taking action to fix that system. Last year, I was proud to vote for Assembly Bill 392, which became law and set tougher standards for when law enforcement officers can use deadly force. Last week, I voted with the vast majority of Assembly members to approve ACA 5 and let the state's voters decide this fall if they want to overturn Proposition 209. These are only two small steps heading us in the right direction. It is now time for us to consider more expansive, systemic change. We see and hear the cry for it all across America, and its time has come. As you and we deliberate local and state budget priorities, I believe we must listen to the voices that are seeking change. The peaceful protest organized recently by the Fresno State NAACP is an example we can all learn from. Despite the COVID-19 pandemic, people have rallied because they are angry and frustrated and want change now. While I do not think that defunding our police department is wise, I do think a constant re-examination into how half our city's budget is spent is a correct course of action. Do all Fresno neighborhoods feel safer? Do all Fresno neighborhoods feel protected? We have limited resources in our state and city to fund programs. We must be more careful and transparent with taxpayer dollars than ever before. I am ready to help assist the City Council in your efforts to better analyze your police budget. Would our community be safer if some of the department's budget was directed to keeping young people healthy and productive? Fresno must meet the challenge of this moment. I believe we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Dr. Joaquin Arambula, for addressing the council. Next person is Jennifer Gallegos. And for the public, we have approximately more than 40 speakers lined up. We're going to try and have the speakers address us for a minute so we can get through all the public speakers and get to council discussion on this most important topic of our public safety police department budget. Jennifer Gallegos, you have the floor if you want to unmute yourself.
Okay, so hello council members. Okay, there we go, sorry. Hello council members, my name is Jennifer and I'm calling as a concerned community member. Gary, I want you to pay attention and get off of Twitter. Unfortunately, like many others, I have also suffered from police brutality, and if I'm being honest, I believe it was due to the color of my skin. Police brutality has greatly affected my loved ones and the community of Fresno. As you discuss the budget for law enforcement, I hope that you truly care about the community's input, not what happened with the whole Andy Hall chief. This is not a check mark for you to fill out. These are people's life at stake. Isaiah Murrieta would still be alive if it wasn't for police brutality. Internal investigations don't result in justice, and that is not fair. As a social worker for child welfare, I can tell you that FPD gets paid too much for what social workers could be doing if we were the ones answering the crisis. Maybe our incarceration rate wouldn't be as high as it is right now. If we have community social workers controlling our streets, Fresno would be safer. Luis Chavez, you have up to 30% of your 2018 contributions that came from law enforcement. The estimate of that was $84,000. Will you be siding with the people that you are here to represent, or will you side with your donors? Stop investing in the deaths of our community members and start protecting our lives. Jerry Dyer that's enough to say. When Council President Arias got called law enforcement, he got cited instead of his attackers. And then a cop went to every other city council member's house to protect them, even if they were not direct threats made their way. Invest in the people who gave you this job. If not, you will be getting voted out during your next term, and I will make sure of that. If I would be calling FPD, who knows if I would be alive right now. We have to remember we pay their salary. Andy Hall, that is for you. We pay your salary. Start listening to the people. I yield my time.
Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to keep going. We're going to limit it to a minute comments. Kyle Lopez-Schmitz, you are now being unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. Kyle, can you hear us?
Thank you, City Council. Yeah, I'm here. I would like to express my concern about the Fresno Police Department budget. Wanted to highlight one thing that I witnessed in March and kind of the early stage of the pandemic. African American youth was detained in front of my house for over 20 minutes as they bantered him with questions about where he was going, why he was walking, why he wasn't in quarantine, and that somebody had reported him as a suspicious person in the neighborhood. Meanwhile, other people had been violating the shelter-in-place order who were white and not treated in the same way by Fresno police officers, and in many cases embraced, including by our chief of police at the Freedom Rally in front of City Hall. So I think there's an ongoing case of racial bias policing in our community that needs immediate addressing, and I think a dramatic way to do that is to shift significant amounts of the responsibilities that the Fresno Police Department has cobbled together over the years. And you heard that in the hearing announcement about graffiti abatement and transit policing and mental health responses and homelessness responses. We need to defund the Fresno Police Department from those responsibilities so they can focus on getting right what their core responsibilities are, and prove to the community that they can do those in a cost-effective way while we deal with the rest of our community safety issues in more coherent and logical ways than people arriving with guns who don't have the adequate training or the adequate presence of mind to deal with the issues that our community faces. And in that case also, we need to be looking about our built environment. I work in community development for the last 2 decades, and dramatically have seen that by increasing park funding, by increasing community facilities, places for people to be in community together without the threat of police violence, that could dramatically reduce the amount of crime that we have in our community, and to do that in a concentrated way. In my particular neighborhood, there's 2 facilities that Fresno Police rent. One used to be the Big Brothers Big Sisters office at Dudley and Fulton, which is the street where I grew up, that has a police use, but I rarely see anybody actually using it. So that's a facility that we may be renting that we don't need to. Additionally, the office next to High Top Coffee on Wishon, while a good idea of having a community police presence, I don't think has delivered on the promises that were made to the community about direct connection with the police, and that would be a community space that's often blacked out, curtained. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Nicolas Lara. Nicolas, you are unmuted. You have opportunity to address the council. Can you hear us?
Yes. All right.
Go ahead.
My name is Nico Lara, and I just want to address that the Fresno Police Department budget is 53%. However, resources to communities, particularly communities of color, are very scarce. My question is why is that? And why are we having this discussion to begin with? I understand some, and I repeat, some police go in with good intentions, but they are trained under the same corrupt system that upholds white supremacy and power disparity. Though police claim to offer peace, our people say otherwise, investing and patrolling effects of the system when the root is not addressed. The root is that police are militarized armed gangs that descend from slave patrols. You can deny this all you want, but your intended ignorance is continuing oppression in our communities. Defund the police and invest in our communities' health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lara. The next person is Michael Cranes. You've been unmuted. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Michael, you have an opportunity.
You're good. It's Cranes. Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to keep this short. So this past week, many in Fresno were told that the city had created a commission on police reform. A commission focusing on community-based policing methods, among other to be determined efforts. City council members, I want to explain why those efforts of reform won't work. Let me paint a picture. 5 years ago, the Minneapolis Police Department was under pressure in the wake of both the national crisis of police killings of unarmed Black men and its own local history of unnecessary police violence. In response, the department's leaders implemented implicit bias trainings, de-escalation techniques, crisis intervention, increasing the diversity of the force, stricter use of force policies, adoption of body cameras, police community dialogues, and that list goes on. A lot of the same efforts that I imagine this commission in Fresno will endorse. Well, how did that work for Minneapolis and the numerous other departments and cities that have adopted these same measures? The research tells us that it didn't. What this conversation lacks to acknowledge is the expansion in the scope of intensity of policing in the last 40 years. Every social problem in poor and non-white communities has been turned over to the police to manage. Our schools don't work, let's create school policing. No funding for mental health services, let's send in the police. Substance abuse is an unaddressed epidemic, let's criminalize people who share drugs. Young people are caught in a cycle of violence and despair, let's put them in prison. There's a reason why the US only makes up 5% of the global population, but has nearly 25% of the world's population. So when we say defund the police, what we mean is that we need non-police solutions to problems that our community faces on a day-to-day basis. Let me quickly repeat that. When we say defund the police, what we mean is that we need non-police solutions to the problems that our community faces on a day-to-day basis. We must invest in housing, in employment, in healthcare, in ways that target the problems of public safety. Instead of criminalizing homelessness, we need publicly financed supportive housing. Instead of gang units, we need community-based anti-violence programs like Advanced Peace. We need trauma services and jobs for young people. Instead of school police, we need more counselors, after-school programs, and restorative justice programs. And lastly, instead of budgeting nearly $2 million a year to pay off legal claims against the police in Fresno, we need leadership that fulfills the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michael. The next person would be Mariah Thompson. Mariah, you've been unmuted. You have an opportunity to address the council.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mariah Thompson. I am a resident of Fresno District 1, and I am the director of the National Lawyers Guild, the local chapter. I'm here to support community calls for defunding the police, and I simultaneously want to bring up the related issue of community policing, because I think there is a misunderstanding and people think it is both possible to have community policing while simultaneously defunding the police. Community policing is a form of policing that increases police budgets significantly. It's not new. It has been around since the 1970s. It often serves to legitimize the police in the eyes of the community, especially during times of unrest. It creates more money for cops. It puts more cops on the ground in communities who then work with community sources of power who rely on community resources to put more eyes on the ground and more involvement in the everyday life of citizens. Having more cops on the ground means more individual and cop contact, which means more opportunities for people to become in contact with the carceral state and get arrested and get cited. And this is all very resource intensive. So this means more money. So I think the city is rushing to find a solution to a very urgent problem, but also a problem that has long history A lot of things have been tried. There is data on this that we should be exploring before we make decisions. And so when the city is making decisions about funding or defunding the police, I think it is important to look at the overall structure we're trying to implement and make decisions about funding based on that and those values. And the community is saying to defund the police and put the money elsewhere. So we need to really consider if community policing is going to achieve that goal or be counterproductive to that goal.
Thank you. Thank you for addressing the council. Next person is Grecia Alenes. You have the floor.
Thank you, Council Member or Council President Arias, and thank you for the opportunity to comment this afternoon. My name is Grecia Alenes, and today I'm commenting simply as a resident and not as a behalf of Leadership Council. I simply want to state my, complete support of the previous comments that have been made and the prior presentation that the NAACP group has conducted last Thursday. We do need bold new solutions. We need non-police solutions to the very real issues that many of the residents in Fresno face. And the answer cannot be more uniformed officers, more armed uniformed officers. You can ask any person of color, is particular Black people and Black men, and they do not feel safer simply by having an armed officer in their community. That is not the solution. As such, we need to think more creatively and more innovative about the solutions that we are proposing, including having the Reform Commission be a supermajority of Black citizens, because those are the lives that are being targeted right now and have historically been targeted. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Carolina Garza de la Cruz. You have an opportunity to address the council.
Yes. I would like to start by saying, Officer Hall, I kind of anticipated the trauma of hearing something that would trigger a great emotion from the police. And I have to say that by you making reference to the police officer shot near our community by an alt-right extremist, and then referencing not being able to march like Black Lives Matters is a great concern. And we hear that from our police leaders from all over the Central Valley. And that is why we have no trust. I need you to hear us, that the blue wall has been broken. And that is a community that demonstrated that, and that does not belong to Black Lives Matters, and we do not want cops to die. There is a blue wall outside of each of our homes. For some, that provides a sense of great safety. For others, it is refugee-like fear in our own land by public servants. So City of Fresno, listen to your community and the world as we engage, as we are designed to, in a moral budget, one that answers to the people. We need to reimagine safety, and that does not mean we want cops to die. The blue wall has been broken and it needs to be shattered. Understand that, Chief Hall.
Thank you. All right, the next person is Kimberly McCoy. Kimberly, you have the floor.
Thank you, Council President. My name is Kimberly McCoy. I'm the Project Director for Fresno Building Healthy Communities. I encourage the Council to pass a budget that reflects priorities like funding for our parks and green space, quality housing, youth programs, arts and trails, and programs like Advanced Peace. Every year we see 53% of the city's budget given to the police department, but little or no investment in communities of color. These communities are overlooked every year at budget discussions. The time is now to take a different approach to public safety and have a budget that reflects our needs in the most vulnerable communities. I urge the Council to pass a budget like that to show investment, to show that we care about our communities, to show that we care about youth, and to let the young people know that you hear them and you hear their calls and you understand what they're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Brandy. You now have the floor to address the council for a minute.
Thank you very much, Council. I want to specifically address repeat your support for an alternative to the homeless task force and divestment of funds to more effective efforts. I also agree with the other articulate things said earlier. I want to add that in order to not continue ineffective status quo, your team to respond and implement solutions should largely be made up of people who are experiencing homelessness firsthand, who know the challenges, who can tell you what they need and how to address the problems that the city is experiencing with homelessness. And I propose the funds go to including the Homeless in the Action Plan, develop an advisory council of homeless individuals, include them in your subcommittee, conduct surveys. Most of the information you receive is mostly filtered for people who are relatively distant and are only responding to certain causes instead of all of them. One of the lieutenants mentioned the percentage of people who did not accept services. That was before the triage centers and did not include or take into consideration valid reasons why, such as having to leave a pet behind or feeling more unsafe at the pub than where they were at. And I've also heard during that time many, many more people who were never offered services. I support a team that includes advocates like Des and others who've been working with the homeless, social workers has been mentioned, the fire department has been mentioned. Within the Fresno Police Department, I would propose to fund that every contact with the homeless will be accompanied by a social worker. The homeless task force is not effective in eradicating the presence of people sleeping outside nor getting people off the street. For the most part, when they displace them, that's simply all that happens and it's waste of resources. There's also been evidence and reports by the homeless and advocates that officers in the homeless task force, not all of them, but that there have been those who have verbally and physically mistreated and threatened the homeless while they're trying to preserve their possessions, simply trying to survive. There are many documented occasions when officers in the homeless task force have not followed protocol to document and store possessions to be retrieved and instead placed bicycles and wheelchairs in the crusher.
Thank you, Brandy. Next person, Simon. You now are unmuted. You can address the council. Can you hear us, Simon?
I can. Hello, my name is Reverend Simon Biasel. I'm a resident of District 1. You can call me Simone, though, if you like.
Simon.
I would like to first publicly express my appreciation to Mayor Brand for working with community organizer efforts to paint a Black Lives Matter mural on the street in front of City Hall. Not too long ago, I remember sitting in a town hall meeting when public officials refused to acknowledge that Black Lives Matter because they thought it was a controversial statement. I give credit to community leaders like Dr. Binion, Pastor DJ Kreiner, Dr. Atua, Pastor BT Lewis for their persistent work of drawing attention to why the Black Lives Matter movement is not controversial, but rather essential. However, it is not enough for the mayor to only support Black Lives Matter being painted on the street. It is also crucial that the mayor works to put Black Lives Matter in our city's budget. As recently reported, every time there's a shooting death in our city, it costs the taxpayers over $2 million. Many of these fundings comes directly from the police department budget. We know the victim of gun violence unequally affects the Black community. With this in mind, we've been budgeting millions of dollars for the death of Black lives, but have not been budgeting enough to save Black lives. Last year, the community came to the mayor and the council asking to budget only $300,000 for advanced peace, which has been statistically proven to save lives, specifically Black lives. We are coming again this year, already having raised hundreds of thousands of dollars from the community for advanced peace. The community has gone above and beyond to invest in advanced peace, and now we are asking for the mayor and the city to do their part. While the Black Lives Matter mural will send a strong message that our city stands with our African American sisters and brothers, we know that eventually the mural's paint will fade. However, the dollars we invest in advanced peace will lead to permanent results of Black lives being saved. Black Lives Matter is not a controversial statement, it is an essential statement. Advanced Peace is not a controversial program, it is an essential program. Thank you.
Esmeralda, you are up next. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good afternoon. I am Esmeralda Luna, community member and former direct care staff at a short-term residential therapeutic program for adolescents ages 12 to 17, formerly known as group homes. While there, I witnessed time after time the city failing our youth, including Fresno Unified School, throughout all districts. Our youth often face underlying issues such as trauma, substance abuse, parent neglect, among other issues. They often run away, putting their safety in danger, possibly putting them on the streets, vulnerable to become victims of human trafficking. And if they are found by PD, they are often criminalized, possibly thrown into juvenile hall. There is no consistency, no structure set up so our youth can truly overcome any and all barriers and be successful. I demand we divest from police and allocate funds for programs and services that will heal our youth from trauma, that allows them to explore their career interests and become independent. We need paid work study programs, more social workers, more mental health services, more academic counselors to guide our students. Although some can argue that there are already services in place, there are not enough to equip to serve the needs of Fresno. There are lots of gaps. Why do we continue to fund policing when we can't even get our youth through high school? This is not a one specific district issue. This is a citywide issue. Our youth deserve better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next person is identified as June. June, you are now unmuted. Go ahead and address the council.
Hi, yes, my name is June Stanfield. I'm a lifelong Southwest Fresno resident, and I would like to address the diversity on your police department. Out of 826 signed-in police officers are sworn in. If I'm not mistaken, less than 100 of those are African American. That is an issue when you're dealing with the issues we're dealing with right now with Black Lives Matter. I think that's something we need to address, something you need to look at seriously. And on top of that, I'd just like to address that it's sad that we're still here today, still talking about this police brutality. This has been going on way too long. We need to move on. We need more accountability. We need more transparency, and we need more diversity. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, June, for addressing the council and for taking the time to do so. Next person is Rosali Baptista. You have been unmuted.
And I want to acknowledge, just like Jennifer did, that you have the endorsement of Mims and Dyer, and we know exactly what that means. And we want you to correct that for what it has been. And I think it's ridiculous that for over an hour and a half, we have heard from everything from cameras to canine meet and greets, and every division ignored the public outcry for justice. Paul wanted to start by deflecting responsibility and framing our community in a bad light by highlighting recent stabbings, but he, as well as Jerry Dyer, continuously dismissed the countless unjustifiable murders of Fresnans by officers, like the murder of 16-year-old Isaiah Murrieta, shot in the back of the head by Sergeant Ray Villalzo, and the names that you see outside of City Hall today. Yet you acknowledge the loss of a police officer while ignoring the losses of our brown and Black communities at the hands of your officers. The rest of the presentation listing their divisions and duties has only shown us exactly who and what we wouldn't need to spend money on if we reinvested funds into preventing circumstances that create crime, like poverty, unhousing, lack of investment in mental health and education. It's also shown us all of the departments that should be handled by therapists, social workers, and medical experts, not armed, ill-equipped police officers. We know exactly what needs to happen, just as NAACP has shown us. You see the demands and you hear us, but you ignore it this whole time. Not one person has taken responsibility for Fresno PD's crimes against brown and Black communities in this meeting, and it needs to be dismantled immediately. Funds need to be reallocated to education, social work, public health, and rehabilitation. That's it.
Thank you. Next person is Michael Dominguez. You have been unmuted and you can address the council. Mr. Dominguez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Great. So I'm Michael Dominguez. I'm a resident here in District 5. I work in education and have been in the field for the past 10 years here in Fresno. We need care, not cops. It is absolutely ridiculous and unacceptable that our poorest and most marginalized communities are also the most heavily policed, surveilled, and incarcerated. Often these are communities of color, which is a direct product of redlining here in Fresno. Former police chief and Mayor-elect Dyer is even known for saying that his policing practices most definitely factors in race. And to do this, Fresno PD receives more than 50% of our general funds. This authoritarian practice does nothing to serve our communities and is only operating as punishment with no possibility for positive change. Our city leaves huge swaths of Fresno citizens to drown in poverty, and only when they are thrashing for survival, only when they make waves to stay afloat, only then do we step in with handcuffs and gunfire. This is unacceptable. We must divest and defund police and instead invest our efforts and money into programs and practices that serve to uplift our communities and not punish them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Ariel. Ariel, you've been unmuted. You can address the council. Can you hear us? All right, we'll move on to the next person. The next person is Efrain Botello. Please identify yourself and you can address the council. Efrain?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Efrain Botello. I'm a resident of Southeast Fresno, and I'm just here to urge the city to listen to community and the national movement to reimagine what public safety truly looks like. As decision makers, y'all could take bold leadership by committing to divest from the Fresno Police Department and investing in the community through an equity framework. From personal experience growing up in Southeast Fresno, I've witnessed too many people not have access to resources and opportunities in order to reach their full potential. I also work with youth who similarly walk around with so much potential but still face the same barriers that I did growing up. It's unacceptable and unfair to continuously tell our youth that there is not enough money for their needs when we currently spend more than 50% of the general funds on police. Communities with limited police presence are nothing new and already exist. So this is not a radical idea. If you look at suburbs across the nation, there is little police presence. In neighborhoods of Northeast and Northwest Fresno, there is little police presence. Ironic enough, these are the communities where there is more opportunity and resources for youth and families. So why are we not treating the people of South Fresno the same? What message are we sending to our youth in South Fresno? If we continue to give the system, which heavily criminalizes and discriminates against them, over 50% of the budget, what does that mean? Police do not put an end to community violence. Alternative programs like Advanced Peace and community-based organizations who have access to the community do. I understand that some of you are loyal to Fresno Police Department due to the funds they provide you. However, now is not the time for conflict of interest. Take bold leadership as a council member and stand up against the funds that the police department has robbed of our youth and families. The best way to reach our youth is to invest in their well-being and their development. You have an opportunity to do so by divesting from the police department and investing in our communities in Southeast and Southwest Fresno. We will never progress as a city if we are not open to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Botello. Next person is Sarah, she, her, and know that we have about another 40 speakers. So you have been unmuted and you can address the council for a minute. Sarah, can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So last year, I worked as a victim advocate with the County Crime Victim Assistance Center, where I helped victims and survivors of shootings, attempted murders, assaults, robberies, and DUIs, as well as homicides. In my 1 year of working there, I alone served nearly 1,000 victims. The most common crime my clients had experienced was a shooting or other gun violence. I believe my caseload and that of FPD officers would have been much lower if Fresno had a program like Advanced Peace. I now work in education, and I am so grateful to be on this side of the work, because it is messed up how at my last job, so many of our youth only entered my life when their lives were already over. Many of my cases also would have concluded much sooner if Fresno prioritized affordable housing. That's because relocation is one of the most pressing needs of survivors. In Fresno, relocation takes way too long because clients can't even find affordable housing to relocate to. Advocates' resources were also strained by those experiencing homelessness and untreated mental illness requiring services outside our purview. Both those issues could be better addressed through a housing-first approach, but Fresno won't get to try that or any other successful model without proper funding. I urge you to look at the human and financial costs of violent crime in our city and invest in evidence-based solutions. Redirect some of FPD's funds so we can interrupt and prevent violence through Advanced Peace and ensure our residents get roofs over their heads when they are most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. for addressing the council. Next person is Mitchin. Mitchin, you've been unmuted. You have an opportunity to address the council.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mitchum Callahan, and I just had some questions and also some comments on just the budget as I've seen it. I noticed on one of the divisions there was way more special response teams in the southern areas of Fresno, and I think that just adds to the reality that we all know of, that there's way more presence in the South than there should be. And also, I wanted to know, why are cops being taught about mental health? Like, they're not meant to be mental health professionals. Let's make their job easier and actually invest in mental health and social services people that, you know, are good at that job and they're specifically gotten a degree for it. I also wanted to know how much money was given to SWAT in the EOD sections, because I imagine it's a lot, just knowing the military industrial complex and what little I've read in the past. And because I don't see a point why there should be heavy militarization or millions of dollars invested in that, because this isn't a war zone. I also wanted to know how the gang prevention unit works, because like, what, we lock up all these gang members, then what, we throw them in prison or the county jail, and then what, they just join more gangs in prison. You're not, like, the recidivism rate in prison is super high. We need to actually like rehabilitate these people, like in that one, what is it, violence intervention, where a lot of gang members joined and there's a lot of success. Like, we need to do more of that stuff that actually changes people, makes them go into the community and say, oh yeah, I want to change. We give them the services. And I don't even think necessarily that has to be under the police department either. That could be in social services as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchin. Great comments. Next person is identified as Mickey. Mickey C., you have been unmuted. Please identify yourself and address the council.
Hello, my name is Mickey. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Mickey Chacon. I'm a District 4 resident. And in the police report, they had, the last slide was about, you know, just the general figures of the budget, how much they asked for, how much they actually got, how much was actually spent. They, if I wasn't mistaken, they mentioned a $5 million surplus or savings. And I want to ask if when you save money, like, do you still ask for that same amount of money like the next year or the next funding period for the police? Because a lot of police unions are sketchy about police defunding, but they don't even use all the amount of money that they are given anyway. So is that $5 million subtracted from what they asked for in the following funding period? Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is identified as Jessica Morales. Jessica, you will be unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. Identify yourself, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Hello, council. My name is Jessica Morales, and I live in Council Member Chavez's district. I am asking for you all to treat the budget as moral documents. They are an articulation of what and whom our city deems worthy of investment. We need to reimagine safety and invest the millions of dollars used on the Fresno Police Department to be reallocated and invested in communities who have limited resources. Study after study shows that a living wage, access to holistic health services and treatment, educational and employment opportunities, affordable and stable housing, transit access, and youth programming are far more successful in reducing crime in prisons. We need solutions, not punishment. I'd like to invite you all to think about how many individuals have already lived with limited police presence in their neighborhoods. If you grew up in a well-off, predominantly white suburb, how often did you interact with police? Communities with lots of jobs, strong schools, economies, and social safety nets are already in some ways living in a world without police. Police safety is bigger than policing. I hope that you acknowledge that there are other ways to think about safety than armed paramilitary forces with a proven track of racism, brutality, and a focus on responding to harm after it has happened rather than de-escalating or preventing it to happen in the first place. The city of Fresno needs to disrupt the status quo, which is a seemingly never-ending list of names, hashtags, and lives cut way too short, by police violence and a system that has ongoing harassment and intimidation by communities of color. We need to do better and build together. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person up will be Des Martinez. Des, you have a minute to address the council. Can you hear us?
Is that even Des?
Des Martinez. All right, Des. We're gonna go to the next person.
Not even on mute.
Marissa Corpus. We are unmuting you, Marissa.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Marisa Corpus, and I'm a resident of D2, and I'm here to comment on the police budget. Right now is a time for us not to just reimagine safety, but to actually create it. We all have that capability right now, especially all of you sitting here. A safer future means getting to the root of the challenges in our communities rather than thinking police are solving them because of the budget they have. We have heard in our community and communities across the country time and time again that police are instilling fear rather than peace. Helping our community means that we reinvest the police budget into the community where we need it most, like creating safe, sustainable, and affordable housing, creating jobs, especially for those who have lost them due to the pandemic that are city funded and starting at $15 an hour. Also calling for Mayor-elect Dyer to decline his upcoming city salary, and we can reinvest that money as well into the community. Invest in advanced peace in Fresno. These are just some of the examples that we can use, and there's many more, but by reducing funds from the police department, we can reallocate these services that never required policing in the first place. Our safest communities are the ones that have the most resources, not the most policing. I trust that you will reinvest funding into our people most impacted by the pandemic, poverty, and racism in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Marissa Moraza. We will unmute you.
Yes, perfect. You can hear me.
Marissa, can you hear us? You're up next. Marissa Moraza?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect. My name is Marisa Moraza, and I'm speaking as a community member and constituent of District 2 today. $185 million of general fund money to the police department is astounding. Budgets show priorities. This shows we value policing over community. I urge the council to divest money from Fresno Police Department and reimagine safety. It is essential that the council create equitable solutions in order to cultivate safety and support our community. Equity means just and fair inclusion into a society in which all can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential. Equity means investing in our most vulnerable populations and those who have been most affected by systems of oppression. We need to divest from the police department and invest this money into preventative services, safe, accessible housing for vulnerable populations. We need complete neighborhoods and investments in South Fresno infrastructure. We need youth development and employment programs that are trauma-informed and are a living wage. We need to invest in advanced peace. And the answer is not more community policing. We are not asking for more officers, training, and police community events. We are demanding investments in alternative interventions to policing that support our community, not criminalizing them. Our neighborhoods have been destabilized because of lack of investment and neglect, and we need to address the systemic racism of our institutions, and this absolutely means looking at policing and police in Fresno. We must create a new vision for Fresno that centers the humanity of our community members, listen and work with community to create change and reimagine safety. Thank you.
Mr. Dang, please identify yourself. You're unmuted.
My name is Tien Dang. I'm with Fresno Barrios Unidos. How do we address issues of poverty and crime underpinned by a grievous history of acute oppression? How can we help our community flourish? A large investment in the Fresno PD is a myopic strategy that reacts to the symptoms, not the racist root issues. It fundamentally stunts the imagination, creativity, and collective agency of our community. It proclaims that we're not good enough to heal from within. The Fresno PD receives 53% of our general funding. Crime has, however, continued to increase. How have you helped foster safety, build our community? A strong police presence can, in my personal opinion, and my personal experience, be perceived as a terrorizing force. Thanks to the people who invested in me, I graduated high school as a valedictorian. I just finished my master's. I invest into my community through effortless hard work. Oh, and by the way, I'm from the hood, Southwest Fresno. We are capable. And despite all this, I've been pulled over and harassed countless times by Fresno PD because I, quote unquote, looked like I stole my car, because I looked like I was carrying, because I looked like a gang member. How does this instill safety? It's dehumanizing. The underbelly of Fresno is not Southwest or Southeast Fresno. It's the Fresno PD. Defund the Fresno PD. Our neighborhoods, particularly Southeast and Southwest Fresno, are in dire need of infrastructure improvements. Our Southeast Asian Americans are in dire need of more social services. How much funding are you directing toward our refugee neighbors? Fund the mental health sector. We need to foster fierce community leaders. Invest in advanced peace in Fresno. Fund jobs that equip our community with trauma-informed and culturally sensitive frameworks to heal from within. I implore you to stop depriving us of our collective agency. Believe in our potential. Invest in us. We don't need terror. We need collective empowerment. We need healing. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Deng. The next person is Hannah Clark. You are being unmuted. You have a minute to address the council.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead.
So I am a resident of District 4 in Fresno. My name is Hannah Clark. And my dad actually worked in the program called Care Fresno in the late 90s. And a lot of those programs went into the community of education, having a place for kids to go after school and things of that nature. And that, although they did work in partnership with the police department, they accomplished goals of lower crime in those neighborhoods independent of the police. And so I invite the police to drastically reduce and defund its budget of 53%. I also am a taxpayer in the city, and I do not consent to my money being used in this way of being put towards so much of the police budget. As a taxpayer, I'm exercising my rights, and yeah, thank you so much. I yield my time.
Thank you for yielding your time. The next person is Cato P. As in Paul, Cato, you've been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. Please identify yourself.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Cato Prado, and I'm speaking as a concerned member of the community. Today, I urge the council to adopt the guiding principles outlined in the letter that was sent from Fresno Building Healthy Communities and other community-based orgs who work hand in hand every day with community members, especially young people who are impacted by the state of over-policing in Fresno. A violently massive police budget is not what our community needs. We need the council to prioritize reallocating FPD funding in order to directly invest in not just the protection, but the advancement of disadvantaged communities by ensuring their decision-making powers. The city must take seriously the need to redefine and reimagine public safety for the health and wellness of all people in Fresno. And with that comes a necessary task of strategically defunding the police department so that things like parks, affordable housing, public services, and research-backed programs to end violence like advanced peace can be intentionally invested in. I really urge you all to look at the other ways that cities have already begun to defund and demilitarize their police departments to see just how possible it is, and to also take seriously and act upon the just demands of the letter from that inspiring coalition of CBOs I mentioned earlier, as well as the demands outlined by the Fresno State NAACP chapter. I would like to remind all that these kinds of demands are not new, rather that they stem from histories of grassroots organizing, the work of predominantly Black and Brown people that has now gained due momentum. Things must change in the city for us to recover from both months of COVID-19 and decades upon decades of systemic racism in Fresno. It is not through symbolism and empty promises, but through policies and explicit budget priorities that the city of Fresno must show their belief that Black lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Cato. The next person is Sadie Gleason. Sadie, you have been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. Sadie, can you hear us?
There we go.
Okay. Ooh.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Sadie Gleason, and I'm a senior Smith Camp student at Fresno State. I'd like to ask the council for a drastic reduction in the police budget and the transferal of resources to social services to actually address root causes and reduce crime before cops are ever even involved. It would be embarrassingly ignorant for the council to ignore the rampant racism and violence in the Fresno Police Department. The police are corrupt, irrationally scared of people of color, and are not held accountable for the harm they do to our community. For example, in 2017, Officer Ray Villalbazo murdered an unarmed 16-year-old and was not held accountable at all, despite the assault being recorded on video. This is just one out of the several Fresno police officers who have brutalized and murdered Fresno citizens and still walk free. In addition to the police's corruption, they do not even do the jobs they are supposed to. I'm not sure where to find stats about the Fresno police in particular, but I found some illuminating statistics from the country as a whole. Across the country, rape cases result in a notoriously low number of charges. In 2017, police closed just 32% of rape cases. Also, according to an FBI database, about 30% of robberies and less than 15% of burglaries and motor vehicle thefts resulted in arrest. I asked the council to consider, why should police departments be allotted so much money when they are not even successful at catching real dangerous criminals? I do not want my tax dollars to go toward funding the livelihoods of these murderers and bullies. Fresno PD is not keeping our community safe. They are terrorizing us and using their power to subjugate poor people and people of color. I ask the council members to open their eyes to the police department's abuses of power and white supremacist ideology, recognize that this is a systemic problem and not just a case of a few bad apples, and de-weaponize and defund this unsalvageable institution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. The next person is Alonso Santos. You've been unmuted. Alonso Santos Gonzalez. Please identify yourself and you'll have a minute to address the council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, is everyone listening? My name is Alonso and I'm with Sunrise Fresno, and I strongly urge the city council to defund and abolish Fresno PD. We are raised to believe that these systems implemented by colonialist, racist society will somehow lift us out of poverty, and that they work for us and protect us and create justice while they turn around and kill our Black and brown brothers and sisters with both bullets and with lack of economic, health, and environmental funding. We have some amazing leaders here in Fresno, and some of whom have given comments earlier today. And so I urge you to talk with these community organizations, talk with these community leaders, and actually listen and implement their ideas to rethink public safety. Money that goes to further militarize the police and pay for excessive force lawsuits and for the murder of Black and brown lives needs to stop. And that money should go to fixing systemic issues and injustices. And a key part of that is investing in these communities such as South Fresno that are over-policed and underfunded. Thank you.
Next person is Cassandra Clayton. Cassandra, you're being unmuted to address the council and the department on the police budget.
Okay, thank you, Council President Arias, and also thank you to our city leaders. My name is Cassandra Clayton, District 4 resident. And I just employ the council to please review and reduce the amount of funding for overtime and workers' compensation. To me, my impression is that this has been a money-making endeavor through pension spiking. I hope it's not, but that's really what it appears to be. I mean, it's nearly close to $20 million for last year, with the majority coming from the general fund. So I think that would be a good starting point to look at the overtime and the workers' compensation. And it's unfortunate that in the budget presentation today that they didn't actually break those numbers out, because they're actually quite significant. Even if it is a $5 million savings, that's still above 10 million just in workers' compensation and overtime. And I also, I would like to know a little bit more about the crisis negotiation team. What's the difference between the crisis negotiation team versus the crisis intervention team? And do they both have licensed mental health clinicians as part of their staff? Because it sounds like this may be a duplication of services. It sounds like they kind of function as the same role, but they didn't really describe how they, what the differentials are to consider which one responds to which crises.
Thank you, Ms. Clayton.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you again, Ms. Clayton. Council, we're up to 46 additional speakers, so be patient as we get through everyone. The next person is number 559-920-0558. You're being unmuted. Please identify yourself and you'll have an opportunity to address the council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Leslie Martinez. I'm speaking as a resident of District 7, a voter in District 7, and a taxpayer. You have heard from community residents who, many of us do this work for free. We are the ones that are being terrorized, and we are here to tell you that we do not want reform. We're here to defund the police department. The police department in Fresno terrorizes and kills unarmed children every single. It's ridiculous, and I'm tired of it because it hurts, because those are folks that I work with directly. For us to forget that they are based in white supremacy and protect white supremacy is ridiculous. I also want to remind every single person on this council today, specifically those that stood on the front lines of those protests, that with protest comes action and requires action. Let's also talk about the fact that how many times Black and brown communities have asked this board for help when it comes to help for rent because they could not pay for it during the pandemic. Let's remind ourselves that we tell Fresno, the Southwest Fresno, that the park they deserve is the only one they deserve is on a landfill. Let's remember that Black children are dying in this city at alarming rates while white children are not. There is no right, there is no wrong, there's nothing to argue here. What we need to do as a community is stand together, and I don't want more patrolling in my city. I don't want to see my neighbors scared when cops race down my street. I want to see kids flourish. I want funded parks. I want funded community centers, because enough is enough and we deserve better. And we do not deserve to be slaughtered on our own street.
Thank you.
Thank you. I yield my time.
The next person that will be unmuted is area code 206. You are being unmuted. You have an opportunity to address the council. Please identify.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Madeline Harris. I'm calling in as a resident and voter here in Fresno and a member of the Sunrise Fresno movement. First of all, I want to say that $184 million budget for the police is completely unacceptable at any time and uniquely insulting at this time in human history. So I genuinely hope to see not a single one of you vote in favor of this proposed police budget. I'm calling in today in solidarity with and following the lead of Black abolitionist organizers across the country to demand that City Council defund and abolish the Fresno Police Department and invest instead in Black communities. I encourage you all to Google the history of policing in the United States, because it originated as a force designed to oppress and enact violence towards Black people for the purpose of keeping money hoarded in the hands of wealthy white property owners. This is not an institution that I believe keeps any of us safe, and I stand with Black organizers across the country who are calling for the defunding and abolition of the police. The Fresno City budget must demonstrate value for Black lives and repair and remediate the unjust discrepancies in this city by defunding the police department and funding services that Black community leaders have been asking for instead. Things like parks, education in schools where police are not present, healthcare, housing, advanced peace, and the list goes on. So Fresno City Council, do not approve a police department budget for $184 million. Defund the police and invest instead in Black communities to protect Black lives and Black joy. Black Lives Matter. I yield my time.
Thank you. Next person is Rose Jones. Rose Jones, you're being unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. Please identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Rose Jones. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please.
Okay, I am a special education teacher and I live in District 6. Mr. Gary Bradford, I'm not sure if that's how you say your name, but I would like to point out that your individual statement for this district ensures increasing the staff of police, so I would like you to truly listen during this time. Also, Mr. Andrew Hall, while we are saddened that cops lose their life, their jobs are not even in the top 10 most dangerous jobs in America, and there is justice when their life is shortened. Those that lose their lives in the hands of policemen at work, unfortunately, do not get that justice that they deserve. Have you taken a moment to fight for the justice of families that have lost their lives at the hands of police like Isaiah and the other names you see on the lawn outside of City Hall? With that, we need to defund the police budget and give reinvestment into the community. The majority of our city budget should not be in policing, and we should demilitarize the police. We need to reinvest into our community, affordable housing. We have a food desert in West Fresno. Our education system and education in Fresno needs to improve, as out of the 1,000 Black students that graduated in Fresno, only 28 are CSU eligible. We need to increase resources to mental illness services so that those in the systems that provide these services can be properly funded and reformed as needed. Give our community the resources they need to get out of survival mode so they can contribute instead of being criminalized. Target the root of the problems instead of using police as enforcers to keep brushing it under the rug. I also stand with the demands of the Fresno State NAACP that they gave during their meeting with the City Council, specifically with opting out of the renewal of the current agreement with the police. Do not stay in the political realm and realize that the Black Lives Matter movement has been here for years and is here to fight for the most disenfranchised, therefore helping everyone in the community have human rights. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Rose. The next person is Dominic. Dominic, you've been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. Please identify yourself.
Yes, hello, good afternoon, City Council President and City Council members. My name is Dominic Samaniego. I'm 17 years old and I am a local community organizer here in Fresno. So as we all know, 50% of Fresno City's budget is spent towards policing. With the history of violence against Black and brown people with police officers that has persisted over the years under former Police Chief Jerry Dyer's reign and the killing of 16-year-old Isaiah Murrieta Golding, the police are clearly not doing their job correctly. Our police system operates under a system that benefits off of systemic racism. If so much money is being spent on policing, then why is there no proper training for police officers? And why aren't police officers receiving implicit bias training? Why are people still falling victim to police brutality? These funds are clearly not being put to good use. These funds can be put elsewhere, such as our low-income communities of color, which have been underfunded for years and have very limited resources. So as a result, I am asking for the defunding of police and redirecting the money elsewhere, such as to schools and such low-income communities, mental health services, as well as youth services. I come from the projects in Southwest Fresno, so I have experienced firsthand such inequitable resources. Both my family and I have experienced a lack of resources. And I have also witnessed other families in my community who have also experienced such hardships as well. The police do not need this much funding. The police do not need more money for tear gas. The police do not need more money for bullets. The police do not need more money for militarized equipment. The people are crying for change. And I want to know, don't you hear us? I strongly urge you all as city council members to consider this request and to make better investments in our youth and our community. You as council members must do better by our communities of color and do better by our people. Safety does not mean more police. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dominic. The next person is Cesar Casamayor. You have a minute to address the council. You've been unmuted.
Yeah, peace. Can you hear me? Well,
yes, go ahead.
All right. First, I want to thank everybody that spoke in the community. And I think that the next steps have to be, and I'm really interested in knowing what the city council is going to do on regards to being accountable to the message of what the community is saying. Mr. Bredderfield, you should be ashamed, because if you see the video, what happened to Isaiah Murrieta, I don't think that you would, if you are a person that uses common sense, you would not agree with that death being justifiable. We're not animals. Isaiah was hunted like if he was an animal and someone said, good shot. The consciousness of the officer to do that is disgusting and is hurtful. I also want to say that in regards of leadership, as a community, we cannot continue to rely, and I hope the city council is doing this, and I'll challenge Mr. Arambula, and thank you for your words. But in regards to defunding the police, let's have a conversation about what public safety is for our community. Let's have a conversation with the families that have been impacted, not just the community organizers who are our gatekeepers. That is a very few. We're more than just a few 15, 20 activist organizers that you guys speak to. Speak to the families. Speak to Tina, Isaiah's mom. Speak to the family of London, Wallace. Speak to them. Have a better understanding and not just rely on what some community organizers are saying. But what we're all doing is our best to show.
It looks like we lost your audio. We'll move on to the next speaker. Estela Ortega, you have been unmuted. Now you have the floor to address the council. Estela, can you hear us?
Sí, por favor. Sí,
Sí,
aquí estoy.
adelante, por favor.
Sí, buenas tardes a todos los concejales y muchas gracias por este espacio que me dan de decir mis opiniones. Pues he escuchado mucho la explicación de cómo invierten en los policías, muchos entrenamientos, talleres para los padres, pero no han dado la explicación de cómo es una seguridad efectiva para los residentes y sobre todo para las áreas más afectadas, que son las más desfavorecidas, somos discriminados. Yo como residente he sido víctima de vandalismo por un agresor en mi residencia. Nunca se resolvió ese caso. Me discriminaron, fui discriminada por los policías. Me gustaría que invirtieran en los niños, en los estudiantes, para que ellos también tengan una buena educación y así prevenir la delincuencia, que empieza desde abajo. Entonces, es mucho la inversión que hacen hacia los policías, pero los más afectados somos los hispanos. Muchas gracias por dejarme decir mis opiniones.
Gracias, señora Ortega. The next person is Pedro Navarra Cruz. You have been unmuted. You have the floor. Pedro, would you like to address the council?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, yes, my name is Pedro Navarro Cruz. I'm a Fresno resident. I do work with Communities for New California Education Fund, but I'm here as a resident today to say what's on my mind and in my heart. I also reside in District 7. I firmly agree with the demands that many of the resilient Fresno residents have shared thus far, especially those shared by the NAACP. But I want to remind everyone why we are having this conversation now and why our policing problems have run rampant in our city. The Fresno Police Department and Fresno Police Officers Association are using money to corrupt our democratic systems to buy their way out of being held accountable for their responsibility to our families and neighborhoods. The money they are using to influence politics and policy is toxic. To my knowledge, every person sitting in the council, except for Miguel Arias and incoming Tyler Maxwell, has accepted this toxic money for their campaigns. These toxic dollars have halted the badly needed reform that we've needed. Our democratic process no longer works if the FPD and FPOA can assert their power through toxic funding. What's worse is that this money is no longer available for the things our communities do need, like quality education, parks that we can be proud of, health services, infrastructure, or housing support. They leave our city underdeveloped and with unfinished neighborhoods. The FPOA is the largest union in Fresno and a major campaign contributor whose funding makes political hopefuls salivate and also silences any opposing ideas. Though policing is supposed to be a job where people proudly protect and serve, in Fresno, the department functions more like a corporation seeking to make profit and earn bonuses by any means necessary. We, the people of Fresno, demand that you stop taking toxic money from these sources. We will be monitoring all future political hopefuls seeking to be elected and re-elected. Your decision to receive these toxic dollars or not will show us your true intentions. We demand that you start taking your position seriously and scrutinize the role of the FPD as you consider the budget. Whether you listen to community demands will determine whether or not you keep your seat as an elected representative of the people. We've seen these toxic dollars at work, and it is never in favor of the people who live in Fresno. For example, Major P received the majority of the votes, but all it took was for the FPOA, Jerry Dyer, and then Lee Brand to speak out against Measure P to strike it down using a false narrative of public safety. We are not fooled. They were buying their freedom to continue to operate without accountability. So to be perfectly clear, we are asking each of you to stop taking toxic money from the police association. Our community deserves accountability. Right now, the streets are filled with people demanding change. That change includes the money you take from police, and we are telling you to stop. That must stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. The next person is Felicia Espinoza. Felicia Espinoza, you are up next. You have an opportunity to address the council on the police department budget.
Thank you, Council President. Good afternoon, Council. I'm Felicia Espinoza, the Fresno Site Director of Root and Rebound. Along with the National Lawyers Guild Central Valley chapter, we submit this comment to highlight our submitted letter. regarding the urgency to reduce the police budget. As lawyers and legal workers, we know that economic and social vulnerability must be addressed by investing in communities, not in policing its members. It is crucial that you do that now and lean into this systemic change. We call on the Fresno City Council and the mayor to prioritize community through housing, jobs, education, mental health services, and infrastructure, and reimagine what real community safety and well-being can be. As such, we ask that you reduce the budget allocation for FPD by 10% and increase the budgets for housing, affordable and transitional housing, allocate city infrastructure in Central, Southwest, and Southeast Fresno, allocate for workforce development opportunities that target low-income neighborhoods, allocate for mobile community-based crisis programs that use trauma-informed de-escalation and harm reduction strategies, allocate for intervention programs, including advanced peace program, social and mental health services, and treatment for substance use disorders, and expand free legal services for low-income community members, including representation of immigrants in removal proceedings. Additionally, we call on the city to implement immediate measures for the community safety, support Fresno's NAACP directive to renegotiate the city's MOU with FPOA to ensure more accountability, decriminalize municipal code violations, prohibit FPD from responding to non-criminal calls, eliminate FPD's participation in the homeless task force, issue citations in lieu of arrests, and prohibit FPD from filling any job vacancies, from getting into contract with Fresno Unified School District for school resource officers, and from entering into contracts with private businesses for security services. For the community's true safety and well-being, Fresno must shift its priorities. This is the time to act and reduce the budget allocation for FPD by 10% and reinvest in restoration and healing. Thank you for your time and consideration of our submitted comment letter.
Thank you, Mrs. Espinoza. Next person is Benjamin Potts. Benjamin Potts.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, proceed.
Good afternoon, City Council and others. My name is Benjamin Potts. I live in D22 and I'm involved in different projects here in Fresno. I have some facts that I want to share today that I hope can provide greater context. According to the Community Alliance newspaper, Fresno liability claims for civil rights violations, excessive force, employment practices, and wrongful death lawsuits that closed from July of 2017 to October of 2019 totaled a cost of over $23 million. This is more than the 2020 operating budget for Fresno's after-school, park, recreation, and community services combined. I'm going to repeat that. According to Community Alliance newspaper, Fresno liability claims for civil rights violations, excessive force, employment practices, and wrongful death lawsuits that closed from July 2017 to October of 2019 totaled a cost of more than $23 million. This is more than the 2020 operating budget for Fresno's after-school, park, recreation, and community services combined. So in a similar time period, Fresno doubled those same costs compared to Dallas, Denver, Minneapolis, and many other cities, despite a stark difference in both overall police officers and officers per capita. Fresno's police officers cost taxpayers more per capita with respect to these violations than the majority of places in the United States. In a time period where police have overstepped their authority all over the country with civil unrest, Fresno is one of the last places where we need to contribute more to a department that regularly gets some of the lowest marks in the country with respect to these issues, especially towards communities of color. Voters will be watching what you decide, and it's your job to reflect our will of a transition to community empowerment and defunding of an extremely bloated police budget that has many hidden costs and not just financial. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next person is Ruth Stern. Ruth Stern, you have been unmuted. Please identify yourself and address the council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So my name's actually Sky Miller, but I'm using my girlfriend's phone. I've been listening since this morning regarding the firefighters and how they sort of got a little screwed over, and we were looking for a way to afford to hire 3 new fire.
What happened to her? Did you mute her?
I did by accident.
Can you hear me?
Ruth, sorry that we lost you for a second. Continue.
So I was listening this morning when the we were speaking about firefighters and how they lost their opportunity at getting the grant, and you guys were trying to figure out a way how to hire, I think it was 3 firefighters or something like that for each precinct. I think that reallocating some funds from the Fresno PD would be a great way to do so. I think that the amount of money that we are putting into the police, I mean, not even considering the effect that it's going on around the world, but the amount of money is insane. We could be placing it into other areas. I really like that you guys talked about having firefighters possibly go out and deal with homeless, or maybe put some more money into healthcare providers or counseling. People that are on the streets are mostly, you know, they have issues and they need help. To jail's not gonna do it, you know. We have police that go out and kind of disrupt the scene, disrupt people's lives, when we could have someone out there to help them. You know, we have entire communities scared of the police department. I don't think that's good at all. And I also heard you guys talking this morning about maybe having some officers move over and become firefighters. I'm not sure that's a great idea. And what if we become afraid of the firefighters, you know?
Thank you for your comments. Next person is Sukaina. Sukaina, you've been unmuted now. You have an opportunity to address the council.
Hello, council members. My name is Sukaina Hussein. I'm a resident in Fresno and the outreach director for the Council on American Islamic Relations in Central California. We also share our support and appreciation for the comments heard before and the demands shared by the Fresno State NAACP, which are rooted in input from our most impacted community members. This is yet another opportunity for Fresno to intentionally reflect on its priorities and develop a budget where we put people first. You have heard from so many others before me that budgets are reflections of our priorities. We are demanding that you prioritize people, not the increased investment in the targeting, punishing, and militarizing of our communities of color, especially our Black communities. We want to emphasize that the council should ensure that Black community leaders and community members are included in the decision-making process, as they have been the target of the worst of police violence, systemic racism, and exclusion for hundreds of years. In order to prioritize the Black community, the council should follow the example of Black leaders and their demands. This includes the recommendations as highlighted by the NAACP and community-based solutions such as advanced peace, which you have all heard about before. The disparities in our communities and lack of resources are backed by data and research. We know that systemic racism has manifested in our Southeast and Southwest communities as into decreased quality of life, decreased life expectancy, fewer parks, fewer healthcare and mental health services, fewer healthy food options, and less funding for education and youth programs in our communities of color. These are not new issues. You have been hearing that they are well known to all those who are experiencing them. This budget, again, needs to reflect our priorities and invest in underserved communities. It should not include further investment into police. Thank you.
Thank you, Sukaina. The next person is David Jimenez. You've been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. David Jimenez, can you hear us?
Yes, I could hear you. Hi, I'm actually here to speak on behalf of one of the youth. He was actually gonna speak, but he kind of got shy. But I'll just start off. I'm also with Fresno Barrios Unidos. Okay, this is what he said. Hi, my name is Josiah with Fresno Barrios Unidos. I believe we should be moving money from the police and use it to help communities, like creating youth jobs, having better parks, and more counselors. And with that being said, you know, I had a conversation with him, and you know, he's afraid of the police, and you know, he has, you know, real reason to be afraid. And you know, this is why we really do have to make these changes as soon as possible. You know, we need to make sure that we are investing our money in things that will prevent things like that from happening. So yeah, defund the police.
Thank you for your comments. The next person on the list is Matthew. You have been unmuted and you can address the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias. My name is Matthew Woodward, and I am speaking as a resident of North Fresno, just outside of District 2 in a county island. And I want to speak to my fellow North Fresno residents who are emailing online or talking on Nextdoor, and that are talking about everything people are calling in to ask for to defund the police department. And the thing I've heard a lot is that people are in this area of town are afraid of the change that this could bring. And I would ask everyone in my area, including council members who represent my area, to keep an open mind and to consider how often do you actually ever go into any of the neighborhoods and interact with the very people who our police department police every day. And these neighborhoods right now are saying that the current system we have set up isn't working. And I mean, I acknowledge that, yes, I mean, the police department is operating downtown out of an old building, but that does not discount the excessive use of force we see the department using against unarmed people of color on video and not on video that we don't know about yet. And just please, everybody in my area, keep an open mind. Thank you.
Matthew. The next person is Mark P. Mark P., you have been unmuted. Please identify yourself and you may address the council.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Council President Arias and council members. My name is Mark Pizzagna Jr. I'm with the Youth Leadership Institute as an organization who works with young people from across the city who themselves and their families have been disproportionately affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, who persist in spite of structural and racial inequities, whose voices and experiences should be considered and prioritized, and who every day are working to make Fresno a better place. We support the recommendations made by Fresno Building Healthy Communities, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, Faith in the Valley, and Fresno Barrios Unidos. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Mary Coombs. Mary, you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to say that I believe that spending 53% of our city budget on police is not only ineffective, but also immoral. Addressing social problems with armed forces only makes things worse. There's an example of a recent police shooting that I think illustrates this. And I'm not talking about the murder of Isaiah Murrieta Golding. This is another case. On March 23rd, Fresno police killed Gerald Johnson as he was hiding in a car in his backyard. His mom had called police saying that her son might be on drugs. He was threatening members of the family with a shovel. Police knew he had mental health issues. Police said that he waved a gun during the nearly hour and 50 minutes that they negotiated with him. The negotiating police team arrived as well. At 2 hours and 6 minutes, Gerald had stopped talking to the police, and at that point they approached the vehicle. They said he pointed a gun, and they shot and killed him. The alleged gun was a pellet gun, supposedly, but that's beside the point. Why approach a person they knew to be mentally in mental distress and that they say they thought was armed? Why the impatience to take action at 2 hours and 6 minutes? I wonder, would those officers have taken this rash action if they had not been counting on using their guns? This case hasn't even met with a huge public outcry, but I think it illustrates the problem with priorities that devote over half of a city's resources to an armed response to our social problems. I feel this council needs to do better than pointing a gun at our city's problems. And I hope that the council will stand with the community to cut the police budget and to create change. And I think the public and basic decency are demanding that you act now. Thank you.
Thank you, council. The next person will be Christopher. Leo Green Washington, you've been unmuted. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, Council President Arias and Council to the City Council. I am here to take the stance of defunding the police and state that the budget for Fresno Police Department is 53% of the budget, and this budget can be allocated towards other community efforts such as education, entrepreneurship, nonprofits, the housing disparity, and other vital and essential resources. The unemployment rate in Fresno has increased to 16.7% in March, partly due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but other jobs have been lost due to the funding of the police department. I would also like to acknowledge briefly that there are only 9 internal affairs officers, and that the policy and procedure, the dissemination of policy and procedure within the Fresno Police Department is only low, is extremely low, that there's only one person making sure that the entire police department knows policy. And then another issue is that the police department has ownership of 30 tow companies. I'm here to state that if the city of Fresno is to be known as a venerable city of progress and change, that we should seriously consider what our priorities are. Thank you, and I give by the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. The next person is Angelica Garcia. You've been unmuted. You have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hello, Council. My name is Angelica Garcia. I'm a resident of District 4. I am asking for a reinvestment into our communities. When we think of safety, we should not be thinking of police, but instead of youth-serving organizations and trusted adults that are doing amazing work in our community already. The city of Fresno needs to shift the way they think of safety and allow our communities to share what safety looks like to them. Safety for you does not look the same to our people in the Fresno community, and I think that has been cleared throughout this entire time of our community members sharing. Invest in our young people and equip them with skills that support their growth and their knowledge. Use a more holistic approach and healing centers in our communities where it's needed the most. Now more than ever, we need to center people that are most impacted by the pandemic, poverty, and racism in our city. We need for our general fund dollars to be put back into our communities now. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Pedro Hernandez. Pedro Hernandez, you're now being unmuted. You have a minute to address the council.
Hello?
Pedro, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. I'll start off by identifying myself. I'm the hub coordinator with the Fresno Sunrise Movement. But I'd like to, first of all, express my disappointment with city council members, and particularly Andrew Hall, who have screens off and are not paying attention. But I hope that you all can at least hear me and that my words can reach you. I want to first start off by addressing what the police were presenting, and that everyone loves dogs, but community events won't ever wash your hands for what you did to Isaiah. If anything is clear, Fresno is showing up today to demand that we want a different future, one that's rooted in liberation and community. But investment in the community means nothing if we're still killed by the police every day. Everyone wants to condemn the racism that we've been seeing in the last couple of days and weeks that really has been present these last centuries. But no one wants to commit to utilizing their privilege and their authority to become anti-racist and use their platform to become anti-racist in everything they do. And so this is a critical moment. And so I'm urging you all to don't throw it away. Missing this moment means metaphorically shooting yourselves in the foot while real bullets continue to hit us. Abolish the police. Don't sell out your communities anymore and end the Fresno police state. This is an outrage that the Fresno police force continues to side with racists and white supremacists while our communities continue to bear the unfit burden and clean up the mess from all this. So urging you to do your job. And again, our lives are at stake. And all social media, all Twitters is paying attention to what y'all are going to be up to. So don't think that we'll forget this. Thank you.
The next person on the list is the 105 number. You have been unmuted. Go ahead and address the council.
Hey, thanks a lot, President Arias. This is Gary Hanch. I'm a registered citizen of Fresno. Brief history lesson. Amendments means to change things. Andrew Johnson, after Lincoln was assassinated, made an amendment to enslave Africans once again. What we fail to realize, the police system isn't broken. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do, to instill fear and terrorism amongst people of the communities of color. Shockley said it best. If you allow people of color to have what you have, where's the balance? If you want to be superior, you have to disavow them to a racist society, which is what we still live in. People need to understand something. We talk about poverty as though it's a third world country. Poverty is racism. When you have an economical system that disallows you to prosper in life, it's a system of control and dominance. The police is the forefront of poverty and enslavement of people of color. The first contact you have in a legal matter is the police. If they deem to lock you up, you go before a judge, a district attorney, and so forth, and therefore you are enslaved in the prison system. They keep the system flowing. Understand this first and foremost. They instill fear in our children at young ages. They instill fear in us as old people. It is set up and designed for white supremacy and Nazis to continue what they're doing. This system of America and the United States was built on the back of enslavement of poor people, of African people, people of color, to maintain the status quo of white supremacy. Don't get it twisted. This system is not broken. It's doing exactly what it was designed to do. And it is up to us as a people to break the system. We don't need to fix it. It's already fixed. We need to break it. And I yield back my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Alexandra Ramos O'Casey. You have been unmuted. You have the floor.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alexandria Ramos O'Casey. I'm born and raised here in Fresno, and I love my community. So that's why I'm here today to unequivocally, again, advocate that we defund the Fresno police. And what I think the more important point here is that I hope everyone really understands, who has the ability to vote today and the ability to vote for these budgets, to really understand that the community is out here in numbers, not because we hate y'all, not because we want to create division. It is because we care about people's lives. It is because specifically we care about Black and brown lives. And I hope that y'all understand that when it comes to this vote, what you are telling us is your priorities. As I have said, as other people have said, as MLK said, these are moral documents. You are telling us exactly who and what you care about. So you have to ask yourselves, do white tears, because that is what they are here. These are white tears. Are you choosing to prioritize white tears over Black and brown fears and over their livelihoods, over people's lives? This is about systemic murder. This is not about what events you can go to later on, who you're going to get money from. This is about people's lives. So please understand, this vote is not about you. This vote is bigger than all of us. This is a moment in history, and I hope that you stand on the right side. Because otherwise, all of your positions will not be there. There are enough people at these public comments, and people got enough time on their hands now to get every single one of you out of office if we wanted to. People got nothing but time now. So I hope that you take this time to vote for the people and vote for a budget that speaks to what your heart says and not who you care about if it's a re-election. Don't care about re-election right now. Care about people's lives, because that's why we're here.
Thank you for your comments. The next person is Dr. Venice Curry. Dr. Curry, you have been unmuted. It's your opportunity to address the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Arias, and thank you to the other council members. This is a systemic problem that has existed for decades, and the police request is a statement about what we consider important and priority. I would say that public health and racism are one and the same, that racism is a public health crisis, and that any tool that is utilized to sustain racism is a public health issue. We are asking the police to basically take their resources and do jobs that they have not been trained for. So rather than say we are defunding the police, which I support the idea, we are renegotiating the scope of work. We are asking people who are not trained to be surgeons to go in and do a surgical incision. Completely ridiculous and doesn't rely on the fact that they have no training. We should be deploying mental health professionals, social workers. We should be investing in people who actually have been trained to do work and therefore omit the need for paying the police to do services that they are not equipped to do. To me, that would ensure two things. One, the community would be safer, but police would be safer also. Because if you're not trained to do something and you wade into the water, generally the outcome is not good. And so I would also suggest that in light of the numerous concerns that police officers have voiced, that one aspect may be to add psychiatric evaluations for each and every police officer, to give them an opportunity to check out whether or not they are emotionally fit, psychologically fit to carry on the duties of a police officer. No one is saying it is not challenging work, but if you're not prepared mentally and physically to treat people without bias, if you can't set your biases aside, if you can't see people as people versus making sure that you treat one group of people a certain way and you meter out justice to someone else, then you're not really fit or qualified to be practicing in this space. So I would offer two things: renegotiate the scope of work for police officers, give them the duties that they are trained and responsible for, and take those duties that don't belong to them, social workers, mental health providers, homeless social workers or caregivers, remove those items from their list of work. And that would mean that they would not be paid to do those services. And then provide them some extra support in the way of consistent and regular psychiatric evaluations with a forensic psychiatrist who can certify their fitness to serve. Because it is, after all, public service, and we are the public, and as Black and brown people, you are not serving the public when you're shooting people and killing people. We are asking for justice, and justice is trying to breathe right now. And as you can hear from all of the comments of community members from all districts of the city, it will not be silenced, and nor will people be silenced. So I hope that you will look at the budget with fresh eyes and the ability to use your common sense to say, if you're not trained, this is not a space you should actually provide services in. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Curry. The next speaker is Matthew Jindian. Matthew, you're been unmuted and you have an opportunity to address the council. Matthew, can you hear us? All right, we'll go to the next person. The next person is Zach. Zach, you are unmuted and you have a minute to address the council.
Good afternoon, council. I want to fully support Dr. Curry's statement, which was absolutely amazing. Just to follow up, it looks like our homeless task force in fiscal year 2019 spent about 12.2 million, of which 83% was going to police. Homelessness is not a crime. Defund police, fund social services. My next door neighbor out here in District 2 is mentally ill. A couple times a year, he has the police called on him by his own family because he goes crazy. I've seen 3, 4, even 5 patrol cars come and confront him when one social worker would do. Defund police, fund social services. We're spending my taxpayer money, $2 million a year for police misconduct. Defund police, fund social services. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next person is Josefa. Josefa, you have been unmuted. Go ahead and address the council.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes, proceed.
Hi, I am a member of District 7, Esparza's district, And I also call to please defund the police, abolish it. It is only upholding white supremacy and capitalism. It does not serve us. It does not serve Black lives. If we're going to prioritize like Black lives, let's start with infrastructure. Let's provide them with clean drinking water. Let's provide them with adequate health services. Let's provide them with mental health services. Let's do more to address the food desert that they're experiencing. Once Black lives matter, all lives matter. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Desiree Miller. Desiree, you've been unmuted. Proceed with addressing the council. Desiree, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed, please.
Okay. This morning at the start of this council meeting, there was a couple of aggressive racial comments from the public speaking negatively towards the African American community. A council member addressed this disrespectful commentary by stating that persons would not have had the tenacity to do so in an in-person council meeting. That parties are taking advantage of not having to show their face. The community is directly addressing Andrew Hall and the Fresno Police Department regarding how policing in Fresno has affected parties in the community, and his camera is turned off. Shortly after the first few public comments, I believe this is a direct reflection of the effort the police department is willing to put forth to engage and connect with the community. The militant behavior of the Fresno Police Department as a theme is the reason for the overwhelmingly unanimous community commentary towards defunding the police department. And I would just like to second that based off of my experience today in listening and being a part of this city council meeting today.
Thank you for your comments. Next person is Noah. You've been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. Noah, can you hear us? All right, we will move on to Gavin Garza. Gavin?
You hear me?
Yes, proceed, please.
Okay. My name is Gavin Garza. I'm with Sunrise Fresno, and I work here in Fresno. First of all, I find it abhorrent that I'm not seeing every council member's face right now. I'm reaching out to the leaders of Fresno to make the commitment to divest from the police while relocating those funds towards services that better serve the community. I'd like to share with you the perspective of one of many police officers in our country. Former Dallas Police Chief Dave Brown has expressed concerns about not only overworked cops, but putting them in situations that not best fit their job criteria. We're asking cops to do too much. Every societal failure we put on the cops is self-key start, not enough funding. He later follows sarcastically. I ask you to challenge your assumptions here. What is a cop with a gun going to do in a situation where someone who poses no threat is having a mental breakdown? What is a cop going to do for the person who is struggling with a drug addiction? Are we to dismiss them? Are we to lock them up? If so, then why don't we fund rehabilitation in our prisons for those with minor felons when we know it works? Why can't we give this treatment and care to the communities that social services so badly need access to them? The fact that everyone on this board is even interested, no. I have doubt in the fact that everyone on this board is even interested in representing their district to its needs, or by funding social services, or by helping those that live in food deserts. So I'll leave you with this. Think about your own agendas for a minute. When the mayor-elect goes into office, you won't get this chance again to fund the things you want to fund for the city. I have no doubt that attempts for the budget will happen, and your motives will be stifled. Your decisions are out on public display, and everyone is watching you to see what you do. One good look at the news will show you that people across the country have lost patience. Hopefully Fresno can help set the
All right, it looks like we have lost you, unfortunately. The next person is Maribel. Maribel, you are now unmuted and you can address the council.
Hi,
Go ahead.
my name is Maribel Galaviz. I am a Latina educator and I am a resident and voter of District 5. I have seen firsthand the effects of generational trauma, including poverty, domestic violence, neglect, homelessness, and substance abuse. This trauma manifests itself in children through social, emotional, behavioral problems at school. These children are more likely to get suspended, expelled, develop mental health issues, and eventually drop out of school. This becomes an endless cycle, almost impossible to break. As an educator, I know the importance of prevention, early intervention, and breaking that cycle of trauma. We need to address the root causes of this trauma instead of expecting PD to solve the social problems we face. As a city, providing more funding to community and public services such as schools, libraries, parks, affordable housing, mental health, and healthcare can help our communities of color break that generational trauma. We need to reimagine safety by investing in our communities instead of police officers patrolling the streets. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Maribel. The next person is Des. Des, you are unmuted. You have an opportunity to address the council. Des, can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Des, proceed,
Oh
please.
my gosh, thank you so much. Okay, so earlier I heard a gentleman come on, I forgot his name, but he said that they had made contact with 8,180 homeless individuals in Fresno, California. If that's true, then our pit count is off, way off. They're claiming about 1,700 to 2,000 homeless individuals are out here. And if there was only approximately 2,000 homeless that were out here, which I know is a lie, then that means that the police have had contact with each individual 4 times already. So why have they not sent them into shelter or anything like that? They said only 1.6% is accepting housing. Well, I believe that all triage shelters at the beginning of the year were full within the first week. The warming center was full within 48 hours. And now we have just heard what the media is saying, that we just sheltered 400 people during COVID with approximately 300 people prior to that. So I don't know who the gentleman was that was saying only 1.6. You know why it's only 1.6, sir? Because there's no shelters and there's no beds. So if we utilize some of the $9 million that the Fresno Police Department gets in order to address the homelessness, maybe we would have more shelter or more permanent solution. 4 years ago, Dave, he was passed out down in the Tower District. I called the Fresno Police Department and I asked for help. As soon as I said it was a homeless man that was passed out, they gave me the phone number to Adult Protective Services. Adult Protective Services will not come out to a homeless individual because they're not in a house community. Miss Mayberry was assaulted last year, and all the videos on homeless in Fresno show the amount of police brutality on the homelessness. They're saying that sanitation helps them clean up. Sanitation helps them take away their survival gear, tents, tarps, and everything. Again, all the videos on homeless in Fresno will show that they show up, they take the survival gear, and they leave a whole bunch of trash. Chewy assaulted last year. Can I have the yield time?
Yes, go ahead, Des. Just finish up your comments, please.
One more. Chewy was assaulted, and let me just say, this is really important. Chewy was assaulted 1 year ago today. She was beat up by the Fresno police officer at 8:30 a.m. Why did the mayor's office call an organization that I know and ask to have her housed by 6:30 p.m.? If they did not do anything wrong, they would have not got her an apartment within 5 hours of her getting beat up by the Fresno police officers. She'd been out there for 12 years. Imagine that. You get beat up by the Fresno police officers. If you're homeless, you get housed. So I think we need to take the money away. Thank you.
Thank you, Des. The next person is Ascendo Josephs. You've been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council.
Hello?
Yes, proceed, please.
Hi, my name is Vincenzo Jacobs, and I would like to comment on how the majority of the council hasn't even spoken. For example, Mrs. Soroya has her mic, she was sleeping throughout the time, and I thought that was very insectable. And also, I can't believe y'all are not fucking making comments.
This is fake. Guys, stop.
That's just for me, Jim.
All right. Well, thank you.
A point of order to Council President. Point of order, Council President.
Yes,
I
please.
would appreciate if people make their comments directed at you as opposed to individual council members.
Absolutely. Public, please address your comments to the chair and not to individual council members. Next person is Daniel Collins. You've been unmuted. You have a minute to address council.
Hello.
Yes, please proceed.
Hi, I would like to say we should make like the
again, guys.
Like more.
Yeah.
Mike, hold on.
Sorry.
I handle it from this side.
Okay, sorry. No defensive
All right.
comments. Thank you.
Next person is Carrie. Carrie, we will unmute you. You have a minute to address the council. Let's try and keep this respectful and finish it off. We have 11 more members of the public that wish to address council. Carrie? Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Awesome. What a great day to be a Fresno. My name is Carrie Lorena Ayala. My pronouns are she or they. I grew up in and currently reside in District 1. I am a college-educated queer Latinx community organizer, convicted criminal, and filthy drug addict in recovery. I pay taxes and I vote. I have been asking Councilmember Soria and her staff in many ways and on multiple platforms what she plans to do about police violence in my community for as long as she's been in office, with the same tired and toothless response. Community policing models are not the answer, and they do not work. Increasing police budgets and access to communities does not prevent violence. Jerry Dyer and Andy Hall are not accountable to us, and everyone knows it. They do what they want, including hurting our community members and children. I support the demands of NAACP Fresno State Chapter, as well as local, regional, and state demands to defund police and invest in community. If y'all put half the energy and resources into investing in and supporting communities as you have into police, this would be a thriving community. The Parks measure received a majority vote. People want community, not criminality. Do your job, support community. Develop meaningful relationships with CBOs who do the beautiful and painstaking work of building relationships with communities that have experienced the impacts of complex trauma, including systemic racism, not just when it's convenient or an election year. For many years, folks have asked the question, why do you think people say that success is to leave the city? Because for generations, progress has seemed out of our grasp, but it's not. A lot of folks are moving home and they're ready to lead. If you don't love us, you can't lead us. We're done waiting. Get in or get out. Black life is sacred. I yield my time.
Thank you, Carrie. The next person is Ariel Lopez. You have a minute to address the council. Ariel, would you like to address the council?
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ariel. I live in District 2 and I was raised in District 5, so I'm very much aware of how an unequal budget affects different sectors of the city. First, I am asking the council to reject the mayor's request for a continuing resolution because COVID-19 has created deep deficits in the budget that need to be addressed. And second, I am asking the council to defund the Fresno PD. Millions of dollars are used to settle police lawsuits. These dollars could and should be reallocated towards our social safety net. The social safety net includes services for domestic violence, mental health, education, drug rehab, housing, food, and social work. Money should be invested in services that help our communities, specifically those neighborhoods that have been systematically targeted by the Fresno PD. Defund the police. Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jonas. Jonas, you have been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council on the City of Fresno's police budget.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Council President Arias. Thank you, council members. I spent the whole day with you guys. And just to give you the information about the sheriff that's being dead, he was killed by a veteran, okay? So I'm telling you, I deal with these veterans here. I don't want this thing to happen here. That's why I continue to work as a volunteer. I love these veterans. They have mental health crises. So what do we need? We need some affordable housing. Let's invest in some mental health. Let's invest in education. And let's put our dollars in Southwest, because I'm a resident of District 3 Miguel areas. I want to see better roads, sidewalks, so our kids can be safe. And I'm just telling you, man, I'm in a lot of pain. And I was physically assaulted by a neighbor, and the police really didn't do their job. I had to move, and I actually met Sarah. I went to Sarah, the Crime Victims Assistance. So Sarah's a very good person. I didn't even have the money to move. So these things are real, you guys. I had to move because I didn't get the help. When I called them, they didn't even come. I was assaulted, I went to surgery. So let's reconsider this and think for better ways to spend our money in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. The next person is Maya Z. You've been unmuted. You have an opportunity to address the council. Maya? Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I just think I'm part of P5. I just wanted to support the cost of country. I understand that Fresno has had to
Can't hear her.
You're a little distant, Maya. Can you speak up closer to the phone?
Hear me?
Barely. Continue.
Oh, can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Wrong microphone. I just wanted to call for support for defunding the police. I understand North Fresno does feel apprehensive. They feel fear about the cost to defund police. However, people south of Shaw, especially Black and brown people, have lived in fear of those same police our entire lives for decades and decades. And our fear is just as justified, valid, and important as the fears of North Fresno residents who are talking on next door, apparently. Also, one way that we can defund the police is ShotSpotter. ShotSpotter takes up millions and millions of dollars of our taxpayer money every year, and we need it because nobody calls the police when gunshots are heard. We don't call the police because we're afraid of the police, and we're afraid of what they'll do to innocent people and even to suspects. There's no such thing as constitutional extrajudicial execution, and that is one reason why we should get rid of ShotSpotter and fund the Advanced Peace Initiative. I'd also support funding the creation and maintenance of a searchable database for police officers to show how many of them have multiple complaints and grievances against them. I would also support funding a community oversight committee that overlooks the investigative procedures of complaints against police officers, and that means no affiliation with law enforcement, past and present. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you, Maya. The next person is Alex Orozco. You've been unmuted. You have the floor for a minute.
Hello.
Yes, proceed, please.
Hello, my name is Alex Orozco. I live in District 5. I'm a member of DSA Fresno. So I would like to talk about the fact that, we have a lot of members of the city council, people of color, Democrats. So at what point because there's a lot of posturing going on about how you support Black Lives Matter, how you support the African American community. However, at what point are you actually going to listen to the African American community and actually implement those changes that they're pushing forward in terms of defunding the police and more accountability? So we have people like Luis Chavez, who, he worked for Mike Bloomberg and, his racist stop and frisk policies. So, do we actually are those Democrats on the city council? Are they actually, supportive of these measures? It doesn't really look like that's the case, especially since, we also have members, Councilwoman Soria, Luis Chavez, having taken money endorsements from the Fresno Police Officers Association. So at what point are you actually going to put the lives of our communities forward instead of just relying on these contributions from the Police Officers Association and their endorsements? Because it doesn't look like it's very likely that you're going to push forward for these measures that we're advocating for. And also, it's very disrespectful to have your camera off. Doesn't look like when people have their camera off, it doesn't look like they're paying attention. I know it's a long meeting, but you're getting paid for this. That's it.
Thank you, Alex. The next person is Sebastian. You've been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council.
Hi, my name's Sebastian. I'm from District 5, Eastside Fresno. I just want to communicate that individuals in South Fresno have always been criminalized and disproportionately policed, but have never been safe. And these past 2 years, City Council have worked on policies criminalizing homeless individuals, leading to further conflicts with the police department. The MAP Point program is under-resourced and shouldn't be treated as an alternative to a $1,000 fine that homeless people can't pay. And I want to reiterate the importance of defunding the police and bringing that money towards helping the communities in South Fresno that need it. If you ask anyone from South Fresno what they need in their area, the last thing they'll say is the police. This means we need proper allocation and supporting policies like Measure P and Advanced Peace, rather than setting up a police commission by city councilmen who have received over $24,000 in donations from the police department. Thank you.
Thank you, Sebastian. The next person is James. You've been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council. James, please identify yourself.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me good?
Yes, please proceed.
My name is James Peters. I'm a resident of District 6. I hear a lot of people today talking about how we need to defund and abolish the police, but for right now, I'd like to talk about the commission that has popped up in response to the uprisings going on in this country. And it seems like, a good outcome will come of this. But when you look at who's actually on the commission, you see that there's people like council members Soria and Chavez, who have been endorsed by the Fresno Police Officers Association, who would take money from them. And it doesn't seem as though anything will change coming from this commission. We can't trust them or anyone else or the other two people on the commission who have ties to police to protect black and brown lives and make the police a better institution when they are either cops or cop sympathizers themselves. There is no reforming this institution that was created to protect the disgusting white supremacy this country was founded on. Abolish the police. I yield my time.
Thank you. The next person is Jen Rojas. Jen, you've been unmuted. You have a minute to address the council.
Yes, hi. Again, it's Jennifer Rojas, program coordinator with Fresno Veterans Unidos. I'm reading a comment on behalf of one of our youth who has been on this Zoom call all day, but was unable to give her own comment. This is a comment from our Women Empowered Youth, Jalea McAdams, who is a young Black Fresno leader, age 19, uses she, her pronouns. And her comment is that people of color and Black people shouldn't walk in their own city and fear cops. Fresno police are intimidating. I feel like right now there is no point in us saying anything because cops are always seeming to win over us people. If you guys don't do anything about this, it is always going to be this way. And sooner or later, before you guys think, Fresno, which is my home city, will be gone, just like any other city. Action needs to be taken and done properly. People like you act like you care about us, but do you really? Do something. You need to defund the police and use those finances to better finance our schools, better finance homelessness, because these are the main things that the city of Fresno is struggling with. And again, that was our youth comment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Noah. Noah, you've been unmuted. You have a minute to address. All right. Next person is Rosita. Rosita Figueroa. Rosita, you have the floor. You have a minute to address the council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, so my name is Rosita Figueroa. I'm a resident of District 7, so Nelson Esparza. I'm not sure how many times I have to say this, but just in case, defund the police. Nelson, you said, as a council member, I'm committed to building strong local economy, fighting for safer and healthy neighborhoods, providing access to city resources, and reassuring that our city's future is brighter than the past. So please don't disappoint me. Esmeralda Soria, I supported you. Don't disappoint me. Miguel Arias, I backed you up when those people went to your house. Don't disappoint me or we will vote you out.
All right, the last speaker today will be Dr. Matthew Jindian. Dr. Matthew Jindian, you have the floor. You've been unmuted to address the council.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Please proceed.
Thank you, Council President Arias. My name is Matthew Jendian. I'm a professor of sociology, born and raised in Fresno, currently employed in District 4 and reside in Councilmember Soria's district. First, I support the demands made by Fresno State and AACP, as well as Faith in the Valley's call for funding for advanced peace and BHE's call for more funding for parks and green space throughout Fresno. Second, I recognize public safety requires a multi-pronged approach. It's important to identify what FPD is best equipped to do that others cannot do, and what they are doing that others could possibly do more effectively and efficiently. During the presentation today, I kept hearing FPD is understaffed for a city of our size, but it seemed that data point of 1.4 officers per 1,000 civilians, Chief Hall noted, did not include the 67 officers who serve with FACTS, Fresno Unified and Housing Authority. Also, this ratio is not just about generic recommendations for staffing, but about the specific need. Is there a demonstrated need for increased patrol officers? On what basis? Convince the public of the need rather than just quote generic staffing recommendations. And while I applaud officer engagement with our community, tutoring in schools and boys and girls clubs, I'm wondering if there's a required volunteer community service requirement for FPD officers like there are for tenure track faculty at Fresno State. Finally, while I appreciate the need for cost savings for blood draws, I wonder if that particular service that conducted 1.25 blood draws per day could be better provided through a public-private partnership than the FPD phlebotomist. Lastly, I want to point out my disappointment to repeatedly hear the phrase bad guys from one of the division chiefs. It's important to approach everyone as a person first and differentiate between the individual's behavior and the value that each has as a human being. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Didion. After receiving thousands of emails on the City of Fresno's police budget and hearing from nearly 100 speakers in today's budget hearing, I'm going to ask us to take a 10-minute break and return back for questions from the council. Council, enjoy your 10-minute restroom break, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Nestle quick. All right, Councilwoman Soria, Councilmember Chavez, I have you on the queue to begin the questions. So once you pop up your video, Councilmember Chavez, I think you can hurry up and eat your pizza so we can proceed with the rest of the meeting.
No pizza. Who's up first, myself or
Councilmember Chavez is up first.
All right. I want to first of all thank all the people that took the time to actually call in and participate. That was actually pretty helpful to hear what the community out there was feeling. But I had a couple questions for Chief. Has to do more along the lines of our police department. I think we all know and understand that this is going to be the beginning of a conversation. Over the break, that we're not voting on the budget today. What we're doing is going through the presentation, taking community input, and then asking our questions to help in that decision-making process. So I had a couple of questions, Chief. And if you don't have this information today, I understand, but I love to myself get it. And then also for the council to have, I think this will be a good indicator of where we're at with our police department. And so my first question is, how many officers do we have that are on patrol on a daily basis?
On a daily basis, you're talking about all 4 shifts or at any given time?
Yeah, at all 4 shifts at any given time, Chief.
I would say, well, if I can go through each shift, on day shift, which is the morning hours, we have 35 officers patrolling 110 square miles.
Okay.
And then on the lap shift, which comes in at 11 o'clock, at 12 o'clock, excuse me, we have a total of 25 officers. And on swing shift, which comes on at 4 p.m., a total of 33 officers. And then on midnights, which is, they come on at 9 o'clock. These are all 10-hour shifts, by the way. There's 40 officers, so there's some overlap in.
And are these part of just the vehicle patrol, Chief, or is it the bicycle ones that we've implemented as well?
No, these are just responding to calls for service. Does not include any proactive units.
Okay, and then also, how many community service officers do we have in our districts currently?
We have a total of 4 assigned to the city. We have 1 vacancy, so each district should have 1 community service officer. We're missing 1.
Okay, and I think it's important for the public to understand the calls that come in are filtered as priority 1, 2, and 3. Is that still the model that we have for us, Chief?
It goes all the way to 7, but you start getting into administrative events at that point. So the 4 priorities are probably the highest, 0 through 4.
Okay, and then how many of those calls does the city of Fresno receive on a daily basis?
We receive about 1,200 calls for service. Those are emergency calls for service. And those are 911 calls. Those aren't non-emergency police reports. Those are actual 911 emergency calls.
So 1,200 911 calls. Do we have figures for the other calls for service that are non-emergency?
Yes, we average probably 1,500 to 1,700 calls.
Probably add an additional 1,500 to 1,700 calls on top of that.
For non-emergency.
Okay.
For non-emergency.
And then do we have that data broken down by zip code?
No, we do not.
We do not. Is it possible to break that down by zip code? Does our database allow that?
I don't believe so. I think we could break it down by district, policing district.
Policing district.
Okay, I like to get that by district, not right now, just, at a later date for that. And then I know there's been a lot of conversation with regards to calls that require mental health services. About how many of those calls for mental health services do we receive a day?
We believe about 30% of our overall calls involve some type of mental illness.
Okay, illness. And are these calls the ones you referenced earlier that already have a social worker or a mental health professional accompany the officer, or is it just officers responding to these calls?
It depends. Generally, on a 911 call, we'll send the closest available officer. However, once that officer arrives and stabilizes the situation, then we bring out, which is called our CIT officer, who are paired up with a social worker to try to get some type of longer-term care for that individual.
Okay, and then what is the criteria for having an officer respond to that call, not just the mental health person?
The initial call?
Right.
Yeah, generally, if there's some type of disturbance, a weapon involved, or some type of situation where they're calling 911 because of that, and we're sending out the first available resource. Now, if it's simply a nonviolent mental illness, then that call can wait for the next available CIT or officer with social worker.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand this. So if a call comes in and it's not a bodily harm or dangerous situation, that call gets placed on a queue to where an individual that has mental health training can then respond?
Yes, that's true, but keep in mind, we do not have that many of the paired units. So eventually, if there's too many calls waiting, then that will go back to patrol.
Okay, and then where are those mental health professionals responding from? Is it an organization we have an agreement with? Is it the county, or what does that look like?
Yeah, it's with the county Department of Health. They pair up with a police officer, and they wanted that because it was further. They wanted to be out in the field, but they wanted to be safe, so that's why they're pairing up with a police officer.
So is it their policy over at the county that these types of professionals will not be dispatched unless a police officer accompanies them?
No, that's not. Stand by just a minute.
If it's a priority 0 or 1 and somebody's actively hurting themselves, then it requires a officer response. But typically, either Kingsview, who's subcontracted with Fresno County Behavioral Health, or Fresno County Behavioral Health will respond.
Generally, the police officer is only involved if it's a situation where we have a subject that has a history of violence, or some situation where a social worker alone can't handle that.
And I know you mentioned that this is the county, the entity that dispatches these individuals. Have we looked at contracting or having an MOU with another mental health service provider other than the county?
Well, the county is responsible for the mental health of the community, including the city of Fresno. They receive funding both federally and state for that purpose. So you'd have to check with the county to see exactly where that funding goes to.
Okay, all right. And then my next question, Chief, with regards, we've had to know that the budget's going to be pretty tight here coming up in the next couple of months. Hopefully not that long. But what is our current agreement for when Fresno Police Department confiscates drug money? I know we have a formula that breaks down the split between federal, state, and local. Do we have that information available?
Yeah, I can tell. Are you talking about asset seizures?
Yes.
Well, I can give you that amount.
The amount that we've received this year is at $175,000.
So it's been watered down quite a bit since for the last 5-10 years. We don't receive a lot of money from asset seizure any longer. I believe last year we received about $145,000, and most of that goes towards the operations of our Skywatch program. The fact is drugs have been decriminalized in some form, and we're just not receiving those kind of asset seizures anymore.
So 145,000 that was secured from asset seizures last year, was that Fresno Fresno City's portion, or was that the entire amount?
No, that's just our portion. It's divided among different agencies depending on whether it's a federal or state seizure.
And so is it fair to say that the larger chunk of that asset forfeiture goes to other jurisdictions, or do we have equal parts in that split?
Yeah, we believe that the largest portion, depends on if it's a state or federal, goes to those entities. We get a smaller portion of that pie.
Okay, all right. And then moving on to other conversations too. So the policy that the Fresno Police Department has right now for towing a vehicle from somebody that is unlicensed, is that an internal City of Fresno policy, or is that a state law that is mandated for?
Well, we don't sell any vehicle impounded from the community. When we impound a vehicle, it goes to a private tow company who then either releases it back to the owner, or if it's not picked up, then they lien sell it themselves. But we don't participate.
Yeah, no, I understand that, Chief. What I'm asking is the policy that we have for when Fresno Police Department stops somebody for a traffic violation, and then that vehicle is towed. Is that an internal City of Fresno policy, or is that a state mandated law?
Well, those are state laws that authorize us to impound a vehicle.
Okay.
But I guess it would be a policy on whether or not we tow, but the state governs the tow procedures.
Yeah, one of the biggest complaints that I get in my office is for those folks that don't have a valid license, and then the vehicle is towed. And then what happens is a lot of these tow yards end up charging them just these like outrageous amounts with regards to that. So in essence, it's taking their property because it would be too expensive for them to get those vehicles out. So I'd like for us to look at eliminating that policy and replacing it with a policy that allows somebody that's licensed to come and pick up the vehicle. And you know what, I like to make that in the form of a motion. If I could get a second to put it in the
Second
question.
May I respond, council member?
Sure.
Anybody with a license is allowed to come and pick up.
Chief, can you just excuse me really quick? I want to make sure we have the record straight for the city clerk.
Yeah.
The motion by Councilmember Chavez and second by Councilmember Carbasi. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, let's proceed. You have the floor, Chief. Thanks for the patience.
Can you please repeat the motion for us?
Yeah, the motion was for the City of Fresno to look at removing that internal policy of automatically towing vehicles that are pulled over for a traffic violation for the City of Fresno, and removing that. And I want to put that in the discussion hopper.
Okay, well, that was different from the original motion for picking up a vehicle with a license. So right now, anybody in California can get a license. And then if you're not licensed, just simply unlicensed, then all you need is a licensed driver to take that car at the scene. In fact, we don't tow from checkpoints at all unlicensed drivers. However, suspended drivers, we do impound their cars, and for drunk drivers or impaired drivers, we also impound their vehicles. I think it's important to note before you move forward with that, those drivers are 4 to 6 times more likely to be involved in a fatal collision. These are drivers that had their license removed for driving issues, and they're not supposed to be out on the street. In fact, we can't tow their vehicle unless they've been actually notified of that suspension. So,
no, totally understand that difference there, Chief. I just want to make sure that we have that as a conversation. That's been a concern, and especially in Southeast, and I want to make sure we get that on the radar. So we'll hash out all those nuances and caveats with regards to that. Totally understand. How many calls, switching gears now a little bit, how many calls do we receive on a daily basis for our SWAT special unit?
our SWAT team is called out anywhere between 12 and 15 times a year. So, and that's not just And I apologize, I'm gonna go back a little bit for having my camera off. We got a situation right now that may turn into a SWAT call, so I was monitoring that. So I wasn't purposely avoiding the deal, but I do have another job besides budget hearing. But about 12 a year, so if you average it out about one time a month, that also includes high-risk warrants. So these aren't just SWAT calls, these are suspects or subjects who have a warrant and have a history of violence or gun use.
Sure.
So that's about 12 times a year.
Got it. And then my last question, because I know my colleagues have questions too, and I'm going to be respectful of that. Do kind of give us an overview of what officers that are doing the traffic in the traffic division have, and I guess the question I'm really asking, Chief, and I know you're very familiar with this, that was your unit. Do officers currently have a traffic violation quota right now that they have to abide by on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis? Is that accurate or is that not?
It's absolutely not accurate. They're told to go out, work school zones, and work areas where collisions occur. They are specifically told not to cherry pick locations where collisions don't occur. So we really try to avoid the appearance that we're writing tickets for the right reasons, and not simply looking at a single stop sign way out in the fringes of the city to look for a stop sign violation. We're trying to reduce collisions and save lives, and that's always been our focus. And I think if you look at the history of the traffic unit, we've been able to cut fatalities in half in our city, and I think it's been a very effective program.
And so understanding that, what is the decision-making process, Chief, that the department goes through for doing these traffic stops? And is there a matrix or a formula, or is it just based on the calls that the department gets for unsafe conditions near school or an intersection? Walk us through what that looks like for the department.
Well, schools always get a priority, especially the elementary schools where you have kids that don't pay attention. We really want the traffic slowed down in our schools, so they get the priority. Besides that, we get mapping. We get collision mapping systems that place collisions in certain locations, and then we put officers on those.
So it's a combination of those, right? It's calls that we get for especially around schools. We do back to school. I know we've worked with our department on speeders and folks that don't respect the traffic signals and that sort. With regards to the DUI checkpoints, what's the process behind where those get placed and how often?
Well, there's case law that specifically requires us to follow when we do a checkpoint. There's a number of things. Ingersoll versus I think the state of Michigan, or is the actual case law Supreme Court ruling that we have to follow. And it requires us to set up a checkpoint, how we set it up, the lighting, the number of cones, how we do the survey. We have to do speed surveys and things like that. But most importantly, we have to know that there's DUIs that are occurring in that immediate area. So every one of our DUI checkpoint locations has a collision map that's part of a package that we submit to the court that'll show collisions in the area of a checkpoint.
And are those collision that are registered in that collision map, are they validated to be DUIs, or are they suspected DUIs, or what's the matrix for that?
These are collision stats. So where we've had a collision and a DUI arrest occurred.
Okay. Okay. Those are the questions I have for now. And like I said, any information that we were able to get, I'd love to get that, especially if we were able to break it by zip code. That would be very helpful for me. With that, President, turn it back.
I want to clarify. I don't know if that information can be given via zip code. So if it's policing district to help us save time, is that okay?
That works.
Okay, great.
Thank you, City Manager, for the clarifying question. With that, Councilmember Soya, you're up next.
Thank you, Council President. And wow, it's been a long day. I appreciate everyone's participation. First and foremost, the public that took the time to sit through a number of hours and going through the budget hearing. I think that this is what demonstrates the strength of a democracy. And I personally appreciate the public participation, so I want to thank everyone. Before, I have some statements that I'll make at the end, just of some thoughts that have come to mind over not only today, but over the last couple of weeks. But I did want to ask the chief some specific questions. Some of them were answered already from the questions asked by Councilmember Chavez, so I appreciate that. I did kind of want to follow up on a couple of things that you did answer regarding those 30% of calls that involve mental health issues, and how we have partnered up with the Department of Public Health. Does that really happen in every single call? Because I just witnessed an incident about a little bit over a month ago where there was no one with a mental health experience or a mental health professional that showed up to the call. There was someone experiencing a mental health crisis. So can you speak to maybe what are the hours that the Department of Public Health is responding to those types of calls? How does that work? If in fact the Department of Public Health is the first person that is to respond to some of these calls, have they thought about also helping us maybe cover the cost of sending a police for backup? I'm just trying to wonder those things.
Yeah, to answer your question is if 1,200, we have 1,200 emergency calls, and 1/3 of those are mental health. Obviously, the half dozen or so CIT officers that are paired with a social worker can't respond to all of them. So we have to prioritize that. We work 2 shifts, which is days and swings, which most of our calls come in. But to answer your question is no. We don't have social workers on staff at the police department or the city. So we rely on the county's Department of Health to provide that service for us, and they get millions of dollars for that service. So I don't know what call they respond to outside of our 911 system because I can't track that, but I do know the ones that occur internally.
Well, this was a 911 call. That's why I'm wondering. There was no one from the Department of Public Health or Behavioral Health that showed up to this particular call. And I'm wondering what kind of training are officers receiving? Because I was there and it didn't seem like there was I don't know. It just didn't, I don't know how much training are folks receiving to address these types of calls, because I just didn't think that it was the best way to respond to this particular situation.
All of our officers receive training on mental health. We have nearly 100% of our officers now trained in CIT with crisis intervention training, and that's a 40-hour training block where they get instruction from social workers, healthcare professionals, and psychologists on how to deal with that. I'll be honest with you, some people have better skills than others. We know that. And the fact is we do the best we can with it. We are, as some of your callers, people that called in pointed out, we're not social workers. We're not trained psychologists or police officers who have been asked or demanded that we respond to these, and we do the best we can with it.
And I think, and I appreciate that. I'm trying to understand, because I think that that's kind of what the community is saying. You guys are now, your demand in terms of responding to all these calls have become greater. And yeah, you guys get some training, but is it really enough training to be able to respond to these types of calls? So that's, just in kind of witnessing a particular situation, I was curious about that. I do want to dive deeper, after this budget hearing with the Department of Public or Behavioral Health to see really when are these people working? Because is it just from 9 to 5 that they'll show up? This wasn't a 9 to 5 call, so I'm wondering what moments or what hours are they actually responding to those 911 mental health calls?
Yeah, they work till 10 p.m. So it's from 8 to 10 p.m. at night, 7 days a week. But keep in mind, that's 6 teams that we have out. So if you do the math, we may only have 1 or 2 teams out at any given time for the entire city of 110 square miles. So it's just not possible for a CIT officer and a social worker to be at all calls, 30% of our calls. And I agree with you, council member, that we would love to be out of the social work business. We would love to be out of the homeless business. But the fact is we're one of the few agencies, government agencies, that answer the phone 24/7 and on holidays that can respond with a live body. So anything we can do to work together towards eliminating these as police calls, I would support.
Okay, thank you for that. And I have a couple of more questions. I know that our previous police chief has mentioned in other settings that when he was there, he had embraced Obama's 21st century policing recommendations. I'm wondering what those are we really practicing them through our department? How are they working? Have we evaluated them? And then on top of that, how do those align and are policies that aligned with you've heard the 8 can't wait. And I know that there's been a call for that. Folks are saying that we are only following 2. I know that you more recently just issued a temporary ban on the chokehold. I don't think it goes far enough. I think we need to permanently ban it. I think that we see, larger municipalities going in that direction, many cities already, in the state as well. So I think that it would show leadership from our end to permanently ban that. So just wanted to kind of give you an opportunity to talk about those.
Well, the pillars that you're talking about, we were one of the first agencies in the nation to actually embrace them and implement them into our policy. I do have those available for you if you'd like to view them, but we have already done extensive work on it and have incorporated that into our policy. As far as the 8 can't wait, I believe that we have met all 8, and we are meeting with my advisory committee. Some of the language I think can be fixed, but I believe if you look at all the 8 can't wait demands or requests on police departments, we're already doing all 8.
What about the elimination of the chokehold? Are you going to support the permanent ban?
Again, I'd like to have that discussion based on the facts. I think if your life's in danger, if it's to save a life, then I would be concerned about totally banning something because there are situations where if it save a life, then it might be appropriate. Rather than using a gun, for instance, if I could get an officer to do that rather than shoot the person, I would probably be okay with that. But I think it has to be a very high bar.
But so then we wouldn't be completely aligned with the 8 can't wait, because that's one of the 8 can't wait policies or reforms.
Well, it depends on what a ban means to them. I guess so. If it's for the life of the officer or life of another citizen, and the use of chokehold prevents other uses of deadly force, then we should at least have that conversation.
Well, we'll be having, I guess, a more extensive conversation on Thursday, so be ready for that, because I know that this council will want to, at least have an up and down vote to see where folks are at. And I want to just ask you. You've been the chief now. How long? Like,
I promoted in August 16th of last year.
So you close to a year, and so I know that you came in excited about the opportunity to kind of leave a legacy at the end of your tenure in terms of changes that can happen in the department. And so I just want to see, what are some of those things that you have already instituted since you becoming chief that you feel that are positive changes for the services that we're providing the community?
Well, I think some of them has been just in the change in how we look at our officers' actions and how we deal with them. And if you look and if you compare it from when the current independent police auditor was hired in 2017 and compare it to 2019 stats, our department generated internal affairs. In other words, when we find fault with our own officers, that has increased 66% in 2019. Where citizen complaints against officers actually decreased by 38%. Our terminations have increased by over 200% since 2017. Suspensions are up 88%. So our total is when you look at all demotions and suspensions and terminations, it's up 132% since 2017. So I think one of the biggest changes that I'm moving forward with is accountability.
That's good to hear. While the numbers are kind of startling, it's good to hear that we are trying to eliminate the bad apples that I think taint the work that you guys do on a daily basis. Question on training. I know folks have, you mentioned about the mental health, 40 hours. Is that a one-time deal, or officers are on a continual training mode for that?
That's a one-time deal right now. We'll have to decide if we recycle them again. We're just now getting through 100% of our officers and any new hires. So at this point, we'll have to decide if we want to continue that. That's not funded by post right now, so we don't get any reimbursement for that training. And it is quite expensive to send an officer to 40 hours of training, as well as the instructor's cost.
What about implicit bias? Do we have specific training as it relates to implicit bias? Is it a one-time? How often, or how many hours?
Yeah, the implicit bias training is a reoccurring training that we do as part of our professional standards. So that is a training that is ongoing. It is approved by post, and its officers are given it, I believe, every 2 years. They get a course on that.
How many hours do they get?
It's a 40-hour course, but it's not just on excuse me. There's ongoing courses. I think it's a 4-hour block of a bigger course.
Okay. Some folks have brought up the issue of the fact that sometimes our officers are pretty overworked. They're stretched in terms of, they do a lot of overtime. Do you believe that some of that can have an impact on an officer's ability to respond to certain types of calls if they're working a lot of overtime, or they're doing all these extra contracts? I know, like, for example, there's private contracts with like Bobby Salazar's in my district and other businesses. So if we have officers that are not only doing their 40-hour a week with us, but are doing all this extra, are we setting them up so that they're not, responding maybe the most adequate way for our community?
To answer your question, yes, but I want to caveat that. We limit the amount of overtime they can work beyond their normal work hours. They can work 16 hours a week overtime, and they have to have at least 1 day off a week. The problem occurs is that officers who work nights and weekends often have stresses at family, when the kids have to get up or they have to babysit. Also court. They don't have court during their shift. They have to get up at 8 or 9 in the morning. Well, if you got off at 6 in the morning and you have to get up at 8, sit in court for 6 or 7 hours, that can have an impact as well. I think the biggest stressor on our officers right now is simply the call load. The call, and the emergency calls to emergency call has an impact on people, and it does weigh heavily on our costs.
Thank you for providing that information. That was going to be my follow-up. So we're hearing the call load is kind of the biggest, a big issue in our department because our call volume is so high. So could we better do you feel like there's an opportunity in this moment to dive deep into kind of the types of calls and try to figure out how we lessen the call load for our officers?
I absolutely do, Councilman. Absolutely.
Is that part of your plan over the next, for the remaining time that you have with us?
Well, I have to balance that with services. So if I were to say that we're not going to do community policing events, or we're not going to do bicycle patrols to handle calls for service, or we're going to eliminate some other service like responding to homelessness, that's not a crime, or to mental illness, that's not a crime, then somebody's got to pick up that load. And until we identify who that is, I don't know who to give those calls to.
Well, and I think absolutely, you're absolutely correct. And I think that there is a desire, at least from members of the community. I know from my part, I've expressed my, while I appreciate the work that, some of the positives out of the homeless task force, I think that the 1.6% rate, success rate of trying to house folks, tells me that we're not focused on the right issue. We need to figure out investments so that we can provide the drug addiction, the mental health, and temporary housing for folks, and maybe give that job to someone else so that our officers can focus on, the real police, the criminals. That's what I would like, which is why I brought that motion forward. The other question that I have for you regarding dispatchers. I know that this has been a big issue over the last few years. We added additional dispatchers. How many vacancies do we have? Are we being successful in filling those vacant positions? Because I know that was another big issue that the department had.
Yeah, dispatchers is another high stress job. Very difficult, very difficult job. Very skilled work. The turnover is high in that unit. We have currently 10 vacancies. Keep in mind that 6 of those were approved by council to replace 10 positions that we got rid of. We just haven't been able to fill them yet. So we're hoping to fill those. That will give us some help, but keep in mind the state has recommended 40 additional dispatchers to come into compliance with state regulations. And the fact is when it takes sometimes 4 to 7 minutes to answer a 911 call, that's a tragedy. That's a tragedy for our city. And I put that in perspective. If you pulled your son or daughter out of a pool and were holding him or her and called 911, can you imagine what that's like to sit on a phone call ringing for 4 or 5 minutes before we even start to respond? And that's what we have to fix in this community.
Yeah. I experienced that when someone broke into my home. I didn't call police because I knew that I wouldn't actually get a live person there just because of how, the high volume that we have. So a couple more questions that I have. I know that I asked this information of the entire city, but I want to get more specific, not just with actually the police department. I want this information across from all departments in terms of ethnic breakdown. I know that there's been people have been concerned that our police force only has a small percentage of African American police officers, women as well. I would like kind of the ethnic and gender breakdown, but I also like to see that breakdown by the type of officer, if it's a regular officer, sergeant, captain, lieutenant, deputy, and then so forth. So if we could have the ethnic breakdown, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, I can have that for you anytime you want. I can go over it right now if you'd like, but I can also provide you.
I don't want to take more time of my council colleagues. If you could submit that to us, that would be great, so that we can take a look at it. The other last question that I do have, COVID-19 expenses. We know that the city of Fresno has been one of the disproportionate large cities when it comes to getting federal relief dollars. Are you guys claiming any COVID-19 related expenses?
Yeah, I believe we are claiming about $750,000 in COVID-related expenses.
What are those mostly?
Well, it includes equipment for working from home, but it also includes the additional patrols that we initially had for businesses that were closed, and we were seeing a sharp increase of burglaries to our vacated businesses at the time. So we put out extra patrols in shopping centers.
Okay, but not like direct response, because I know that one of the issues was that, and I know we were not in kind of alignment with that. You didn't want to really have the PD focus on enforcement of any of our kind of shelter in place guidelines that we had set. So it doesn't include any of that, right?
It does not include enforcement efforts. What it included was crime prevention efforts related to the COVID closures.
Okay. Okay. Just because I think in my perspective, we saw a missed opportunity. I think that given the fact that, you know, we were able to cover some of those expenses, which we know is a big deal for our general fund. But you know, it is what it is at this point. Hopefully the federal government does allow us to use part of the dollars to deal with our shortfall. And I think those are all my questions. I did want to just, if you guys could bear with me, make a couple comments just as I was listening to our residents and participated in the Black Lives Matter march a few weeks ago. I do first and foremost want to thank the Fresnans again for all their comments. I'm going to tell you that I hear you. Over the last few weeks, I've heard the outcry from our Fresno community over the brutal death of George Floyd and the real injustice that permeates not only our country, but our city. And I hope that all of us that are sitting on this dais have heard as well. I hope that you hear that Fresnans want transformative change and that they expect nothing less. We are living unprecedented times as we are faced with a pandemic that is impacting Black and Brown communities in a disproportionate way. And that at the same time, through the murder of a Black man, we are reminded of the greatest sin of our country, which is slavery and the racial inequality that has yet to be erased or at least rectified. While these conversations may be uncomfortable for some, we must remember that this is our moment, that we all have the responsibility to make things right and better. We need more than symbolically supporting, you know, the Black Lives Matter movement, the art, proclamations, or stating that we do stand in, you know, with Black Lives Matter. We must capitalize on this moment to reimagine the system that historically has kept people of color marginalized. It is our opportunity to redesign how our city will work for all Fresnans and how we will bring justice to communities that have been left behind. We must evaluate whether our current policies, and I'm not just talking about our police department, I'm talking about a budget as a whole, whether our current policies are aligned with our community values. And by all the comments, it seems as though we are missing the mark, and we must really do an internal evaluation of the work that we will continue to invest in through our budget. So with that, I just want to thank everyone for participating. I look forward to a robust conversation over the coming weeks and over the coming months as we try to determine how we better spend every single taxpayer money, how the community is asking us to deliver services. Thank you, Chief, for the information that your team provided us. It was very detailed. I didn't even realize the countless specialized units that we have. I think that we may have to reevaluate that too, as we're looking at, you know, what are our priorities within our police department. Thank you, and I yield my time, Council President.
Councilwoman Soya, Councilmember Esparza, you're up next.
Thank you, Council President. Chief, I appreciate the presentation by yourself and your deputy chiefs. I think there was probably more detail in there than there was the last budget last year. So I think it was a learning experience for us here on council as well as the public. And of course, I do want to thank everyone, all the participants of the meeting today, not just the folks who showed up here on Zoom, but everyone who's been engaged throughout the last several weeks, and the organizers who have really pushed and helped to keep the momentum going. The level of activism that we're seeing right now is truly incredible, and you certainly have met the moment. So, Chief, I wanted to follow up on something I had asked for, I think it was last week on Thursday, with respect to the homeless task force. I'm not sure if you were able to gather this data yet, or if the administration was, but you made reference to the 30% calls for service related to mental health. And I wanted to know how that compared to, within the homeless task force calls. I would venture to say that there's a higher rate within the homeless task force responses, but wanted to see if we're able to get that answer.
Council member, what is exactly the question you're asking? Is the number of calls our homeless task force handled?
Not the number of calls. So at the last meeting, I had asked about getting a count of the, or just sort of the percentage of calls that were more of a violent nature, or that truly required an armed, sworn police officer. In terms of the task force responses and the calls for service they responded to. And again, I was reminded today, as you brought up, how 30% of our service calls are mental health related. That's generally, so I wanted to know, how does that compare to the homeless task force? What percentage of those calls that the homeless task force is responding to require a sworn officer to respond to?
Yeah, I can get you the number of mental health calls that we respond to that are high priority zeros and ones, which are considered life-threatening or emergency calls. That's not a problem, council member. As far as the homeless task force, I don't think they break it down by mental illness or non-mental illness. They just respond to calls, and if they cleaned up over 6,500 camps last year. That are about 2,400 this year. Obviously, the COVID pandemic has reduced that number, and we won't hit that 6,500 mark. So I don't believe that the homeless task force tracks that. I can tell you that how many arrests were made from the homeless task force, and how many contacts and how many weapons were taken off. But I have no ability to say how many would have required a police or not, because they just handled it. Does that make sense?
No, it makes sense. It just, leading up to, our vote on the budget next Thursday, all of this data is critical. I mean, any type of data that there is, all right? I mean, you give us this 30% figure, and then within that, you can break down the zeros and the ones. So we're looking for something similar within the homeless task force, and then looking for metrics, right, that could, very clearly define for us the calls the homeless task force responded to that really required a sworn officer. So I mean, the metrics that are available, data is available. That's critical in our decision as we're looking at.
Yeah, most of our homeless task force calls are self-generated, which is a priority 7, regardless if it's an emergency or not. If they're self-generated, they always get a priority 7. So there would be no way for me to calculate any calls that were initiated by the homeless task force, whether they were simply just cleaning up a camp or dealing with a mentally disturbed person with a knife. I can tell you that, we made 510 arrests in 2019. We're about 112 arrests this year for various violations. That's about all I can tell you right now.
Those arrest numbers were for the homeless task force specifically you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
So moving on to the SWAT, one of the, I think it was Deputy Chief, might have been Reed, who told us it was about 12 to 15 calls per year on SWAT. And just for the public record, I didn't want to interrupt the presentation. You know, when these officers are not responding to a SWAT call, they're on patrol, correct? I mean, what occupies their time? Are they just
they don't get to sit around in the station waiting for the 12 calls. They're all assigned to a job. Some are assigned to patrol, some are a detective. They're spread out throughout the organization. And when we get a call, that becomes a priority. They leave their assignments, come together for that call, handle it, and then go back to their assignment.
Chief, so with respect to some of the capital equipment, right? Specifically, what I'm looking at here to start with is the helicopter. So, question: I mean, how many helicopters do President currently utilize? How many do we have?
Yeah, we currently have 2 helicopters. We used to have a plane, but we sold it. I think last year or the year before last. So we have two helicopters, and they're about 15 years old now.
I mean, and so, I mean, given how old they are, just, you know, I'm looking to find out what the ongoing costs associated with helicopters are. Obviously, we own them, right? But in terms of gasoline maintenance, additional personnel, any kind of synopsis you can provide in terms of the ongoing costs associated with these helicopters?
Yeah, the operating costs for our air support unit, for the helicopters and maintenance, fuel, facility, and things like that, they average between about $1 million to $1.4 million a year, depending on what breaks on the helicopter. Anything that leaves the ground is hugely expensive to repair. So if a rotor gear or something like that breaks, it's obviously a big expense item. But probably you could say about $1 million a year for operations, and then there's personnel costs as well.
And are these two in the air on a daily basis, or what is the criteria for when the birds go in the sky?
Well, truly, a helicopter is only effective if it's in the air when they're needed. By the time they get out, they fire up the bird, get it in the air. Generally, the call's over. So we do patrol flights. We fly about 1,600 hours per year. We generally fly during the swing shift time, our busiest time, but we kind of have a day overlap. We average about 3,600 calls a year with our helicopter. And our average response time is about 36 seconds, which is quite a bit faster than our normal 7-minute response time for the priority 0, our highest priority.
Sure. So, I mean, I asked some of these questions just obviously to get an idea of what the physical nature of having the helicopters is, but more with respect to some of the concerns from my residents. There are some that do appreciate having them up in the air. There are many others who do not. And taking a look at my district, representing the central part of the city, portion of the southeast part of the city, you heard some of the sentiment from the folks here on the call today, the audience, and there's a lot of that sentiment throughout my district. They feel as if it hovers around our neighborhoods more often than it does maybe in the north part of the city. So again, when I ask for the criteria, right, what is the criteria for where it does hover, and obviously it has to be on standby. So that's what I was looking for. Whereabouts does it sort of kind of establish a holding pattern? I know when there's calls, they go, but I mean, is it constantly a cycle of calls they're responding to? What is the criteria for where the holding pattern is established?
Yeah, I used to be an observer in the Skywatch. Actually, I was a supervisor of the Skywatch program. So when you get up in the air, even though the city seems like it's big, the city becomes a postage stamp for the helicopter. It's very difficult to stay even in the city limits. So they pretty much fly the entire city in a loop unless they're called for service. it would be very difficult to hover in one policing district. You'd get dizzy going in circles.
So kind of broadening this conversation, just again for the public's record, I know not everyone was able to take the time to go through the different line items of the department and the inventory, right? Folks, have jobs and are at this time making dinner and such. But just for the public record, right? I want to know what other type of equipment that we're in possession of in the police department that it, to be frank, of a militaristic type nature, right? Equipment that's not regularly used in the course of police business on a weekly basis. What are we in possession of?
Councilman, you broke up a little bit. Let me see if I got the gist of your question. You want to know what type of items we have that are equivalent to a military-based item?
More or less, yes. Kind of some of the big ticket items that we certainly don't see every day, right? That we are in possession of as kind of a contingency type measure. Just for the record, I'm curious, and I know folks on this call throughout the city are curious as to what some of those items might be.
Well, I guess the big ticket item would be a Bearcat that we share with the Fresno Sheriff's Department and Clovis Police Department. It was, I believe, purchased with grant funding. There's also, we do have a piece of military equipment. It's probably the only item that I believe we got from the military, and that was an MRAP. It's really designed to, it's an armored vehicle that allows us to go in and rescue people to get them out. For example, if we had a school shooting and we had multiple casualties, multiple wounded, we would drive that in there, we would throw them into this vehicle. We could probably get about maybe 10 people inside of it and safely get them out. It has no weapons or armament. It's just a ballistic van, for lack of better terms. That's probably our most serious piece of military equipment. We do have a SWAT van. It's just it's just a standard command van that all police departments have. However, it's dedicated to our SWAT vehicle. To go back to the MRAP, that was brought to council and was approved by council, just for your recollection. But we have a SWAT vehicle or a SWAT command vehicle, which is the standard. We retrofitted. Basically, it's just a whole gear for the SWAT team when they arrive. We had a 1972 bus that we used prior to that, and it's so broken down that we were actually having to get a tow truck to tow it to our SWAT calls, and that was a little embarrassing. So we eventually replaced that with some help from the council, as well with some help from private funding. Other than that, we have some items. We obviously have crowd control items, pepper balls, gas, smoke grenades that are used for a crowd control situation. That, to my knowledge, we haven't used in a crowd control situation in my 42 years. And we hope that we don't have to use them. Obviously, there are some automatic weapons that are used by the SWAT team. They're the only team that has fully automatic weapons. Our patrol officers have the semi-automatic weapon version of the AR-15.
Okay, and then that's very, very informative, I think, for the public. And then just, in terms of, again, from the fiscal perspective, some of the earlier ones you mentioned, though, we own those outright. We're not, that's not necessarily, notwithstanding sort of maintenance costs, we're not paying on any of those.
No, they're all funded, including the new SWAT vehicle that we have has all been purchased and funded. The MRAP was a donation, and the Bearcat has been in service probably 8 or 9 years, so it's fully paid off.
Thank you. Yeah, very informative. So switching gears a little bit here, noticed this came to mind. I was looking at the org chart for one of the divisions. Their video surveillance unit. To the best of my knowledge, looking back, I think that has been operational since roughly 2006, at least sort of the current version. What is the video surveillance unit? And it's been brought to my attention by some folks that over the years and through the changes of administration and changes in police leadership, that there was at one point sort of a mandated independent audit, for the video surveillance unit within Fresno PD. So I wanted to know, to the best of your recollection, as long as you've been interim chief or deputy chief, do you know the last time that an audit was conducted, or are you familiar with this process, this accountability measure within the department? And again, I didn't give you any heads up about that question or any of these questions, but that one kind of pops that popped up as I was looking through the org chart, and maybe the administration has some insight into this as well.
Yeah, there's two units. One is a body camera unit, which monitors all of our body cameras, and then there's a video policing unit. I think that's the one you're referring to.
That is
our last audit was in 2013, and I believe it was Oliver Baines that Oliver Wanger, a retired judge that did that audit. And the big concern was back when we started the video police unit is that we had people monitoring these cameras and they could control them and look around. We don't have anybody assigned to our video policing unit now. They mostly record locations, street intersections, and things like that. And the concern was obviously we would be spying on residents. So now we go back after the incident and we look at people leaving the scene to see if we can identify a vehicle. So it's a lot less intrusive now than it even was when we started the unit. And this is how we solved one of the Hmong multiple murder in Southeast Fresno, as you recall, by watching vehicles leaving it. That gave us our link to the suspect. So it's a valuable program. I'm perfectly okay with having it audited again. There's probably a cost to that. We can put it in the budget, or we can try to find it within our existing budget. But again, we don't actively monitor those cameras any longer.
Okay, well that's so you're telling me that at no point is there ever an active person sort of monitoring. It's sort of all retroactive, having to go back and take a look. There's no active person behind these cameras at any given time.
We don't have anybody assigned to the video policing unit right now.
Okay. Well, I'll go back and take a look at that language, just because, again, I certainly was in high school back then, right? So I wasn't paying a ton of attention to what the Fresno Police Department video surveillance unit language was. But I will go back and take a look at that language, and I think it's supposed to be an annual audit. And maybe there's adjustments that need to be made since there is no longer active personnel behind those cameras. So that's something I'll take the lead on. I'll
go into it as well, council member, and if it is an audit requirement, we're certainly happy to do it. We've got nothing to hide.
Sure. But again, depending how costly it is, and then the fact that there is no longer a person behind it, it maybe it goes by every other year as opposed to annual or something of that nature.
Well, either way, we'll either conduct the audit or we'll come back to council with a recommendation.
Sure. All right, onto CSOs. I think you had mentioned within your vacancies there was a couple CSO vacancies. Which policing districts are those vacancies in? What is the status of CSOs altogether? Are community service officers?
Yeah, those are community service officers. They work crime prevention and they do a variety of community policing events. Events for community like a block party or a school event. The district that does not have one right now is the Central Policing District.
And I heard you say that per the administration orders that there's a hiring freeze on the CSO positions currently.
I believe that was either direction from the council. I got it from my boss, and so we're holding it off right now.
Going on to the 27 vacancies, sworn vacancies. When we asked the question last budget about a year ago about vacancies among sworn officers, I believe at that point it was still 826 authorized positions, but I think there was only 13 at that point, 13 vacancies. And now, correct me if I'm wrong, we have 27. Why the difference there? What is the sort of average number of revolving vacancies that we tend to have? I mean, this is my second budget here as a council member. Yeah, I think what I'm seeing here is the number of vacancies more than double.
We turn over about 4 officers per month. That's either through retirement, terminations, or some type of other leave, medical or otherwise. So about 4 per month, so 36 per year. We'll lose just annually if we don't pick up another cop. Some of the positions that we're trying to fill are just difficult. The process is slow, and it's difficult to come by. I'll give you an example. Last year we did 175 background investigations on officers, and we were able to hire 36 police officers out of 175 applicants that got all the way to the background investigation. So the percentage, it's a slow process that's going to be made even slower by the events going on today.
Okay. Well, I mean, the events going on today certainly going to have an impact, and everything is to some degree slowed down. So given, there was 13 last budget season, right now, currently there's 27 vacancies. What would you say in terms of sworn officers? What is sort of the average revolving number of vacancies?
Oh, what would you say we have at any given time? Yeah, legally.
Yeah, about.
It's hard to say. We have generally stayed about 97, 98% filled. It just depends on how many people we turn over on a given month and how fast the academy cycles. And as you know, the COVID issue delayed the academy starting, so that starts to put us behind because we're not able to grab academy graduates. So that got us a little bit behind the ball.
Okay, well, I mean, right now, given these number of vacancies, we're at about 96.8%, I think, full capacity. So somewhere maybe 22-ish, if you're saying 97, 98 is the average where we kind of hover around. Is that safe to say?
Yeah, I think 50 to 20 would be a very safe number. But yeah, I think you're right.
Okay. All right, Chief. Well, I think that's going to conclude my line of questioning. I just wanted to make a few comments and such, but appreciate your information you provided here today. Well, I mean, given the sort of number of revolving vacancies, I think these positions continue to be funded. We have trouble filling some of them. I think we've been kind of holding a constant holding pattern with number of sworn authorized positions in the police department. So given that, and again, rewinding back to this last budget cycle where the community was looking for a different direction of how we addressed violent crime in the city. And, we had advanced peace on the table last budget cycle. And unfortunately, that was vetoed by Mayor Brand. But I'd like to make a motion to put that back on the table. Specifically, I'd like the motion to be we allocate $300,000 towards the Advanced Peace Program. It looks like in giving our revolving vacancies, we can use some of those salary savings to fund this program, not only for this coming fiscal year, but that built in over a 5-year cycle, which I think was if I can get a second on that.
Council member, can I have you repeat your motion? You're breaking up a little, and I want the city clerk to get the motion correct.
Yes. So the motion is to allocate $300,000 towards advanced peace program, and the funding source would salary savings that come from the revolving, the natural rate of revolving vacancies within the police department. And not just for this fiscal year, but I'd like to see that built into the 5-year projection. For the next 5 years, $300,000 allocated in order to sort of make that commitment to seeing this program through. City Clerk, were you able to grab all that?
So the motion is to fund, call on Carbasi, no interruption right now, trying to get clear on the motion.
Well, if the city manager can't speak and her mic's not working, I'd like to work that out because this is a significant.
Mike,
discussion.
please, Mike, no interruptions. Let me run the meeting, get clear on the motion. The city manager has IT in her office, they can figure it out.
Well, then we should hold off until that's fixed.
Mike, her audio works. Please don't
There we
interrupt.
go. Thank you, sir.
Council member, you have the floor. What's your motion?
Test.
City Clerk, do you need me to repeat my motion?
Yes, please.
All right, here we go. Third time. See if I can get this in. The motion is to allocate $300,000 towards the Advanced Peace Program.
Miguel, can you hear us?
Sorry,
I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Thanks.
Okay, your mic's working, but please do not interrupt council members as they speak.
Okay,
ahead, council member.
I'm a broken record now. $300,000 towards the Advanced Peace Program to be paid for through the natural revolving salary savings from vacancies in the police department, not only for this fiscal year, but also built into the 5-year projection for the next 5 fiscal years. So that way we are seeing this commitment through and giving the Advanced Peace Program a fair shot and the fair investment that it deserves. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
So am I allowed to speak now?
Not yet, city manager. Let me recognize you, please. It's a long day and we're trying to get through this, so please do not interrupt each other. The motion's been made by Council Member Esparza. It's been seconded by Councilwoman Soria. City Clerk, are you good?
Yeah.
Okay, now you may proceed, city manager.
So I want to point out that we do not have any extra salary savings. If you all recall, when we adopt the budget, we rely on, what is it, Henry?
Almost $7 million.
$7 million to help balance the general fund. So every month we go in and we sweep salary savings from every general fund department, with the exception of those that report to you. And we use that money to balance the general fund. So I understand that the motion's on the table, but I just want to make sure that it's clear that we have no additional salary savings.
Okay, so well, the motion will remain, and again, I'm open to sort of adjustments on the funding source. But I mean, that having advanced peace is a must. I mean, the community demanded it last budget cycle. They're demanding it this budget cycle. You know, we're summertime, so I think violent crime is on full display here in our city. This is something I think needs to be funded one way or the other.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Soria, you have the floor.
Council President, I wasn't quite done. I'm almost there.
Okay.
So that'll be my sole motion for now. But I just again want to say to everybody that, you know, in restructuring how we deliver public safety in our city and invest dollars in a manner that's more optimal for the health and safety outcomes of all Fresno residents, it's a heavy lift. This is, you know, incredibly systematic. You can't really pinpoint the blame onto one person or one entity. And really glad to be having this conversation about how we deliver public safety. And I want to remind the public, remind everyone involved in this conversation that public safety is a function of how us as legislators, you know, create policy, and we as legislators are a function of the people we represent, right? And I think we've done things a certain way for a very long time. We've seen some small amounts of evolution, but I think the will of our residents has shifted, and I think we have to make adjustments accordingly. Again, with the sole goal of making our city safer. So want to praise again all the organizers and residents who showed up, and for your public and civic engagement and keeping this conversation largely respectful, and to our officers, our law enforcement, who are also listening in on this conversation and are inevitably must be part of the conversation. I feel the need to communicate to you that you should not be interpreting very productive conversations as an attack. Again, this whole process is a function of the residents of this city, and the officers will have their role in public safety. I think we're just looking very seriously at how we deliver that public safety. So thank everyone for being part of this process. We'll yield the rest of my time, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Garza. Councilwoman Soria.
I just wanted to add, and this was related to the motion, that's why I wanted to speak before you concluded your remarks, Councilmember Esparza. I think that I get the concern that there may not be salary savings and so forth. There are other mechanisms if we want this to happen, to be able to fund this program. There is CDBG. CDBG should be this could be also funded under CDBG, because what we're trying to target and fix in our community or bring a different solution is the poverty and the crime that exists. So I believe that given how those funds come to our community, we could allocate even CDBG funds if we really wanted to. I think it's a matter of willingness. And so if the administration and the mayor is supportive of figuring out a funding mechanism, it may not have to be the salary savings of PD, because those are swept, like you said, but there are other ways to fund it. So when there's a will, there's a way. So I believe that we can, hopefully in the next coming weeks and the coming months, as we're reshaping our budget, we find the dollars to invest back into our community in a different way. Because what we've seen is that we can't continue to do the same and expect better outcomes with the same type of investments. We got to modify things.
Agreed, Councilmember Soria. Agreed.
All right, the support is clear. Councilmember Carbasi, Bredfield, would you like the floor? I think you're on mute, Councilmember Bredfield.
Is Carbasi speaking or
no? Whoever, they don't have their hands up, so I'm asking.
Okay. Well, let me just say a couple things at this late hour. I too want to echo the appreciation I feel for all the people that spoke. I hear the concerns that many talked about. I have my staff here. They've written down notes on many of the salient points that people expressed. Today, this is a hearing. There's no actual votes going to be taking place other than make motions. This will be decided in the budget. And so there are many things that I heard that I support. Some things, of course, that I disagree with. I don't think the solution is to eradicate our police department. That's no solution. That would just wreak more problems for our community. And I don't think people truly, significant majority of people do not want to eradicate, abolish our police department. I look forward to discussions that are going to take place with the commission that was formed. I think all of us, people who are elected, people in our community, people who put on the uniform, are open to dialogue, communication, looking at ways that we can improve policing. I think our police chief is open to looking at ways that we can improve policing. I think all of our law enforcement want to look at ways to improve our policing. I think in regards to that, we are all one community in terms of doing things better. So I'm open to that. I'm open to the dialogue. I look forward to further dialogue, communication that is honest, that's straightforward, leads to good things and good outcomes. And so we will see how this continues to unfold. I mean, we have to approve a budget by June 30th. So we will get there shortly, and we will look at all of these issues and discuss them further. But again, I want people to know that called in that I'm listening and I hear the concerns, and we will see how it continues to develop as we get our budget together. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Butterfield. Councilmember Carbasi.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for your patience in this very long day. Today clearly is an emotionally charged day, I think, for everyone. That much is clear. We've heard some callers make very blanket statements about our law enforcement, comments which I wholeheartedly don't agree with. But we've also heard a lot of them, some of our residents really pour their hearts out about some of the systemic, multi-generational challenges we continue to face in our neighborhoods, including childhood trauma, PTSD, inadequate access to healthcare. But the central theme of all that is poverty in our community and the trauma of that. The murder of George Floyd and the national aftermath really provide us with a unique opportunity out of tragedy to not only have a conversation about the real multi-generational challenges in our entire city, but also working towards policy solutions that can make a real difference that will be felt in all our neighborhoods. I'm really looking forward to learning about what the Police Reform Commission created last week comes up with. It's important to note that we're going to have a really diverse group at the table, including representatives of our rank and file officers and some of their toughest critics. And I really encourage them to have very frank discussions. It will be a tough process, but that's okay. Any lasting reform, that has a chance of becoming real policy in our democratic process really has to have the support of a majority of this community. That's how democracy works. It's important to have an open mind, but ultimately we cannot abandon our core responsibility as a city to ensure the safety of our residents. I also want to make a comment about Chief Andy Hall. And this isn't Andy Hall, the police chief. It's not Andy Hall, the police officer. It's Andy Hall, the person. Chief Hall and I don't have to agree on every single issue, but the reason why I respect Andy Hall, the person, is because at his core, he is very duty bound. And that's just the example I think we need for the next police chief. And that's a quality I'm going to be looking for as this city chooses its next chief. Lastly, part of the national conversation that we've been having, and one of my colleagues actually mentioned it, was implicit or cognitive bias in law enforcement. What that really means that as individuals, our behavior isn't dictated by objective information. It ends up being dictated by our own construction of reality. So as council members, we're human. And we're human like anyone else, but we can't allow ourselves to fall victim to that same bias. In a city of well over 500,000 residents, there are only 7 of us given the honor of making they're chosen for the honor of making these tough decisions that are before us today. It's our responsibility to represent our districts, but we also have to do what is right for our city and represent the city as a whole and not to succumb to national moods. Defunding Fresno PD really is a blind solution to a greater problem. It actually sends a message. Not only did we fail, we don't want to do anything about it. When it comes to public safety in Fresno, failure just can't be an option. It's on the table. When this council was frustrated with code enforcement, we didn't defund it, we made it better. Making any hard and fast decisions about the police department without having the recommendations of the commission that's chaired by former Councilmember Oliver Baines would actually undermine the reforms they'll bring forward. And I think these reforms can go a long way, though, to heal the hurt that is in this community that we heard today from so many of our residents. Now, with that, I do have a couple of questions for Chief Hall, and I want to thank you all for your patience as I shared my feelings during my first budget hearing about a very emotionally charged issue. Chief Hall, how many calls for service do we get a year on average?
You get about 429,000 calls per year.
Now, do we have a number for how many of these calls involve any use of force?
Yeah, last year, out of those 429,000, we used force in 289 incidents. 289.
Okay, one second, because I just want to put this into perspective. I mean, we have to take every situation seriously. So if my math, that's about 1/2 of 1/10,000th of 1%, according to my math. Now, can you tell me about some of the reforms you've taken during your tenure so far? For example, with overtime, my understanding is you've been pretty strict about that.
Well, again, I come from a duty-bound history of work history, and I believe that if you tell me how much overtime I have, council, that's how much overtime we should spend. And so when I came into the department as the chief of police, we were projected to be between $500,000 to $700,000 over budget in our overtime account. So we got together with our staff and we made some significant changes to the organization. We met with the POA, and we were able to. We were planning on being about 100,000 to 200,000 under budget, which was pretty much a savings of just under $1 million for my projected overtime rate. However, because of the protests and the events that occurred of recent, we're probably going to be within budget, at budget now.
Understood. Again, to put this in perspective of how these changes are going to affect, how any changes, the decisions we make can affect the public, especially the folks in my district or other neighborhoods. So there's a demand to defund PD to no more than 45% of the general fund budget. And I expect one of my colleagues to make a motion for that because, I mean, well, I'll leave it at that. Can you, according to my math, and I could be off a little bit, but that's about $14 million in lost revenue for the department. Can you explain to me the effect that will have on the community? I mean, the effect it'll have, how it's going to look like, less patrol officers for the community policing model?
Well, as I indicated, we're down about 45 civilian positions. We currently have 309 allocated civilian positions from a high of 450. We're down to about 250 now. We don't have the ability to cut any more civilian positions. We just don't, without severely impacting laws, state laws, and common sense when it comes to our 911 system. When you look at our budget, our overall budget, 4% of our budget is non-PERS. In other words, it's not paying somebody's salary. When you compare that to the fire department, they're 9% of their total budget is non-PERS. So we're very efficient with your dollars. But the fact is if we're cutting $14 million, we're cutting cops. We're cutting cops in the street. And at some point, this body has to decide what services we're going to cut to the community. And I'll give you an example. ICAT, which is a combined team that we share with other agencies for sexual predators. Last week, we arrested a sexual predator in the city of Fresno who was arrested on multiple counts of child molestation, including rape of infants. Now, I'm not sure if this is the type of downsizing this council wants. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to go through our budget and decide how we get rid of 150 officers, because that's what the equivalent is about, maybe 100, maybe 140 officers. And we got to decide what services we're not going to do, what we're not going to respond to, and that's going to be difficult because we're not going to investigate elder abuse, child molest, child neglect? Are we not going to respond to calls for service? Those are the kind of questions that you'll have to answer because ultimately you report to your constituents. And this will have an impact on us. I'm excited to look at some of the options of not responding to calls for service like homelessness or mental illness or other social ills in our community. But the fact is when you start cutting a budget, that has consequences. And we're going to have to be very upfront with the public on what those consequences are.
Chief, I'm just going to comment on something you said. I have a very large active senior population in my district. You mentioned elder abuse. My dad, who I love very much, was a victim of elder abuse. And I'm the one that had to take him, and he can't walk very well. And when you have to go to court, you have to park pretty far away and make that long walk. And to see the perspective from a victim, and there are far more violent, worse crimes out there, and elder abuse can be part of violent crime as well. But the effect that victimization has on people that I don't think we talked about a whole lot today, that's what I'm really concerned about, increased victimization from cutting the funding, because throughout the whole step in the process, from the interview from the officer to the DA's office that came in and interviewed my dad, to the advocates he got at Fresno County, the victim advocates to help him through the process, to working with the assistant district attorney, that whole apparatus gave him protection. And I think that's something that needs to be discussed too, because I don't want us to lose any portion of the apparatus if we just simply defund. I think we need to talk about the real impact it's going to have. Yes, we want reform, and I think reform is important, and I really want PD at the table for that. But I don't want to undercut what the mission is right now. And to me, for the city, the core responsibility is the safety of residents, whether it's police and fire or any other apparatus. So I'm going to leave it at that. I look forward to the continuing discussion with my colleagues and the decision we have to make. But I really do appreciate the community that came out and voiced their concerns. And I want to thank you, Chief, and the people that put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe. It is a very real fear you live with, and I think it was very appropriate you talked about the deputy that was killed, because there are people that are a threat to all of us, and you put yourself in harm's way, and I want to express my gratitude for that. We've got to make things better, but I really appreciate the service of your department. Thank you.
Sorry, Council President stepped away for a quick second. Is there anyone else on the council that would like to speak? Council President?
Council Vice President.
Go for it. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a very long day and full of ups and downs, and very draining energy-wise with all the things that have been brought forward and all the diverse opinions, ideas. Haven't heard any specific solutions, but I've got a lot of ideas and questions in mind. In light of the hour and so much has been said already, I'm not one to repeat what's been said or say it over and over, whatever. So with that in mind, I'll reserve any further comments to Thursday during our regular city council meeting. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Council Vice President. Any other comments from the rest of the council before I begin my comments? Seeing none, let me go down my questions. Chief, as you probably remember, Chief, I wasn't a big fan of the hiring process that resulted in your hiring. But since then, when I've been asked, I've given you a B+ for your performance based solely on your actions, Chief. And I do want to vouch publicly that when you reference duty bound and honesty, it's not just a soundbite, but I've seen that you've demonstrated that ability with us. So I appreciate the work that you've done in that area. And I do appreciate the changes you've made thus far to the police department. It's no small thing to reassign officers from special units into patrol. It's no small thing to have detectives work 5 days a week like the rest of us. And I know that there's significant pushback when you took those two actions in the best interest of the city. So for that, I want to acknowledge that. And I want to acknowledge that it's not easy, but that you've done it because you're duty bound. So with all the kudos, now let's get to the real questions, Chief. Let me start off with, Chief, you've seen the 15 demands from the last meeting that the council had from the NAACP. Have you yet taken a position or provided them a response to 15 demands for police reform?
We did meet. We had a meeting. I'm losing days, but it seems like last week we had a meeting with the group. I have a meeting scheduled for the week of the 22nd with my advisory committee, which is a pretty diverse group of the community, to go over the 8 demands. Again, I believe we've met all of them, with the exception of maybe the carotid restraint. In the 8 demands, it refers to the chokehold, which is a different restraint technique than the carotid restraint, but we'll vet that out. I do believe that we could clean up some policy language, and I'm hoping that this committee can help me do that. My plan is to put our policy up on the board, read it to them, compare it to their demand, and see how they mesh. And if they don't, we'll fix it.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. And when you complete that process, if you could give us a memo with whatever it is that you've concluded around their demands, that would be helpful to us. Chief, in your opinion, what needs to change in our policing practices, and how is that reflected in your upcoming budget?
Well,
what I mean by policing practices, Chief, is you've seen the national response around police reform. You've been here for a year. You've done some initial reforms around detectives' work hours, around prioritizing patrols versus special units. In your opinion, of being a tenured officer in this department and now a chief for a year, what should we be looking at changing? If you could give the Reform Commission some guidance on where they should be looking, what would it be?
Well, I'd like to get back into the community. I think our officers are so busy right now that they've drifted apart from the community. I can remember when I came on, I had a walking beat in El Dorado Park, which was back then Sin City. I was 23 years old, and I walked that beat, and I got to know everybody in that area. It's one of the most highly densely populated locations in the city of Fresno, and I think in the state of California. And being able to meet the people, to talk to them, to be a regular in their community was a pretty special time for me in my career, and I believe it helped the community adjust. We were transitioning to the Southeast Asian community during those years. Many of them couldn't speak the language, so I got to meet their kids, and I got to communicate to the parents through their children. And our officers don't have that anymore. We don't have that ability to truly ingrain ourselves in the community any longer. It was my hope to expand on bringing broken neighborhoods back to life in our city. I think it's an amazing program. And I had asked for positions in the fiscal year 21 budget. Unfortunately, circumstances aren't going to allow that. So I think the best thing that I can wish for right now for my officers is time. And that may be available if we can look at services that can be handled by somebody, another department or another agency, social ills in our community. That Councilmember Soria is absolutely right. Probably should not be handled by police, but have been left to us because nobody else is here to do that. So I'm excited about looking at opportunities to look at other ways and other departments that can maybe pick up some of that load, that can free up our officers so that we can ingrain ourselves back in the community. I think diversity hiring is a huge issue for us. And that's my biggest concern if we go down this road of laying off cops. Our most diverse workforce is our younger officers. In the last 3 to 5 years, we've done an excellent job of hiring from within the community. It hasn't been easy because we've had to go into that community and look and get people to come to the police department, and we've had to train them from the ground up. We've had to hire them as cadets, train them, and get them ready to go to the academy so they could be successful. Send them to the academy and then get them to the program. And I fear that a lot of that will be lost if we go backwards at this time in our organization.
Thank you, Chief. Now, Chief, that segues to my next question. As you know, and has been articulated by you and others, over the last decades, sworn officers have been asked to do more, go into schools and handle discipline, clear out homeless encampments, go guard, garbage, dumps from people taking recyclables. graffiti removal. Your sworn officers are now responsible for declaring individuals 5150. And if we could help you, because I know you've indicated that you would love to be out of the social work and homeless business, if we could help take some things off your plate and the sworn officers' plates, where would we start, in your opinion?
Well, I think a good start is the homeless issue. As you indicated, only 1.6 of the recipients that we contact accept services. Maybe it is a time we look at a different approach to that and look at pulling our police officers out and having social workers or another department address those issues. Mental health system is quite honestly, it's broken. We put mentally ill people into the hospital, and only to have them out 4 or 5 hours later, back in the community. I can give you example after example where we've taken somebody to the hospital on a commitment, only to be released and commit a violent crime, or get involved in a significant police action. So, listen, if I had a crystal ball and I could make the world a better place, then I'm certainly willing to try. Those would be the areas that I would think we should focus on. Thank you. And Chief, in terms of shootings, I know you referenced that shootings are up this year. And last year, the mayor and our Mayor-elect Dyer opposed advanced peace as an alternative. If advanced peace doesn't occur, what's the alternative that the Fresno Police Department is prepared to implement to reduce shootings in our city? Do you have an alternative at this point? Yeah, I believe we are working on a modification of advanced peace, and I'll let the mayor kind of address that, but it's modeled after that, but it's more Fresno specific. And I think the council will appreciate the efforts that not only the city has done, but the community has worked on this. So before we move forward with a model that's not tailored to Fresno, I would hope that the council would be willing to at least entertain the thought of having a Fresno-specific version of advanced peace model for Fresno. Thank you. And I think you'll find a council that's willing to do that. Last year, the majority wanted advanced peace, and we gave direction to pursue a Fresno-specific approach. And I think it's clear that the staff has to June 25th, and the mayor to come up with an alternative, or else we're left with no other option but to vote on the motion on the floor. So we have some time before we have to cross that bridge. Yeah, I have signed a letter in support of the group that is putting this program together. And I believe you'll find that it's pretty much modeled after advanced peace, but it's just a little bit more tailored to our community. Understood.
And I have H Spees is on the line as well, and Mayor and H were hoping to make rounds with all of you to kind of address and introduce the program that they would like to invest in. Okay. Does he need to do it now, or would he like to do meetings with the council members before the 25th? I know the mayor's not available right now, so my recommendation is we set up some meetings, and then we can discuss it next week during one of our budget council meetings as well.
I would ask the city manager that you prioritize the members who made the motion on advanced fees first, to meet with them first.
We can do that.
Perfect, thank you. Chief, do you have any evidence or data or evaluations that demonstrate the effectiveness of special units in reducing crime? Have we ever done any kind of evaluation of the specialty units that we have? Well, I can tell you from experience that when we do a focused effort, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. When we do an effort to impact gang violence in our community, it does have a correlation to reduce shootings in our city. The problem is we can't sustain it because we simply do not have the funding or resources. So temporary suppression results in temporary reduction. Is that fair to say? Well, it does, but I can't control the courts or the judicial system, the revolving door of that system. So it does become temporary. If they're in for 2 years,
And when we see them come out, we see crime reoccur.
Okay, thank you. Chief, we, a year ago, I think it was, there was some audit findings that were not too favorable related to the police academy and the police department. And we were told at that time that you guys were going to take action and resolve some of those findings. The audit committee nor the council has ever gotten a report back from how those audit findings were resolved. Do you have an update for us?
Council President, let me work with the auditors and get a trade memo out to you all, because I need
That's
to
fine.
see what our typical process is for
Yeah, I
council.
think you guys promised us an update in 6 months, and it's been about a year. So if you can just respond to us when you have an opportunity, City Manager, that'd be sufficient.
Yep, we can do that.
Thank you. And Chief, I don't know if you've heard, but today the Supreme Court rejected the challenge from the president on California Sanctuary State Declaration, allowing it to stand. Do you believe in Fresno that we're doing enough for our undocumented community, given that there's been this historic opposition to sanctuary city status?
We follow the governor's sanctuary city status. We do not work with ICE. We don't place immigration holds, nor do we ask anybody their status as a citizen or non-citizen. It's just not something that the police department does.
Great. Thank you for confirming that. It's reassuring to a lot of people who are watching today. In terms of lawsuits, Chief, I know last year's budget increased our amount for lawsuit settlements from $2 million to $4 million. What's your advice, now that you've been chief for a year, on how we reduce the future liability of officer-involved shootings that result in some of the lawsuits? What do you think we should be doing differently, or we could be doing differently, if resources was not an impediment?
Yeah, this is a tough one, because if you look at Fresno, we're probably lower than most cities our size, and most of these incidents are mental health related that we're becoming involved in. What I have done is I've slowed the process down, and what we find out is that if we can slow the process down, we generally get much better results. So I have directed recent policy after meeting with my advisory panel. Some who agreed with me and some who didn't. But we talked about de-escalating. We even talked about just simply walking away. And I've had a few situations where we've walked away, and I've taken a lot of criticism from that. And I can give you an example. I know it's late, but I have a relatively recent example where we had committed a young man for mental health issues at the hospital. He was released six hours later. He went back to his parents' house and broke into his parents' house and took a assault rifle, or not assault rifle, but a semi-automatic AR-15 out of the father's safe, and then ran them out of the house. He was in the house by himself. Obviously, they called the police. We surrounded the deal, and we negotiated with him for 4 or 5, I think almost 6 hours. We had mental health people there. We had negotiators. We had our SWAT team. Ultimately, we had about 50 people on this call. And I got the call at home at about 3 in the morning, and they asked me what to do. And under normal circumstances, we would eventually initiate a SWAT call. And I remember asking my SWAT commander, I go, well, what happens if we go in? And during this time, these negotiations, he had fired this weapon off 3 times in the house. And I asked him, what happens if we go in? And he said, well, he shoots at us, and we shoot back, and we kill him. What happens if he comes out with the gun? He says, well, if he doesn't drop it, we shoot him. And I asked that commander, I said, do you think when that father called us to his house, mentally ill son, do you think he asked us to come over and kill his son? And the SWAT commander says, no, sir, I don't. I said, well, I'm not prepared to kill his son tonight. And I said, what happens if we leave? Just back up our stuff and leave. He says, well, he could kill himself, or he could walk outside and go to a neighbor's house kick the door in and kill a family of 4. He could walk down the street with a gun. I said, well, those are all possibilities, right? He goes, yes. I said, but 100% for sure, if we go into the house, we kill this boy. He said, yes, sir. I said, well, we're going to park the car down the street. We're going to advise the neighbors to call us if it's anything. We're going to find a place for the parents to stay tonight. And we're going to leave. And that's what we did. We left. Fortunately, we came back the next day. He was gone. He left the guns. We were able to collect the guns. We caught up with him a few days later after he came off his FI.
He dozed off.
And he apologized, and we were able to get him help. So that's the kind of direction that I want to take this organization. Slow down. Let's think about the consequences of our actions, and let's see if we can do better.
Thank you for that thoughtful response, Chief, and for the fact that you remind us that simply de-escalating is sometimes a better option, especially when it's the livelihoods of our residents are at risk. With that, Chief, I'd like to talk about contract policing. As you know, during COVID-19, we shut down the malls. I think it was last week I finally took my daughter to clothes shopping at Fashion Fair, and the Apple store was closed, and they had a fully uniformed police officer protecting a closed Apple store. And we have similar agreements in Walmart and bars. And by definition, those who can afford the private security of an armed present police officer get immediate response, while the rest of us have to wait however long it takes somebody to pick up the dispatch call and then get to the scene. Do you think that should continue, or should we limit our police officers from continuing to be rented for those who have the ability to pay?
Well,
the reason I asked you is not to put you on the spot, but because this is going to be an issue that the commission is going to have to wrestle with.
We can certainly have that discussion, council member, and I'm more than willing to have it. But we got to keep in mind that the schools rent our police officers, the fair rent our police officer, City Hall security rent our police officers to provide security at City Hall. So it is something we have to discuss. It becomes a business decision for them. The California law has made petty theft, virtually shoplifting, not a crime anymore. And the fact is, these businesses are losing merchandise at such a rate that it's more cost effective for them to pay for a police officer to be there than it is to try to stay in business. And I guess the fear is I would have if as we go down this route is to lose businesses in our city, and the consequences of that. So I'm more than willing to have the discussion. Obviously, it's a concern of mine as well. But this is driven by the fact that the businesses cannot protect their merchandise.
Thank you, Chief. And I fully agree with you that this started off as a supplemental support for public institutions, and now it's become a supplemental support for corporations. And, our frustration, of course, from residents is when your mom and pop business calls 911, it takes 20, 30 minutes to get there. When Walmart calls, they have a full-time person there because they can afford it. So it's just a point of conversation that we'll have to have as we continue, because if it becomes about those who can pay get the immediate police response versus the general public, it makes it much more difficult for us to demonstrate to the public that public safety needs additional local support in a tax measure or any other measure. In terms of response time, Chief, what's the current response time to pick up a 911 call, and also for folks to show up to a priority 1 call on average? I think you have those numbers, right?
Yeah, I do. I have it in front of me now. Are you looking by district or overall?
Overall. However you typically share the information, and then where does that land in terms of a state average or a city average, however you want to compare them?
Okay, so on a citywide average, from the time you call a 911 and we answer it, to get a police officer to arrive on a priority 0, which is our life-threatening calls for service, it's just under 8 minutes or 7 minutes, 7.76 7 minutes and 76 seconds, 0.76 seconds. The worst districts for response time are the Northeast and Northwest policing districts with 8.32 minutes and 9.13 minutes, respectively. And then the lowest response times we have is in Central Florida.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And what about for other calls that are not zero life-threatening? Where does that average?
Well, priority one would be our next, and I caution you that when I say non-life-threatening, that would be a burglar breaking into your house, or somebody fighting or beating you up, assaulting you. Even though those may sound life-threatening, they don't rise to the level of a priority zero.
That makes sense.
In that situation, for a citywide response, it's at about 15 and a half seconds, or 15 minutes, 30 seconds.
About 15 minutes for a burglary assault kind of call. Thank you, Chief. And if you can give us that information in a memo, it's fine. I'd like to just get an understanding of how long it takes us, because as much as folks would like to see the reorganization, the reprioritization of public safety, I think often we forget what the current service level is also. And then, Chief, I noticed that you have a workman's comp unit. Why do you need a workman's comp unit in your department outside of whatever workman's comp lawyers and staff we have citywide?
Well, that's to make sure that officers aren't abusing the system, to make sure that they are making their doctor's appointments, that we're coordinating with doctors to ensure that they can come back to limited duty as quickly as they can, or if we have to retire them because they can't perform the full range of duties any longer, then we have to begin termination process on that.
What's the size of that unit?
It's just one person.
One person? Okay, perfect. Thank you. When we use unit, I think of a dozen people working there, but
yeah.
Council member or council president, and every department has that to some extent. You know, typically not a full-time job, but PD is large enough where it might take more.
So Assistant City Manager, you don't have a centralized workman's comp unit. Everybody has their own, like IT?
Yeah, personnel centralizes it, but what the departments are typically doing what Andy was talking about, and that's coordinating time off within the department, making sure there's no abuse. They really work heavily with our personnel department.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Assistant City Manager, since I have you on the line, I noticed that FPOA has 3 FTEs assigned to them for labor work, while every other unit typically has 1. Why is that? And what's our contribution towards that work?
We have 2 full-time employees assigned to the Fresno Police Officers Association. That is paid for by the Police Officers Association, and those are fully funded by the association. We have 1 other additional position that was recently approved for PORAC, which is the statewide association. That officer was elected on a statewide ballot, and that officer is also funded out of the statewide association funding. There is no general fund money coming for their employment.
Chief, when you count your sworn officers, are these 3 individuals counted as part of the sworn officers that we appropriate and not available for patrol or any other regular duties?
Yeah, they are in the authorized position, but they're counted into that group that's funded by an outside source.
Got it, perfect. So on paper, it looks like we have 3 additional officers that could be available for duty, but they're paid for to do other duties by their association.
And Council President, to some extent, that is also in each department. There are bargaining unit representatives that are representing employees. Bus drivers are a good example. We have representation there that may not be behind the wheel of a bus.
That makes sense. Thank you. And the last questions I have for you, Police Chief, is I've been reading a lot of the police auditors, independent police auditors reports. And what I've seen is in some of the cases, not to get into litigation, but in some of those cases, those actions are determined to be within city policy, but the independent police auditors report cites a series of recommendations to address gaps. Have all those recommendations been implemented by the department, or do you have a process to go through and make sure that every case in which the police auditor recommended changes to policies or procedures is complete?
I think the simple answer to that is that in every report, Council President, John Gliotta makes note of what the department has implemented and the recommendations they've adopted. So if you're speaking to something specific, we can probably address it easier that way.
Okay, perfect. That's fair enough, City Manager.
Okay.
And then I can tell you that since I've been the chief of police, we have adopted all of his recommendations that he's made to me.
That's fair. That's fair, Police Chief. And my last question for you, Police Chief, is where are we at with your budget? Have we determined that we need 1,000 officers? And how did we arrive at that magic number of 1,000 officers that keep on hearing every politician promise to deliver when they're running for office?
Yeah, I believe it's based on a formula, for lack of better terms, council member, of 1.8 police officers per 1,000 in our community. As I noted before, the national average, and I believe the state for major cities is 2.2 per 1,000. However, we were attempting to achieve a 1.8 level of per 1,000 citizens.
Okay, perfect. And the only thing I have left, council, is I have a couple of motions I'd like the council to consider on the police department budget. My first motion is to eliminate the recyclable officers task and reallocate them to other patrol tasks or anything else recommended by the police chief. I think it's time for us to stop, patrolling garbage cans with sworn officers and get them to other duties that the police chief deems are higher priority. Thank you, Councilmember Carbasi. Then I'd like to make a motion to remove officers from mental health calls and pursue Fresno County Behavioral Health to become the primary respondent to those calls with police backup if necessary.
I'll second that.
And then I'd like to motion that the police department and city not bill school districts for the full cost of school officers when they're not at schools. In the case of this break that we've had from schools during COVID, I think those are easily reimbursable by the COVID funds, and we can make sure that the police department remains whole on their financing, but we shouldn't be billing people when officers are not at school sites.
Second that.
Thank you. Second by Councilor Esparza. And then my next motion is to have the police department evaluate the return on investment and effectiveness of all special units and report to the Commission for Police Reform. I think it's going to be critical information they need.
And then,
sorry, we had an audio hiccup. So the motion is to have the police department evaluate the return on investment and effectiveness of all special units and report their findings to the Commission for Police Reform.
I'll second that.
And my last motion is to have the police department evaluate the effectiveness of gang injunctions. Do we still do those, Police Chief?
Second that.
I'm sorry, what was the last one, council member?
Gang injunctions.
Gang injunctions.
Oh, do we do that still? Yeah. I don't remember the last gang injunction we've done, council member.
Okay.
That kind of several years ago.
So let me do this, Chief. If you can just get back to me on gang injunctions, and I will remove that motion for now. If we're not doing them, then there's no need to evaluate them.
Very good.
Okay. Those are all my motions, council. I'm not going to go back to the rest of the council for any last motions before we end the budget hearing today. Councilwoman Soria, you have the floor.
I just want to make a similar motion on the homeless task force. I think the chief, he was pretty clear in terms of them wanting to get out of that business. I think that Similarly, let's take those folks out of doing that and back to patrol or whatever you deem them to be most appropriate, and that we find a different model to address the homelessness situation. That may be looking at the fire department, or it may be looking at social workers and outreach workers to try to get these folks the necessary mental health and housing services that they need. So that's my. Obviously, police backup when it's necessary, right?
So, Councilman, can you just repeat your motion one more time for a city clerk, and then see if anybody seconds it clearly?
Similar motion to what you made with the cops assigned to trash. These
Just
are.
Restate your motion, please.
My motion is to look at a different model to respond to our homelessness calls, so that way that the homeless task force officers are reassigned at whatever the discretion of the chief needs them to be used. We can look at a different model, either the firefighters or social workers and outreach workers, to get the folks the services and housing they need.
Okay, is there a second for her motion? Second by Councilmember Esparza. Give me 1 second, guys, really quick. We have our janitorial staff is starting to vacuum the building, so there's a little bit of background noise. At least we know they're working on schedule.
Council President, really quickly, do you
You have
mind
the floor.
emailing us your list of motions again, please? So we make.
I will. What about I email them to you like I did last time?
I would appreciate that a lot. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And council, I would recommend, for the courtesy of our city clerk and our city manager, if you would just take an additional step and email your motions to the staff so that they can have it all, correct.
That is very helpful for us. Thank you.
And
Motion to adjourn.
Doug, there's a motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second for that motion?
Second.
It's been seconded by Gavin from IT. And we're actually going to technically take a recess until tomorrow. So thank you all for this great experience. And Mike, you owe me a cup of coffee for interrupting me so much today. Thank you all. Bye.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.